Above the vast sky, there are many monks flying high with swords, because this is a cultivator world. In this land, cultivators are respected, there are countless strong people, there are even people who have attained enlightenment and become gods. A frightened woman knelt at the feet of a certain man, she stammered and shouted, "It's you, I'm God." At this moment, a small hole was torn from the blue sky, and a young man wearing modern clothes fell from above. He was Li Feng, a handsome young man from the 21st century. "I want to travel to this place." Hearing this sentence, Li Feng threw his head up in the air and laughed loudly. He put his hands on his hips and said, "Ha ha ha, tell me quickly, which scum should I go abuse?" He quickly took off his modern clothes, then put on clothes suitable for this world of cultivating immortals, happily saying, "I'm here." The male protagonist wearing it must be from heaven's destiny. Let me see, what is the spiritual route like? Li Feng was happily enjoying his happiness, when a guy wearing sunglasses came from somewhere, without a head or tail, and said a single sentence, "No way." When Li Feng heard that, he was startled and turned around to look. I only saw him turn his back, his hands clasped behind him and slowly said, "This old man who has practiced for 300 years has never seen such a broken spirit root. You are just born with a broken body, you have no right to do so. How to practice?" When Li Feng heard this, he was so scared that he burst into tears, completely unable to believe what two words he uttered. Li Feng was extremely depressed, disparaging words full of meanings echoed in his ears. "You are a trash, do you still dream that you can become a fairy? My hen still has the talent to cultivate, much more practice than you. I think you should still find a grave tree and hang yourself." He knelt down on the ground and thought sadly, "I'm just not able to practice, there's no need to be so satirical." Hearing this sentence, Li Feng threw his head up in the air and laughed loudly. He put his hands on his hips and said, "Ha ha ha, tell me quickly, which scum should I go abuse?" Li Feng heard this and immediately became happy again. He happily shouted, "God-level cultivation system. Isn't this the male lead script?" Unable to wait any longer, Li Feng quickly placed his hand on the system, extremely excited, and continued to say, "It's here, it's here, my champion hack has arrived. You stupid passers-by, just wait there. Long Hao Tian, I will immediately come and strangle you to death." Feeling Li Feng's hand, the system immediately sounds a notification. "The binding is successful, please accept your new mission." Hearing this sentence, Li Feng threw his head up in the air and laughed loudly. He put his hands on his hips and said, "Ha ha ha, tell me quickly, which scum should I go abuse?" The system immediately dinged and gave an announcement. Mission 1, delivering a baby pig to the neighbor's Aunt Vuong. Li Feng heard about this strange mission and immediately turned to stone. It didn't stop there. A new notification continued to appear. The mission was given with a new player's gift package, the Postpartum Care Mother Pig Secret Book. Hearing this, Li Feng was stunned and broke down on the spot. Li Feng knelt down on the ground in pain. He looked at the system in front of him angrily and scolded, "Other people's systems are all super VIP pro hacks. Why do I have to become a happy farmer? Still finished, 666 missions. Do you think I only delivered my mother 666 times?" But there was no other way. Li Feng still had to go to the tasks given by the system. After a hard day of work, he hugged the tree and leaned against the tree and thought angrily, "Damn it. It has been 3 years since the time travel, except for planting firewood and feeding the chickens." He was also forced to learn painting. Conveniently protect the neighbor's melon field. This system is also terrible. Li Feng was feeding the chickens when an old farmer came and shouted, "Little Lai, the festival is coming, can you write me a couplet?" As if receiving a favor, Li Feng left the chickens behind. He ran like flying to the old farmer's side, warmly asking, "What style do you want to write in?" When the chickens saw Li Feng leave, their bodies began to emanate flickering spiritual light. They cried out, spread their wings and turned into phoenixes, then shouted, "Brothers, the Lord is gone, come quickly and eat." Hearing this call, the lake water surface began to rumble and ripple violently. Right after that, a huge dragon appeared. As soon as it saw the phoenix, it quickly said, "Let me tell you, our master is becoming more and more terrifying. Just now he was washing his feet in the temple. By the lake, I barely grew a top-level dragon bone." A nearby peach tree also began to exclaim, "The Lord's power has grown so quickly, could it be related to the forbidden desire? After all, in recent years, I have never seen the Lord come near anyone, any sister." Hearing this sentence, the phoenix nodded in agreement. This is very possible. The dragon next to him still had some questions, but the master was busy all day, hardly going to see the other sisters. At the foot of the high mountain covered with clouds, a group of men and horses slowly approached. They were stopped by a large layer of barrier in front of them. Mo Tian Din led the group of people and took a few steps forward. A person behind quickly intervened, "Holy lady, this place is a dead end, even the ancestors have been lost in it, do you really want to take the risk?" Mo Tiandong clenched her fist, she gritted her teeth and said firmly, "There is no other way, this is a major matter related to the survival of our sect, as a saint, Mo Tiandin I have to take responsibility. She took out the trigram mirror and observed it for a while, then said, "Everyone prepare to go, use the golden pill to protect your body, wait for me to use the formation to break this barrier, then immediately follow me in." The disciples standing behind heard her say that and immediately took a stance, preparing to act at any moment. Mo Tiandong raised the Bagua mirror high, the Bagua mirror immediately shot out a large spark of fire attacking the barrier. She bowed deeply, gathered all her strength and shouted one word. The screen was impacted with a strong force and immediately cracked a small hole. A terrifying stream of mechanical power shot out from inside. The disciples behind immediately used golden pills to protect their bodies. They screamed in horror, the mechanical mechanism was too strong. That mechanical mechanism also caused the trigram mirror in Mo Tian's hand to break into two. Mo Tiandin was attacked and immediately retreated a bit, she cried out in pain, her whole body full of injuries. Looking at the mysterious scene in front of him, Mo Tian stopped covering his mouth and coughed a few times, screaming in panic, "We couldn't even get past the first barrier." She thought to herself, how could she find the divine water pearl? As soon as this thought came out, she seemed to have lost all her strength, her body shook as if she was about to fall down. But inside the curtain, Li Fam coughed and walked out, frowning and saying, "The fog here is too serious." As soon as he took a step outside, a soft body collapsed in front of Li Feng. He quickly reached out his hand to catch it. Carefully placing the person in his arms on the ground, Li Fam waved his hand, fanning the girl in front of him and worriedly asked, "Are you okay? Is it because the fog is so heavy that there is a lack of oxygen?" As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding mechanical layer immediately dissipated completely. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mo Tian condensed in horror and thought. He casually waved his hand, the chaotic avenue's energy actually completely dissipated. What a master he is. Being saved by the person in front of him, Mo Tiandin led the disciples and said with his hands clasped towards Li Fan, "The younger generation left the fire sect, Mo Tiandin, helplessly in danger here, and was helped by the senior, Great Grace, the venerable left the fire sect and will never forget." Li Feng heard them say that and quickly smiled and waved his hand and replied, Don't, I'm not a senior, I'm just a mortal." After speaking, he raised his hand to stroke his chin, frowned slightly and said, "But Li Hoa Tong sounds a bit familiar, what are you guys doing here, how do you want me to help you?" Mo Tiandin still clasped her hands in front, respectfully said, telling her seniors that she came here to find a deep green pearl. She said so on the outside, but in her heart she was still wary and thinking, even though meeting a noble person, but when it comes to matters related to the safety of the sect, it's better to say less. Hearing Mo Tiandong's description, an image of a green pearl immediately appeared in Li Feng's mind. He quickly shouted, "I have seen that pearl many times, so it is yours." As soon as these words came out, Mo Tian's eyes instantly lit up, she exclaimed, "Really?" After saying that, she quickly bowed respectfully. The junior dared to ask the senior to lead the way, relying on the senior. Li Feng scratched his head and looked at the group of Li Hoa sect disciples behind Tom Tiandin, hesitantly said, "Leading the way is nothing, it's just that you are both human and horse, don't step on my corn." Mo Tiandin thought it was something very serious. After hearing Li Feng say that, he took a deep breath and quickly spoke, "So senior just needs to bring me in? Okay, please arrange it, senior, as long as you are willing to support me, I am willing to pay any price." Seeing this enthusiasm, Li Feng sweated and hesitantly agreed. Waiting for Li Fan to agree, Mo Tiandong turned back to inform the disciples. A senior disciple came forward and put a cloak on her, a little worried and said, "Holy Master, this place is dangerous, you really are, do you want to go in alone?" Mo Tian nodded and replied, "No need to say more, for the sake of the sect, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to go." Li Fan stood to one side with his arms crossed, glancing at the two people who were whispering loudly, frowning and thinking, is this little big sister being too spoiled and giving birth to nothing? Although the roads in the countryside are not easy to travel, they are not too dangerous. Very quickly, Mo Tiandin stepped forward, she held the collar of her cloak tightly in her hand, raised her head and looked up at the sky glowing with firelight in front of her. Mo Tian stopped thinking, my sister's true fire, I don't know if the armor on my body can withstand it or not. Seeing someone coming, Li Fan immediately lifted his foot and walked inside. He turned his head slightly and said, "Follow me." When the disciples behind saw this scene, They could hardly believe it and exclaimed, "Did he just walk in directly?" Following each step of Li Feng, the surrounding flames seemed to have life, automatically avoiding to the sides to create a small path in the middle. Seeing Mo Tiankong standing behind him without moving, Li Fan immediately turned around and asked, "What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you follow me?" Mo Tian suddenly woke up, immediately responded and followed Li Fan into the true fire samadhi. The disciples behind are still very worried, but there is really no other way now. The eldest disciple gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that this time we can only rely on the support of this master, only I hope the saint can be satisfied and successfully get the divine water pearl." The two people, Li Feng and Mo Tiandong, quickly reached a forest. Li Fan pointed forward and said, "I saw what you were looking for while cutting firewood in this small forest, let's take a look." Mo Tiandong looked at the bright forest in front of her and suddenly felt dizzy. She thought in horror, "Small forest, this is clearly called a 10,000-year immortal tree, top-level mysterious firewood. Chopping wood in the mysterious firewood forest, who exactly is he?" Seeing Mo Tiankong shaking as if she was about to faint, Li Fan quickly ran to support her body and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" Mo Tian condensed her sparkling eyes, her face turned slightly red, she shook her head and said, I'm okay, just a little dizzy." Hearing that, Li Fan immediately helped her to a nearby tree to rest. In his mind, he thought, "This girl's body is too slender." After just walking a few steps, he felt dizzy, but outside of his mouth, he felt dizzy, still concerned, "Please rest under this tree for a bit." As soon as she leaned her back against the tree, Mo Tiandong's body suddenly shook. She felt her whole body being surrounded by a pure spiritual force. Mo Tiandong sweated and thought to herself, "This place is truly in a fairyland. Just sitting under a tree can feel surrounded by spiritual energy, and souls feel extremely comfortable." Seeing that Mo Tiandong was a little better, Li Fam immediately took out a bottle of gourd and said, "Want to drink some water?" Mo Tiandong nodded slightly, reached out to take it, politely said, "Thank you, senior." As soon as he opened the gourd jar, Mo Tiandin opened his eyes wide in surprise. The water in this gourd seemed to hide a mysterious secret. Mo Tiandin quickly raised his head and started drinking. As soon as she drank a sip of water, her whole body suddenly exploded with spiritual energy. Her cultivation level was also upgraded, from the second level golden pill, the third level golden pill to the fourth level golden pill and finally the golden pill, 9 heavens. Mo Tiandin was extremely frightened as he looked inside the mouth of the gourd jar. He couldn't believe it. "My golden pill is perfect. What exactly is this jade gourd containing soy sauce in this gourd?" Seeing that Mo Tiandin kept looking at the bottle of gourd, Li Fan thought to herself, "Is she thirsty?" Thinking so, he said, "There's still a lot of water left, you can drink a little more." Hearing that she could drink a little more, Mo Tian stopped panicking and brought the bottle of gourd back to Li Fan. She stammered and said, No, senior." She thought to herself, "Senior must be drinking, try to spy on me, I can't let him feel that I'm greedy." Li Fan did not force her, he took back the bottle of gourd, closed the lid carefully and said, "Okay, I remember seeing a green pearl nearby, you can go look for it." Mo Tian stopped, quickly bowed his head and replied, "Understood." Mo Tian stopped feeling for a moment and thought, "After my cultivation level increased, my consciousness became much more sensitive. I can already sense the aura of the divine water pearl." A strip of blue light flew from afar, and Tian Kong happily cheered there. That strip of light gradually gathered into a green pearl that flew in front of Li Fan. He looked at it and smiled and said, "So it's here." Seeing that sparkling pearl, Mo Tian condensed with joy and thought, "The divine water pearl has a spirit, and will personally find a place where there are strong people to seek protection." Li Fan reached out and took the divine water pearl and brought it in front of Tom Tiandong. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Found it." Looking at this action, Mo Tian stopped and let out a confused sound. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Directly to me." Hearing this, Li Feng was puzzled and said, "Weren't you looking for it? Of course I had to let you take it away." Hearing this sentence, Mo Tiandin immediately received the divine water pearl. She bowed down and said, thank you, senior, thank you, senior." Seeing this shy appearance of Mo Tiandin, Li Feng felt a bit shy. He blushed and scratched his head, turned away and said, "No need to thank me, remember to change your clothes when you go back." Hearing that, Mo Tiandin quickly put on her cloak. She softly replied, "Yes, I hope to have the opportunity to meet my seniors again in the future." Outside, the disciples of the Li Hoa sect were still anxiously waiting for the saint. When they saw her walking out unharmed, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "The saint is out." At this moment, there was a panicked disciple who rushed forward. He quickly shouted, Saintus is in danger, the sect has an urgent message, the Lai DM sect is coming to destroy our sect. Hearing these words, Mo Tian was startled as if hearing a thunderclap. Inside the fire sect, clouds hovered around. The group of people from the Lai DM sect boldly walked forward, completely ignoring the eyes of the people inside the Li fire sect. The elder Gong son of the Lai DM sect took the lead and took a step forward, pointed his hand straight forward and shouted loudly, Wei Nok Mountain, you guys quickly leave the Li Hoa sect for me, there is nothing to reach the primordial realm, if anything can compete with our Lai DM sect, it's better to surrender to us early. The master of Wei Nok Mountain stepped out, angrily scolding, as long as I have one breath left, you guys should not dream of usurping my Li Hoa sect. When the elder heard this, he stomped his foot in anger. He started to attack, a dazzling aura poured out from around his body, he cleared his throat and shouted, Good, I'll kill you first to deter them. At this moment, a stopping sound rang out from far away, and Mo Tian Dung brought the divine water pearl down to the ground, loudly speaking, telling the sect master that the fire sect's most treasured divine water pearl had been found. Wei Nok's son heard this and shouted with joy, This is great, the divine water pearl can increase the power of cultivators several times. The disciples behind also cheered happily, There is a divine pearl here, our fire sect is immortal. On the opposite side, Elder Gong's son couldn't believe it and shouted, It's impossible, this pearl was lost in a dead-end place, how could you get in? Mo Tian stopped and looked at him, said lightly, This is thanks to a senior in the absolute land who let me bring it back. Elder Gong's son didn't believe it at all, he burst out laughing a few times, full of contempt and said, Fool less, I think you are trying to preserve the sect, so you should look around for a fake pearl to deceive everybody. As soon as he said this, his eyes suddenly widened as if he had discovered something terrible. Mo Tiandin didn't care, she revealed her current cultivation level and then continued, Gongsun Elder, the divine water pearl may be able to use a fake to deceive you, but her cultivation level is not, fool you. Elder Gongsun saw this and exclaimed in horror, How is that possible? Don't you only have a second level of golden core cultivation? How come you suddenly reached level 9? Mo Tiandung didn't hide it at all and said that the senior in the absolute paradise only pointed out one or two things. Hearing that, Elder Gong's son took a step back, he snorted and said, What, senior, don't do it. Before he could finish his sentence, his foot tripped over a small pillar and he lost his momentum and fell on his butt. The disciples behind saw this and quickly ran to help, worriedly asking, Elder, is your butt okay? Elder Kong Tun shook his head and said it's okay. Then he turned to the group of people leaving the fire sect, gritted his teeth and said, What do you fire sect plan? Don't think I will be afraid of you. Today, I will temporarily spare you a way to live, sooner or later, leaving the fire sect will be in the hands of my Lu DM sect. After saying that, this group of people immediately turned into a beam of light and flew away. Wei Nok's son stood below and looked up, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. He said softly, I really didn't expect to receive help from a noble person, my sect was finally saved. I must quickly go and invite the old sect master to lower the mountain, let's go visit that noble man together, and ask him for guidance to help the old sect master fly up. Soon, a few of them were at a mountain village. Old sect master Vu Kai Tui looked at the scene in front of him and then turned to ask Tian Din's tomb, Tian Din, did you confirm that the senior was here? When Mo Tian Dung heard that, he cautiously replied, Old sect master, actually I don't really understand, but at that time what that senior said, in the village, there was only this small mountain village around. It's already arrived, the three of them went inside, seeing two people walking in front, Wei Nok's son frowned and said, This place is not far from the absolute land, why is there a hint of danger? There were none, and those old men looked like normal people, nothing strange. At this moment, the old sect master Vu Kai Tui's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the hoe on a woman's shoulder and said in surprise, Wait, there's a problem with their hoe, the top is full of fate. Vu Tian Tui quickly ran in front of the two people and asked, This great judge, has anyone ever used this country? When the judge heard that, he immediately pointed at his face and said, This country is mine to use, can anyone else use it? The man walking next to him heard that and quickly exclaimed, Oh, Thu Hung, have you forgotten, didn't Tu Li just help you get rid of the plants? The big judge heard that and was also startled to exclaim, Oh my lord, you're right, I almost forgot that I've used it before. Hearing these two people say that, Vu Kai Tui immediately asked, Where does this joker live? The judge named Thu Hung pointed forward and said, Over there behind that garden, that stone house is his house. Looking in the direction of her hand, all three members of the Li Hoa sect widened their eyes in horror. Unexpectedly, they had the same thought: the vegetable garden, the stone house, these were clearly top quality treasures. The peerless elixirs in the sect were all trash compared to this. Vu Kai Tui and Wei Nok Sun quickly bent down to pick a few vegetables and put them in their mouths to chew. As soon as they swallowed, Wei Nok Sun trembled and exclaimed, "Old sect master, every tree and blade of grass here is full of Tao. Luckily, it seems like there are spirits everywhere." Vu Kai Tui quickly nodded and replied, "I feel like this place is truly another world." After saying that, the three hurriedly ran towards the stone house. Wei Nok Sun took the lead and quickly shouted, "Quickly, let's go find the senior. We can definitely get more magical weapons." Two old farmers in the distance looked at the backs of the three disciples of the Li Hoa sect and sweated, thinking, "Are these three people all beggars?" Li Fam carried a bundle of wood home. As he walked, he exclaimed that he had cut quite a bit today, but it probably wouldn't burn for long. At that moment, a voice called out to his senior from behind him. Li Fan was startled and turned his head to look back. I only saw Mo Tian Dung leading two old men standing in front of him. All three were breathing heavily and exhausted. Seeing this, Li Feng cautiously asked, "Is this girl human? And who are the two people next to her?" Vu Kai Tui and Wei Nok Sun in the background are both regulating their breathing and frantically observing their surroundings. A moment later, both of them cried out in horror, "What kind of fairyland is this place? Peach trees and chickens are there. The realms are all illusory or worse." Seeing someone talking about him, a chicken eating rice immediately glanced up at them with sharp eyes. As soon as he met this gaze, Vu Kai Tui clutched his head in fear and cried out in pain. He thought to himself, "The pressure is truly terrible." Seeing Vu Kai Tui fall to the ground, Li Fan quickly ran to help, slightly worried, and asked, "Are you okay?" Vu Kai Tui shook his head and was about to speak when he suddenly felt Li Fan's hand supporting him. He was startled and thought to himself, "How powerful he really is, just touching me, so powerful," disappeared again in the blink of an eye. At this time, Mo Tian Din also approached Li Fan. She pointed to Wei Nok Sun and Vu Kai Tui and introduced, "Senior, these two are my seniors, because they want to meet you. That's why I suddenly came here." Hearing these words, Li Fan raised his eyes to look at Tom Tian Din. He asked in confusion, "Do you want to see me?" At this moment, a new system notification rang out in Li Feng's ear. A new mission, to keep the guests eating. Accepting the mission, Li Fan immediately stood up, opened the door and invited the three people to come into the house. He softly said, "Oh, then let's go inside and have a meal with vegetables and melons together." Mo Tian stopped listening. He happily clasped his hands and said, "That's great, thank you seniors." Entering the house, Li Fan put the bundle of firewood on the ground and quickly grabbed a knife and rushed into the kitchen. He turned slightly outside, towards the other three people and said, "There's nothing delicious to treat, just eat some." Li Feng quickly stir-fried the food and then brought it out and placed it in front of the three people from the fire sect. Looking at a table of food in front of them, all three of them widened their eyes. Vu Kai Tui exclaimed in disbelief, "This is just a random snack. This is the magical medicine that can appear after cultivating heaven and earth, that phenomenon." He glanced at Wei Nok Sun and said, "It seems that this senior intends to enlighten me and you. I definitely cannot betray the senior's good intentions." Wei Nok Sun heard that and nodded and replied, "Yes, an hour." The hot food was already on the table. All three of them quickly sat down without being polite, each one picking up the food non-stop. Having finished the last bite, Wei Nok Sun put down the bowl in his hand and let out a satisfied sigh. The dishes that Li Fam cooked caused Wei Nok Sun to upgrade his cultivation level to the level of 7 gods. Vu Kai Tui's cultivation level has also risen to the level of the 9-level god. As for Mo Tian Kong, he has now entered the age of Anku Trong Tian. Vu Kai Tui couldn't hold back his joy and staggered his whole body. Before falling, he said, "I can't imagine that after decades, I have broken through the limitations of my natural talent and once again fly." Promotion. Seeing Vu Kai Tui fall to the ground again, Li Fan quickly ran to help him. He puzzled and thought to himself, after a meal, he became so excited. Could it be that his family fled here because he was old? It's really hard. He helped Vu Kai Tui sit up, poured him a cup of tea and said, "Don't eat too quickly, or drink a sip of tea to recover." Vu Kai Tui took the cup of tea, smiled and replied, "Thank you very much." He tilted his head back to take a sip and immediately opened his eyes in surprise. Vu Kai Tui's whole body seemed to be bathed in the morning sunlight, extremely refreshing. He exclaimed happily, he was flying too fast just now. Any flaws that appeared in his cultivation were all fused by this cup of tea. After stabilizing his body, Vu Kai Tui immediately knelt down before the mortal truth, filled with gratitude and shouted, "Senior, great grace, Vu Kai Tui will not forget for the rest of his life." Seeing that, The two people, Mo Tiandong and Wei Nok Sun, also knelt down on the ground and shouted after them. The seniors were very kind and the juniors would not forget for the rest of their lives. Seeing that they were kneeling and worshipping like that, Li Feng took a few steps back. I don't understand what's wrong with these three people, he thought in confusion. Isn't it just a bowl of porridge and a cup of tea? Is it necessary to do this? How poor are you guys? So. At this moment, the system beeped twice and then a new notification rang out. It was time to paint. Receive the task. Li Feng opened his mouth in disgust. It was time to paint again. Li Feng took a few steps forward to help Mo Tian stand up, then turned to the other two people and said, "You all get up quickly. This is just a small matter that doesn't take much effort. It's just that I have other things to do. If we do, we won't be able to keep you guys here any longer." Mo Tian Din raised her sparkling eyes and looked at Li Feng, hesitantly asking if Tian Din would still be able to see him again in the future. Li Feng used one hand to pull Mo Tian Din into his arms, hugged her and said, "Well, of course it is possible." Mo Tiandong heard that and smiled happily. "Thank you, seniors." The three people who left the fire sect said goodbye to Li Feng and said their goodbyes. They went outside and walked down the small road. Vu Kai Tui praised with satisfaction and said, "Tiandong did a great job." All three of them were happily chatting when the sky suddenly turned dark. A cold voice rang out on the distant horizon. "Thanks to your question, we have the opportunity to come to this place to visit again." The three people were startled and raised their heads to look in the direction the sound came from, only to see the elder Kong Tun of the Leet DM sect appear, who did not know when. He was floating in the air, his body was surrounded by a flame, brilliant fire. He clasped his hands behind his back and shouted angrily, "Vu Kai Tui, Wei Nok Sun, don't let me find you." Elder Kong Tun stood in the firelight. He smiled evilly, gritted his teeth and said, "It's useless, no matter where you hide, it's useless." He opened his hand and shot down a flame, then chuckled a few times, and continued in a cold voice, "Today you either tame my Leet DM sect or die." Wei Nok Sun reacted very quickly. He raised his hand, spiritual energy flowed out and hit the fire of the elder Gong Sun. He gritted his teeth and said, Do you really think that my fire sect is easy to bully? Our cultivation is now different from before." Elder Kong Tun looked at the scene below and seemed to realize something. He frowned and said to himself, "But it was the aura of a perfect split spirit. How could this be possible? What kind of noble person is there in this village?" Thinking silently for a moment, Elder Kong Tun raised his hand. A bolt of lightning thundered down below. He confidently said, "Today I must force you out of this place." As soon as the words ended, countless white skeletons appeared in the air. Elder Gong Sun snapped his fingers and signaled to the skeletons. Upon receiving the order, these skeletons immediately dropped huge chains from above, aiming straight at the position where the three people from the fire sect were standing. Looking at this scene, Wei Nok Sun was extremely angry. He put all his strength and jumped forward, gritted his teeth and said, "Gong is noble, people actually practice evil ways." Vu Kai Tui also raised two fingers to create a layer of barrier. He glanced back slightly to remind Tian Din to stay away, not to affect himself. At this time, the chains from the skeletons had penetrated, piercing the barrier that the two people, Ngu Nok Sun and Vu Kai Tui, had just created. The chain, following the instructions of the Gong Tun Ki, lashed over Wei Nok Sun's body and the waterfall, causing both of them to be injured and painfully spit out fresh blood. When Mo Tian saw this situation, how could she stand still? She quickly rushed out, scared and calling out, "Master, Master." Wei Nok Sun's injuries seemed to be lighter. He was able to sit up on his own, while the old sect master Vu Kai Tui was still holding his stomach lying on the ground. He swore, that flag was just a powerful man's magic weapon, Mahayana period, but life map is a period of vanity. Hearing these words, the heavenly tomb noticed the skeletons floating above her head. The sky above was now a blood-red color. Smoke was billowing out from the skeletons. Mo Tian stopped screaming in horror. What, does he actually have such a strong evil spirit? Hearing this, Kong Tun Chi smiled evilly and said, "No matter what is in the village, all living creatures will be refined by me." After saying that, he commanded a few skeletons to rush down towards the people's house below. Kong Tun Chi proudly finished the second half of the sentence. "So it's time for me to advance to the virtual realm." Mo Tian stopped kneeling on the ground, her eyes filled with tears and screamed, "No, the mortals in the village were all innocent." But right now, in the garden behind the stone house, Li Fan was there taking care of the vegetables. He felt something was wrong. He immediately looked up at the sky in the distance. His eyebrows were slightly throbbing and he secretly sighed. The weather was so strange. Was it about to rain heavily? Just don't damage my crops. As soon as this sentence rang out, the skeletons outside suddenly stopped in place as if frozen. A second later, all the skeletons seemed to be impacted by a strong force, shattering into hundreds of thousands of pieces. On the other side, Kong Tun Chi was proud when he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He could not hide his surprise and exclaimed, "What? How could this be possible?" The evil magic that Gong Tun Ki used was also diffused by Li Feng's words. He was repelled and a powerful force pierced his body. Kong Tun Chi painfully spat out a belly of blood and fell straight to the ground. As soon as he fell to the ground, he immediately put his hand on his throat, his whole body trembling non-stop. He couldn't imagine saying, "No, I can't die here, I have to go back to report the news." Kong Tun Ki tried his best to take out a communication device. He used his own blood to write a few words in it and muttered, "Burn my blood essence, save me." As soon as these words ended, his whole body began to emit black smoke and quickly disappeared into nothingness. Mo Tiandin, who had been standing in the distance, had been observing for a while and then wondered if it was Senior Li who took action. Behind him, Vu Kai Tui struggled to sit up. He weakly said, "No, this is simply the passive defense of this mountain village. Because the predecessors live here, this place has soon turned into a terrible forbidden area." The mighty could not help but be convinced. After saying a few words, the wound on Vu Kai Tui's body opened again. He was in extreme pain, and spit out a large mouthful of blood. When Mo Tiandong and Wei Nok Sun saw this, they were scared out of their wits. Mo Tiandong rubbed his back. "My master," then worriedly said, "Master, your injury is too serious." Vu Kai Tui raised his hand to caress his chest, waiting for his breathing to gradually stabilize before slowly speaking. "Those chains have left wounds in my body, I don't know why, there's no way to get rid of them." Hearing these words, an idea suddenly appeared in Mo Tiandin's mind. She pointed towards the village gate, her eyes sparkling and smiling, saying, "Should we ask Senior Li for help?" Mo Tiandong helped his injured master and found her back to Li Fan's stone house. The old sect master Vu Kai Tui sighed as he walked and said, not long after leaving, he had to come back to ask for help. "I hope Senior Li won't find us annoying." In the village, a few children were noisily chasing each other. The little girl behind shouted, "Don't run, show me the painting." The little boy holding a scroll of painting radiating sparkling light ran ahead, shook his head, Little Hong, this is for me, your painting will be finished tomorrow." The little girl still refused to give up, following closely behind her and pleading in a low voice, "Just let me see, I won't rob you, don't worry." At this moment, 3 people from the fire sect passed by, and Vu Kai Tui glanced slightly at her. His eyes looked over, and when he saw the painting in the child's hand, he was startled. His eyes opened wide, he looked at the 2 children in front of him and immediately shouted, "You 2 little friends, please wait a moment." Vu Kai Tui approached the boy and asked softly, "Where did the painting in his hand come from?" The boy looked at him and cautiously said, "This is what Brother Li Feng gave to me." After saying that, the boy spread the painting out in front of Vu Kai Tui, narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's see, is Li Feng brother's painting very beautiful?" Vu Kai Tui looked at the painting of a crimson sunset scene in front of him, his eyes wide open in horror. A moment later, he was ejected from the painting by a terrible force. He couldn't stand and had to take a few steps back. Tom Tiandin and Wei Nok Sun saw this and quickly helped him back. Vu Kai Tui exclaimed in horror, "The path of the great sun is too strong. In front of this painting, all the evil and evil have vanished into thin air. I feel like the injuries in my body have completely healed." Hearing him say that, Wei Nok Sun said incredulously, "Ha, I'm completely cured. Could it be that the senior had planned that we would be injured by the evil flag? That's why he deliberately asked that kid to hold the painting. Come before us." Hearing these words, Vu Kai Tui sat aside and thought for a moment, then said that for a great man like Senior Li, nothing can escape him. If that noble weapon can leave peacefully, it is possible that Senior Li will let it go on purpose. Mo Tiandin was still a little confused, and quickly asked, "But what exactly was Senior Li's action this time?" Vu Kai Tui shook his head slightly, saying seriously, "Afraid that we still don't have the mindset, how to know. But since our predecessor has given us so many blessings, we must repay him with all our heart and soul." Hearing these words, Mo Tian suddenly understood what her master meant. She said a little shyly, "Yes, I understand. If Senior Li requests, I will give everything to him." The afternoon sun gradually set. Li Fan was on the mountain painting. In front of him were 2 parallel waterfalls rumbling down, clouds hovering, looking extremely peaceful. Suddenly, Li Feng sneezed. He raised his hand and rubbed his nose, silently exclaiming, "The system is too strict. Weather like this even forces me to go to the mountain to enjoy the fresh air and paint. The beautiful scenery can't stop the cold." On the other side of the mountain, there are several eagles chasing a little white tiger. The leading eagle roars loudly, "We must catch her. The white tiger's ancestral blood on her body can help us transform, become a body. The white tiger tried to run away. It was in front screaming in fear, "Don't chase me, if you eat me, my father will not forgive you." "Then don't run," the eagle cried. The white tiger didn't stop for a moment, just in time to run past the place where Li Fan was painting. He raised his head in horror. He couldn't believe it. How could there be such a strong flow of fortune there? Without having time to think too much, the white tiger immediately turned into a beam of light and flew straight towards Li Feng. He thought to himself, "No matter what, I just hope that person can save my life." The eagle chased after me. Seeing this scene, he screamed angrily and stopped. On the mountain, Li Fan was biting his pen and thinking about what would be the best place to draw when a squeaking sound suddenly rang in his ear. Li Feng was startled and turned around to look back, only to see a group of eagles rushing towards him. As soon as he saw them, Li Feng suddenly had a great idea in his mind. His eyes lit up and he happily said, "You appeared at the right time, let's draw you guys in the picture." Li Feng immediately raised his pen, moving quickly back and forth across the surface of the painting. Behind Li Feng's back, with every movement of Li Feng's writing, a terrifying spiritual energy flared up around the eagles' bodies. Soon after the painting was completed, several eagles appeared on the perfect picture. Li Feng happily turned back, but was suddenly startled to discover that the three birds from earlier had disappeared. The white tiger hiding in a corner witnessed the whole incident and thought in horror, "It's impossible. Those three divine beasts that transcend the virtual cave have been drawn into the painting. It won't be my turn next, yes." While he was thinking about this, Li Fan slightly turned his head to look at the direction he was standing in, frowned and said, There seems to be something else here." The white tiger cautiously took a few steps back. It secretly calculated, "There was no other way. I heard that no human being can stop this move. Let me try it." Thinking like that, the white tiger immediately transformed into a lovely white cat. The white cat stepped out, looked at the person in front of him, and then meowed softly. When Li Feng saw the little cat running from behind, he was a little surprised and looked at it with wide eyes for a long time. Li Feng looked at the white cat in front of him, frowned and said softly, "In this deserted forest and mountains, how could there be such a beautiful cat?" The white cat tilted his neck up, thinking proudly, You still haven't seen the lady's most beautiful appearance yet." Li Feng said so and immediately reached out to pick up the white cat. He happily caressed the cat, excitedly exclaiming, "It's been a long time since he smelled a cat. Can you come home with me? I will definitely raise you white and chubby." The white cat was caressed by Li Feng and meowed a few times. He relaxed and thought to himself, the aura of the avenue on his body was so rich, so comfortable. At this moment, the system rang with a new notification. New mission, adopting a white cat as a pet. Upon receiving the mission, Li Feng happily agreed immediately. He hugged the cat even tighter, sniffed it and said with satisfaction, "As I meant, this is the mission for the strong man." The white cat was tormented by Li Fan for a long time and was so tired that he couldn't breathe. The next morning, the bright morning sunlight shone down on Li Feng's stone house. The white cat looked outside through the window and saw a flock of chickens in the yard eating rice next to a big tree. He sat on a small chair confused and thought to himself, what kind of noble person is he? In the house, there are so many terrifying beasts. Outside, noticing the white cat's appraising eyes, the phoenix looked over with sharp eyes, silently assessing whether it was a female cat or not. The white cat was frightened by that cold gaze. All of its fur stood on end and it quickly retreated. Because of panic, its foot slipped a bit. The white cat let out a scream and fell down. At this moment, Li Fan ran out and caught it in time. Holding the white cat in his arms, Li Fan worriedly said, "Why did he suddenly fall down like this? Was he so hungry that he had no strength left?" The weak white cat lay in Li Fan's chest and meowed a few times. It thought to itself, shouldn't it rely on its owner's spiritual energy to nourish it? Looking at the magical beasts in the yard, the white cat decisively decided, from now on, I will stick to my master every day. Soon I will be as powerful as you guys. At this moment, Li Fan took out a small piece of cake, brought it in front of the white cat and said, "I don't know if it suits your taste or not, try eating some." As soon as it saw the piece of cake, the cat's eyes were as white as stars. It quickly stuck out its tiny tongue and licked it, happily shouting in its heart, "Such a strong intuition, it really suits my taste." Soon the white cat licked the entire piece of cake from Li Feng's hand. He quickly withdrew his hand, looked at his wet fingers and thought a little shyly, what just happened? Is it because he is too long? Li Feng quickly stood up and left. The white cat behind him licked his claws while looking at Li Fan's back, silently assessing. It turns out that when you are shy, the spiritual energy flowing will be even more powerful. It's not too early now. Outside the moon was high. The white cat gently approached the bed where Li Feng was lying. He thought to himself, "Are you sleeping?" The white cat immediately stretched out and turned back into human form, becoming an extremely beautiful girl. This girl immediately climbed onto Li Fan's bed and tried her best to inhale the spiritual energy he emitted. She thought to herself with satisfaction, "This is the scent of the great path. It is indeed stronger than the beasts. There are a lot of bad people out there." The white cat lady suddenly opened her mouth and whispered into Li Feng's ear, calling several times for her master. Li Feng was awakened and opened his eyes sleepily. What caught his eye was an extremely beautiful and charming woman. Li Feng thought in confusion, "Am I dreaming? This dream is so real." After saying that, Li Fan turned around, hugged his head and continued to fall asleep. The white cat next to him burst out laughing happily. "Ha ha, indeed the spiritual energy became even stronger." Without wasting any more time, the white cat decided to crawl into Li Feng's arms. She raised her eyes to look at his sleeping face, thinking with satisfaction, if every day was similar to this, just sleeping would be enough, transformed into a pure-blood divine beast. Before falling asleep with the owner, the white cat made up his mind, "I will be very obedient, you must take care of me well, master." At this moment in Li Hoa sect, in the conference room, Mo Tian Kong shouted in panic, "Master, do you really want to do that?" Vu Kai Tui sat in the main position, crossed his hands in front of his chin, and said seriously, "Well, I believe Senior Li is preparing for the next chess match, and he helped us advance, miraculous stool, he really wants us to be his chess pieces." Saying this, he stood up, waved his hands high and shouted loudly, "Lai Diem Tong." His meritorious energy must have made Senior Li angry, and Senior Li also directly crushed him, so we must play the role of a chess piece and begin to declare war on the Lu Diem sect. When the elders heard these words, everyone was startled and terrified, unable to believe it. They shouted at the same time, "What? Declare war?" High in the sky, a boat slowly descended to the ground, followed by a loud shout. The three princesses of the Fire Nation arrived. Fire Nation's third princess, Hoa Linghe, slowly walked down. The two maids following behind her worriedly said, "Princess, the fire sect is just a small moon-level force. Is there any need to come here in person?" "No. Not to mention not long ago they declared war on Lu Diem sect. What if this time we come to visit and offend someone?" Hoa Linghe heard that and shook his head, slowly said, "Shush, just listen according to me, it's okay." Seeing the leader of the Li Hoa sect and the saintess in the distance, Hoa Linghe thought to herself, "I heard the rumor that the saintess of the Li Hoa sect came back from a desperate situation and obtained the ultimate treasure, and now she has the courage to declare war on Li Diem sect. There must be a high-ranking person to help." Thinking so, she quickly stepped forward, clasped her hands and said, "Fire country fire spirit, come to pay homage to the fire sect." The old sect master Vu Kai Tui frowned tightly, clasped his hands in response, and paid his respects to the third princess. He didn't know what the great princess was coming for. Hoa Linghe heard that and said seriously, "The elders must have known that recently there was a beast tied in Tianjili mountain. Many people suffered heavy losses, and this was related to the incident. Li Diem sect secretly worships evil and practices evil magic." Vu Kai Tui nodded and replied, "Yes, this is indeed the case. I don't know what the princess wants to do with our fire sect." With his mouth like that, in his heart he was terrified and remembered what happened that day. "Thanks to Li Tian's blessing, I'll be lucky enough to survive that evil magic." Having come to this point, Hoa Linghe did not beat around the bush anymore. She lowered her head slightly, earnestly praying. The Lai Diem sect had been raging unruly for so many days. At this time the Hoa Ling sect even dared to send a declaration of war. "Surely there must be a noble person supporting us. Please lead me to meet the noble person and save the people of our country." Turns out that's the case, Vu Kai Tui said with a smile. Then he couldn't believe it and thought to himself, "I must have declared war on Lu Diem sect, which was also within the expectations of Senior Li. That's why we let it happen. Let me bring the princess of the fire country to pay my respects. It's truly a big game." Thinking like that, Vu Kai Tui happily waved his hand in agreement with this proposal. He said, "Okay, Li Hoa sect will generate some of its power for the people. I can let the saintess Mo Tian Kong take you here. That's it, paying homage to the seniors." When Hoa Linghe heard that, she smiled and shouted, "That's great, thank you sect leader." Mo Tian Dung quickly got on the boat and took Hoa Linghe to look for Li Fam. On the boat, after listening to Mo Tian Dung tell a few stories about that Senior Li, Hoa Linghe sighed softly. "It turns out that's it. That's right Tian Din, do you know what Senior Lee likes to eat? It's not very good to go there empty-handed like that. Shouldn't I bring some specialties of the Fire Nation? Mo Tian-din saw that the person next to him seemed a bit tense, so he turned around and shook his head and said, "No need, Sister Ling-hee, please relax a bit." Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly there was a dragon-headed boat approaching in front. A sharp sound rang out from that direction. "Fire Spirit Child, stopped." A soldier guarding behind heard this voice and shouted, "It's the second princess coming. She won't come to cause trouble for my princess anymore, will she?" As soon as these words finished, a woman wearing a crimson outfit slowly appeared. It was the second princess of the Fire Country, Hoa Tuyen-Fai. She folded her arms together, shouted in a cold voice, "Fire Spirit Child, quickly dumb Shuen, the world of fire is handed over to me." Hearing that, Hoa Ling-hee frowned and said, "Second sister, why are you here? What do you want Shuen Hoa world to do?" Hoa Tuyen-Fai burst out laughing when she heard these words. She snorted, full of contempt, and said, "Stop pretending to be stupid. The evil god has caused an upheaval in Tianjili Mountain. The Fire Nation's treasure is buried deep in the mountain. You're about to be born, that's why you came here, but since you're so crippled, even the mysterious fire world is useless. It's better to hand over the Shuen Fire Realm to me. I can also reward you with some leftovers." When Hoa Ling-hee heard that, she angrily scolded, "Shuen Hoa joy is a relic left by my mother, don't try to take it away." As soon as these words were said, a masked woman, wearing a long sword, stepped out from behind Hoa Tuyen-Fai's back, looked at Hoa Ling-hee and said coldly, "Shuen Hoa realm was just borrowed for temporary use. After the work is done, I will definitely return it. I don't want to do anything. I hope the third princess will obediently hand over the things." As soon as he heard this voice, Hoa Long-hee shouted with some doubt, "You are the saintess of Long-Wian sect." The masked woman grinned and said, "Yes, she is the saintess of Long-Wian sect, Long Tu-yin." At this moment, Mo Tian-din quickly rushed forward to block Fire Ling-hee. She shouted in the opposite direction, "What about Long-Wian Tong? Since Sister Ling-hee doesn't want it, do you guys want to rape her?" When Long Tu-yin heard that, her whole body began to radiate murderous aura. She said in a cold voice, "What the hell are you?" As soon as her words finished, a guard standing behind immediately raised his hand, sending out a powerful stream of spiritual energy towards Tom Tian-dung. This movement was too fast. Mo Tian-kong didn't have time to react, he could only widen his eyes and stand still. The Fire Spirit Child in the back reacted very quickly. She shouted carefully and rushed forward to block the front. That extremely strong stream of spiritual energy directly hit Fire Ling-hee's head, and blood immediately poured out from her forehead. Mo Tian-din quickly rushed forward to support the fire spirit. The soldiers behind saw this scene and cried out in fear. That was a virtual cave, just a guard next to the saint. Could he be so strong, holding the person in his arms? Mo Tian-duong was vigilant and thought to himself, the guards are already in the virtual realm. I'm afraid that even if the two masters of the Li Hoa sect join forces, it will be difficult to stop them. Fire Ling-hee's face was now covered in blood. She struggled to open her eyes, looked straight ahead and said, "Second sister, you are my only sister, why must one or two make me feel awkward, everywhere?" Hoa Tuyen-Fai burst out laughing when she heard that. She said contemptuously, "Because now my wife is the queen, I have to do whatever I want. Quickly give me the ring, otherwise 1 minute I will kill someone on this boat." Hoa Ling-hee suddenly stood up. She screamed, "No, Tian-din and the others have nothing to do with this, don't hurt them." The soldiers behind saw this situation and quickly advised them, "God, let's still try to hold back a bit." There was nothing else to do. Hoa Ling-hee immediately compromised. She raised her hand, gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I will give the ring to you." The ring was thrown towards the opposite boat. Long Tu-yin raised his hand to block it and said faintly, "Wouldn't it be better so early? The weak should accept the fate of the weak. I heard that recently the Li Hoa sect has a new support, that's why I've acted quite arrogantly and fiercely, but no matter what support you have changed to, when it comes to my Dragon Shuen sect, you are nothing more than a bunch of ants." Waiting for Hoa Tuyen-Fai's boat to leave, Hoa Ling-hee couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She cried and said warmly, "Everything has been like that since I was a child. After my mother passed away, everything of we were all taken away like that. Mo Tian-dung was by your side, comforting you. Sister Ling-hee, don't worry, you're just Long Wian Tong, not yet worthy of being an opponent for Senior Li. The most Senior Li will help us regain justice." In the mountain village, warm sunlight spreads down here, creating an extremely peaceful atmosphere. In the small stone house, Li Fam opened a scroll of paintings. He looked at them for a while and then happily exclaimed, "Wow, even though I painted it myself, I have to say it's amazing." While admiring the painting, a voice suddenly rang out in front of him. Li Feng was startled and raised his head to see that it was Mo Tiandong. Mo Tiandong waved at him a few times, then turned to talk to Hoa Linghe next to him. Next, Sister Linghe, this is Senior Li. Hearing that, Hoa Linghe quickly ran forward. She bent down and shouted respectfully. Hoa Linghe paid her respects to her senior. Seeing the person in front of her like that, Li Feng quickly reached out to help. He stammered and said, "No, there's no need to be so polite." Looking at Hoa Linghe's red eyes, Li Feng immediately turned to Mo Tiandong to ask, "What happened to this girl? Did dust get into her eyes?" Mo Tiandong heard the question and immediately answered, "Linghe, my sister, was bullied by evil people and even robbed her mother's relics." Hearing these words, Li Feng listened and frowned, thinking, on the way, he encountered evil people and was robbed of his relics. The outside world is really dangerous. How can a weak girl like this be able to withstand this opportunity? Yes. Li Feng took a handkerchief and brought it in front of Hoa Linghe, softly said, "Wipe away your tears. Beautiful people should not shed tears." Hoa Linghe reached out to receive the handkerchief, sobbed and said, "Thank you, seniors." Hoa Linghe raised her handkerchief to wipe her tears. As soon as the handkerchief touched her face, a stream of spiritual energy flowed into her body. Hoa Linghe stared at the towel in her hand in horror. Her eyes suddenly flashed a bright light. She looked at the mountain and forest landscape in front of her, thinking in disbelief, "How is this possible? Just use this handkerchief to rub your eyes. The injury you just suffered has completely healed." But my eye technique also evolved from the eye of bright fire to the eye of profound fire. I can clearly see that there are thousands of strands of spiritual energy flowing here. The place where Senior Li lives is truly a fairyland. Seeing this expression of Hoa Linghe, Mo Tiandong immediately approached and softly asked, "Sister Linghe, did Senior Li reward you with some kind of opportunity?" Hoa Linghe turned her head slightly to look back, couldn't help but cry out, "Is this just a chance? It really made me change my mind." After saying that, she turned to Li Feng, bowed her head in sincere thanks. "Sincerely thanks, Senior Li." Li Feng waved his hand and said, "It's just a towel, there's no need to be polite." Saying that he was silent, secretly exclaimed, "This girl's life is so miserable." Giving her a handkerchief to wipe her tears made her feel so grateful. Seeing that it was inconvenient to just stand outside the door and talk, Li Feng immediately opened the door wide, raised his hand in an inviting gesture and said, "Since you're here, please come in and sit for a while." The two ladies quickly nodded. The head replied yes and then followed the mortal truth and entered the house. Li Feng walked to his pile of paintings and said, "I'm rearranging my paintings. It might be a bit chaotic." Looking at the paintings in front of them, these two ladies were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. These paintings on the main road were moving so strongly. Hoa Linghe blurted out, "This painting is truly a holy thing." She reached out and touched a painting of a sunrise in front of her. As soon as her hand touched, a rich stream of spiritual energy rushed out and followed each fingertip into the body of Fire Spirit Child. She felt this source of spiritual energy for a moment and then thought in horror, "I feel it, feeling countless fragments of the great path summoning me. It feels as if I'm in the womb." The Fire Spirit's cultivation level immediately increased to a new level, the third level, the Eye of the Holy Fire. Mo Tiandong, who was next to him, looked at this change and asked with anticipation, "Sister Linghe, what do you think?" Fire Linghe's eyes sparkled and quickly shouted, "Master, Senior Li is truly a master, the strongest I've ever met." Li Feng on the side saw these two people keep looking at his paintings and almost rubbing them all this time, so he puzzled and thought to himself, "It's just a few paintings, is there a need to be so surprised, or is it just my talent, so excellent?" At this moment, a new notification from the system rang out in Li Feng's ear, a new mission, giving Hoa Linghe a gift. After hearing the announcement, Li Feng frowned and thought about the gift, suddenly increasing the gift. What? In the mountains for 3 years, where did I get the money to buy gifts? While thinking about this, Li Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He secretly shouted, "I got it." He walked over to where the two ladies were standing, took down a few paintings and said, "If you like my paintings, then take one." Hoa Linghe heard that and exclaimed in surprise, "Ha, this can be done, star." Li Feng looked straight into Hoa Linghe's eyes and said seriously, "Consider it a gift. If in the future there are difficulties, this painting can be effective." While he said that, in his heart he secretly thought, "Give up 4 and get 5, after all this is a reward system, he. Seeing that Hoa Linghe was still bewildered, Mo Tiandong immediately walked over and whispered in her ear, "Sister Linghe, all of Senior Li's actions have a plan. He must have guessed that he gave you the holy item. I knew I would need it in the future." Hearing this, Hoa Linghe suddenly woke up and exclaimed, "It turns out that's it." Hoa Linghe immediately took the painting and hugged it, gratefully saying, "Then I will take it, thank you seniors." Li Feng nodded slightly, he smiled and thought, it seems they must be very poor. Selling this painting can also earn some money for household allowances, helping people and also completing the tasks assigned by the system, as expected of me. Thinking of this, he immediately raised his hand and pointed at the scroll in Hoa Linghe's arms, gently reminding him that he just needed to pay attention to one thing. It's better to keep it for a while. Hoa Linghe heard that and nodded. The head said, "Senior, don't worry, I understand." Li Feng continued to tease and say, "When you talk to others, just drag it out for a little longer. Maybe you can sell it at a higher price." Hoa Linghe narrowed her eyes and smiled without answering. Her heart felt a little, thinking nervously, this must be a test for Senior Li. Only in times of emergency can this painting be taken out, to avoid being too ostentatious. Hoa Linghe thought for a moment and then seriously asked, "Handing over such a precious painting to me, I don't know if Senior Li will have any instructions next." Li Feng heard this sentence and asked in confusion, "Delegate?" He raised his hand to rub his nose, thought for a moment and then said, "Didn't you say that his mother's relics had been stolen? If there was a possibility, it would be better to take it back." Then he thought to himself, "No, I don't know if the money for this painting is enough to redeem that relic, or I should give you a few more just to be sure." The other two heard that and started whispering to each other, "Bringing back the looted relics, could it be that Senior Li's intention was for us to declare war on Long Xuanzong?" Having decided so, Hoa Linghe immediately turned to Li Fan and said loudly, "Senior, we understand what you mean. Senior, don't worry, we will definitely do as you say." Li Feng heard that, then vaguely asked, What do you understand?" These two ladies did not answer, quickly said goodbye to Li Fan and left. Li Fan did not hold them back, just nodded and said, Go leisurely, release without seeing off." The spacecraft is slowly flying overhead. Mo Tiandeng was a bit confused and turned to ask Hoa Linghe, "Does Senior Li mean that he wants us to go directly to find Long Weintong?" Hoa Linghe heard that and shook his head and said, "But I'm worried about the 100, more of a Fire Nation nature." Having just said this, the spaceship was suddenly hit by a powerful stream of spiritual energy, causing it to stagger. Hoa Linghe and Mo Tiandeng had to quickly lean on each other to stand. Both immediately raised their heads and looked up. As soon as they saw the scene in front of them, Mo Tian stopped and exclaimed in horror, "Why are there so many monks heading towards Tianzli Mountain?" Hoa Linghe, who was next to her, heard this and worriedly said, "Could it be that the beasts on Thu Li Mountain have changed again? We have to go and see. We can't let them attack the people of the Fire Nation anymore." After saying that, the two immediately ordered the pilot of the spacecraft to approach Tianzli Mountain. As soon as he stepped onto the ground and looked at the desolate scene in front of him, Mo Tiankong couldn't help but cry out, "Why did the Tianzli Mountain range collapse so much?" Legend has it that the Supreme Fire Nation fell in Tianzli Mountain, and the mountain range moved, which was a sign that the Supreme Treasure was born. If the person looking for the treasure falls into the secret realm, or they will be beheaded. If you kill or plunder, you will have to bear the consequences. Mo Tiandeng looked at a series of sects present, her eyebrows furrowed as she counted the names: Dragon Xuan Sect, Tian'an Pavilion, and the royal family of Fan Quoc. It turned out that these people were all for the Supreme Treasure, things that come. Just saying this, a loud tremor broke out. The ground tilted and staggered. From the air, a series of huge iron chains were dropped below. Next, a flaming coffin appeared. The people below saw this scene and immediately exclaimed, "The secret realm!" The secret realm barrier appeared. It's so high, could it be a coffin of fire, national dignity? The place where the Supreme Being is buried must have the supreme treasures. Today's trip was really not bad. Getting the treasure can take one step to heaven. Hoa Linghe used his eyesight to observe all this time, then suddenly frowned and exclaimed, "No, there are not only treasures in the coffin." Mo Tiandeng heard that and immediately asked, "Sister Linghe, what do you see?" Hoa Linghe shook her head and said cautiously, "I'm not sure, but it's definitely not that simple. Maybe Li Senior will. The picture given to me is to help me stop all of this." On the other side, the speed of the Dragon Xuanzong was very fast. They had already broken a layer of mystery. The people around saw this and quickly shouted, "Hurry up, can't miss this good opportunity." Mo Tiandin also started to get impatient at this time. She immediately turned to ask Hoa Linghe, "Sister Linghe, let's go too." Hearing that, Hoa Linghe nodded and said, "Yes, but be careful. Although the treasures there are very attractive, they are also extremely dangerous. Each layer of the secret realm is tightly surrounded by the fire of chaos. Just need to be a little careless." Before he could finish his sentence, a person was accidentally caught in the fire of chaos. His whole body immediately burned into a flame and exploded on the spot. Mo Tian stopped looking at this scene and cried out in fear. But again, it is the smell of non-peaceful destruction. Seeing that the situation was quite dangerous, Mo Tian Din immediately raised 2 fingers to create a magic spell, then turned and said to Hoa Linghe, Sister Qin He, let me help you protect the spacecraft. A layer of barrier was quickly created around the spaceship to protect it. Mo Tian stopped speaking and her eye magic appeared. Hearing that, Hoa Linghe immediately waved her hand high, a bright flame immediately flared up behind her. She gritted her teeth and said seriously, don't worry, fortunately Senior Li helped me advance to the Holy Fire Branch. Eyes can clearly distinguish the safe path, straight through the chaos of the land. No matter how peaceful it is on this spaceship, the nearby coffin is noisier. The monk's panicked cries keep ringing out. No, my hereditary Dharma weapon, this secret realm is truly similar to evil spirits devour souls. Hoa Tuyanfai standing to the side couldn't keep calm but angrily scolded, it's bad, my skills are still low. The more I look at the secret realm, the more chaotic it is. Even if there is a mysterious fire world, it's still difficult to see clearly. She observed for a moment more than immediately shouted, it seems the entrance is on this side. Then, Hoa Tuyanfai reached out and touched a padlock locked tightly on a chain. As soon as her fingers touched, a powerful flame immediately shot out to attack her. Hoa Tuyanfai couldn't dodge in time, she was completely swallowed by the fire. She was screaming in extreme pain, it's too hot, save my life, the saintess saved me. The saintess Long Tuam was about to move forward when the elder, the person next to her, stepped out to stop her. Hoa Tuyanfai was completely abandoned. She struggled endlessly in pain and fell onto the spaceship. She mustered up her last breath and screamed in anger, you guys, I will never forgive you. On the spaceship, Mo Tian Kong saw this scene and was extremely surprised. Hoa Linghe in the back suddenly got excited and shouted loudly and tried to rush out. Mo Tian Din reacted very quickly and immediately raised her hand to stop her. She said, Linghe, sister, watch out for fire splashing on you. At this moment, in the position where Hoa Tuyanfai had just fallen, the mysterious fire world ring slowly rose high, its body sparkled with red light, it gradually turned into a beam of light and then flew straight to the fingertips of the fire spirit child. Hoa Tuyanfai fell, Xuan Hoa Joy also followed suit and returned to Hoa Linghe. The ring seemed to have its own consciousness, a brilliant flame flared up around its body, immediately sticking straight into the fire spirit child's finger. Hoa Linghe clenched her fingers, she softly said, I understand, Senior Li knew long ago that the mysterious fire world would be the master of the swallow, that's why he didn't immediately help me take it back, and it had been trained by Cao Linghe. On the contrary, the spiritual power of Fire Tuyanfai increases and is more compatible with me. If this is Senior Li's arrangement, let me try. Having said that, Hoa Linghe decisively rushed forward. Mo Tian Kong behind asked worriedly, Sister Linghe, can you still hold it? Hoa Linghe waved her hand and shook her head and said, it's okay, for the sake of the great plan of Senior Li, no matter what, today I must break this mystery. After finishing speaking, she raised her hand high and shouted loudly, the final Dharma formation. But in the distance, a person enveloped in a flame rushes out. This person is the person who always follows the Saintess Long Tu Yin. He landed on the ground and began to report, Saintess, just relying on the strength of several major sects, the final barrier of this formation is absolutely not there, open possibility. When Long Tuam heard that, he turned his head slightly and said softly, it's good that the elder is okay, as for this last level that can't be passed, it's hard to force it. In another spaceship, a palace man standing in a corner spoke up cautiously, even the dragon Xuanzong had just fallen, this secret place was scary. As soon as this palace man spoke, he was interrupted by a resounding voice, it was still a bit early to say this. The people around also heard this voice, they all opened their eyes wide and looked towards the source of the sound. She only saw that Fire Linghe's face was covered in sweat, she raised both her hands and exerted a strong force towards the fire of chaos. The billowing fire in front of me gradually spread out to both sides, opening a small hole, pulling the fire spirit child inside. From inside the coffin burst out a brilliant fire and then spread out strongly around. After this move, the coffin gradually stabilized, the chaos fire around it also dissipated a lot, the formation was broken, everyone immediately screamed and quickly rushed forward. Vu Kai Tui stood still in place, he clasped his hands behind his back and frowned, saying, the coffin of the supreme leader of a lifetime, this is a great opportunity, if I can have the secret monk inside, I will definitely leave the fire sect, prosperity, go open the coffin. Long Xuanzong's Grand Master couldn't bear it anymore, he shouted fervently, I want to get closer to the supreme coffin. Hearing these words, Vu Kai Tui cautiously turned his head and said in a cold voice, according to the unwritten rules, The first force to break the crown has the right to choose, not to mention, the final seal is due till we break. The elder of Long Wien sect heard this and was extremely angry. A terrifying murderous aura rose around his body. He said in a harsh voice, "If it weren't for the old man in front to support him, you guys would still be there. Can you come here? There are two ways for you. One is death or the other." As soon as these words came out, several people from the fire sect immediately looked straight into his eyes with alertness. At this moment, Long Tu Yin approached. A sharp nail appeared in her hand. She looked at the group of people in front of her, coldly said, "If you don't go, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing that nail, Hoa Ling He angrily scolded, "Completely ignoring us." Vu Kai Tui, who was next to him, also frowned and said, "Breaking the Ling Din can destroy the spiritual power of the cultivator, causing the cultivator's spiritual energy gradually transformed into mysterious ice, and eventually dried up, which was truly a cruel trick." Long Tu Yin didn't answer. She turned her head to look at Hoa Ling He, full of contempt, and said, "You are really much more trash than your sister. I also admire you very much, just you shouldn't appear here." Hoa Ling He raised her head and looked up, angrily scolding, "You forcefully took advantage of this opportunity and ruined the arrangement of Senior Li. Senior Li will not let you go." Seeing that the person in front of her was talking too much, Long Tu Yin approached with amazing speed from afar and strangled Hoa Ling He's neck. She said harshly, "What is the reason for the senior? Even if he is the supreme, today I can't handle you either. Elder, open the coffin." The elder of Long Wien sect received the order and immediately rushed forward, raised his hand and pushed the coffin lid open. The coffin lid had just opened a little when a shock force roared out from inside. When Long Tu Yin saw this scene, he shouted two elders in horror. At the same time, a tall black shadow appeared more and more clearly on the coffin. Elder Long Wien Tong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "The saintess was assured, it was okay." As soon as these words ended, a hand carrying thick black smoke slowly reached out. It aimed right at the elder's body and attacked. The elder was not able to prepare in time and was hit. He cried out in pain and screamed loudly, "Saintess, save me." Seeing this scene, the old sect master Vu Kai Tui exclaimed in confusion. That was separation from the Fire Supreme. Mo Tian Dung heard this and asked in confusion, "What, isn't he already dead? Has he separated from the Fire Supreme? Die?" After clearly seeing that black shadow, Vu Kai Tui shook his head and said, "No, this is the Supreme Black turned into a demon, a chaotic existence second only to evil gods. This is not a secret treasure, this is basically a love scene, Supreme Love King in this world." The Supreme Demon King appeared with a beard and hair as red as blood. He released a stream of black gas, turned into a black dragon and rushed straight towards Long Tuam, causing her to fall to the ground in fear, screaming miserably, "No, I can't die here." At this moment, in the distance, a Taoist appeared. He hovered high above, looked at the black dragon and said in a cold voice, "Arrogant demon lord, Tai Din Tan Dao is appearing here." The dragon son listens. Hearing this, I quickly turned around and begged earnestly, "Fellow monks, please save me, Long Xuanzong, I am willing to give up all the treasures of the secret realm this time to you." Hearing this Taoist nodded slightly, smiled and said, "Dragon Xuanzong, quickly take your sect's secret treasure and come help me." On the side, after hearing this, Hoa Ling He shouted angrily, shamelessly, "The treasure itself has nothing to do with you Long Wien sect. How can you say giving up is giving up?" Mo Tian Din on the side, he also said dissatisfiedly, "If it weren't for the senior's reason." Before they could finish their sentence, a powerful stream of spiritual energy hit them. Long Tuam retracted his hand, gritted his teeth and scolded, Senior Li, in this situation why didn't your Senior Li come to the rescue? It was just a coincidence that he broke open the secret realm and also wanted to control the overall situation. Ridiculously, the main character of this secret realm is not you in the end." Not paying attention to the noise below, the Taoist on high had already begun to act. He raised his hand, shooting out a dazzling ray of light from his fingertips. This glowing aura transmitted straight to the talisman floating right in front of him. He waved his hand slightly, the talisman stirred slightly and then grew larger and larger. Standing next to him, the Taoist spoke seriously. The demonic aura was thick, it seemed like a real demon had appeared in the world. As soon as these words fell, the talisman burst into a dazzling light. When the light dissipated, an old man with white hair and beard appeared. The Taoist quickly clasped his hands together and shouted respectfully. The junior bowed respectfully, welcoming company Tao Tun. The person who just appeared was Ko Tua Tun. He looked around and exclaimed, as expected of a demon, "Fortunately this one came here." When Long Tuam saw this scene, He widened his eyes and exclaimed in horror. It turned out that the Venerable was only behind the Supreme Being, and that sword was a quasi-immortal sword. This sword is the last sword of the Tai DM fairy before becoming an immortal. There is still a trace of fairy energy left in it. Dying under this sword will not be unjust. The quasi-fairy sword at the foot of the ancient waterfall turned into a golden dragon. It opened its mouth and let out a long roar. The Supreme Demon King on the opposite side gave a cold smile in response. Immediately afterwards, a loud noise rang out, followed by a blinding light. The black dragon raised its head and let out a long scream and rushed forward. Lang Hien, refusing to be weak, raised his hand and shouted one word. The golden dragon followed the command and rushed straight at the black dragon at incredible speed. Ko Tao Tun turned his head slightly to look at Lang Hien and said, "Kid, don't worry, the sword is accurate enough to behead the demon." As soon as these words ended, the incident happened. Gu Tao Tun's eyes opened wide, he couldn't believe it and exclaimed no. On the opposite side, the Supreme Demon King retracted his hand and gently breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Lang Hien was attacked and painfully spat out a large mouthful of blood. Looking at the Supreme Demon King standing in front of them, the people below could not help but scream in panic. Even the Supreme Demon King of Tai Dien Holy Land could not compete. Were we destined to die here? I don't mind. Long Tuam bowed down, screaming in disbelief, "No, impossible, quasi-fairy sword, Tai Dien Holy Land, impossible." Seeing that the situation was not good, Hoa Long He took out the painting scroll that Li Fam had given her. She walked past Long Tuam and coldly said, "You are right, although I am not the main character of this world, know clearly who is in charge of the overall situation." As soon as Hoa Ling He stepped up, the Supreme Demon King's eyes suddenly lit up with a magical blue color. He spoke in a dark voice, "I have fire, my successor, inheriting my religion, becoming my successor, my people." As soon as these words came out, Hoa Ling He suddenly felt a terrible pressure pressing down on her body. She cried out. It was difficult to speak, this feeling of despair, there was absolutely no strength left to fight back. She tried her best to raise her hand and throw Li Fan's painting up high, shouting loudly. The painting seemed to have a living being soaring into the sky and then spreading out. From the middle of the painting, several pillars of light emitted, blinding the eyes and piercing through the black dragon's body. These pillars of light carry fresh, gentle aura that covers the entire place. The Supreme Demon King saw this scene and frowned, thinking, that is energy that does not belong to this world. No, I cannot lose, fail. After speaking, he raised two fingers. His fingertips were filled with black gas. He spoke coldly, not knowing how to control himself. Having just said this, the Supreme Demon King suddenly stopped. His previous fierce aura had disappeared. Blinking then, he was caught by an amazing force released by the painting and pulled straight towards the painting. At the Fire Spirit Child's feet, the headgear of the Supreme Demon King fell. High above, Li Fan's painting swallowed him inside, returning a clear blue sky to everyone. Hoa Ling He looked at this scene and was stunned, her eyes opened wide in horror, thinking, what did I just take out? Mo Tian Din rushed over from afar, shouting happily, Sister Ling He, you have succeeded, Senior Li will definitely reward you. At this time, an old man suddenly stepped forward, clasped his hands and said respectfully towards Hoa Ling He, old-fashioned old man, representing the royal family of the Wind Country, paying his respects to the goddess. As soon as this sentence ended, the chants behind him also rang out one after another. The fairy sound, Ton Lak, worshipping the goddess, Tai Dien Holy Land, Mausoleum, worshipping the goddess. The chants rang out one after another, constantly making Fire Spirit Child a bit embarrassed. Long Tuam stood huddled in a corner, his face pale as he thought to himself, the demon lord that Tai Dien Holy Land has no match for, was killed by her painting. I almost used a broken spirit nail to destroy your practice. I even hit her in the face. Goddess, sect, it's over. Thinking like that, Long Tu-yin immediately knelt down, trembling and cried out, I'm sorry, please forgive me, please forgive me, please forgive me, forgive me, forgive me, forgive me, my subject. Hearing that, Hoa Ling He turned around and glanced at Long Tu-am, then coldly said, but you almost ruined Senior Li's great work, and even uttered disrespectful words to Senior Li, ruining Tu, your conduct is very light. Hearing this sentence, Long Tu sounded as if he had been struck by lightning. He thought to himself in fear, I'm going to ruin my cultivation. At this point, she was lucky to be able to keep her life. Long Tu-yin didn't say much more. She took out a piece of nail and stabbed it directly into her body, causing warm blood to splash out. After everything was done, Long Tu-yin bent down. She tried to stop the pain, tremblingly said, "Thank you for your mercy." Tu-yin said goodbye. Hoa Ling-he did not bother to turn back, just waved his hand and then leisurely said go away. Approaching the coffin, Mo Tian-dung happily said, "Sister Ling-he, this time we can safely take the treasure." Hoa Ling-he smiled and nodded. She raised her hand to pick up a block of wood inside the coffin. As soon as Vu Kai Tui saw it from behind, she exclaimed, "This is the supreme magic weapon of the supreme Lich Hoa, Tian Hoa Than Tran. I heard that it was created using the mysterious wood fire system for thousands of years. Inside it was a lifelong practice of the fire supreme. I'm afraid Senior Li gave it because of this thing." When Hoa Ling-he heard that, he nodded and replied, Next we can go back and report to Senior Li." Mo Tian stopped, breathing a sigh of relief behind him, constantly exclaiming, "Fortunately we were able to complete the task assigned by Senior Li." At the Fire Nation's royal palace, the sky is clear blue, white clouds hover overhead. The emperor was sitting on the throne reading an edict. The queen below was crying and shouting, "Your Majesty, surely that person accidentally killed my nephew. You must avenge me, kill the person." Feeling it was too noisy, the emperor couldn't hear it anymore, so he slammed his hand on the table. He angrily roared and interrupted the queen. "Shut up, do you want me to die? There's a girl behind her, noble position." The queen was shouted at loudly and angrily called out to Her Majesty. The emperor did not pay any attention to her. He tiredly raised his hand to support his forehead and shouted loudly, "Where are you? Bring me my will to invite Princess Ling-he back here. I want to make her the eternal queen of the fire country." After. In the mountain village where Li Fan lives, he is holding a white cat leisurely sunbathing under a tree. At this moment, Hoa Ling-he came, holding a scroll of paintings and a block of wood in her hand. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Thank you for the senior's painting. Ling-he has finished using it. Now return it to the senior. Along with the object, this is also brought back for seniors." When Li Fam saw someone coming, he immediately jumped up from the chair. He looked at the person in front of him, scratched his head a little shyly and said, "I gave you the painting. There is no need to return it, but this piece of wood seems to be a bit expensive. In particular, compared to some pieces of firewood, it seems much better." Taking the piece of wood in his hand and looking at it, Li Feng silently calculated, looking closely, it was a good carving material. Thinking about it, my sculpting skills are quite good. Selling sculptures would probably make some money. Consider helping them again, but it's quite pitiful anyway. On the other side, the three Vu Kai Tui people heard Li Feng say that the magic weapon of Li Hoa Supreme Being was a piece of wood and froze on the spot. They unexpectedly had the same thought. A piece of wood, Senior Li is really so cool. A treasure in the eyes of others is just a piece of firewood in the eyes of Senior Li. Calm down, calm down. After all, Senior Li also used dragon animals as cat food, and used Xuan Hoa wood as firewood. Li Feng pulled out a small knife, turned it around a few times in his hand, looked at the people in front of him and said, "If you understand a little, bring the things over here and give them to me, then I will help you one more time." Hearing these words, three people immediately shouted with joy, thanking their predecessors. As he carved and trimmed the wood, he silently exclaimed, the carving system was still very strong, and wood carving was still easy. Wei Nok's son just ran here. Seeing the scene in front of him, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "That knife has an extraordinary origin, not even inferior to that fairy scroll." The old sect master Vu Kai Tui he nodded and said, "I can't believe it, I can feel it. This knife is like a highway, carved by heaven and earth." Mo Tian-dung and Hoa Ling he also felt this thick and pure avenue, and exclaimed with satisfaction, "This feeling is the Tao realm." Soon, Li Fan finished carving. He opened his mouth and blew away the wood chips and said, "Done." A sculpture appeared in front of everyone, a meticulously carved wooden house. Surrounding the house still sparkled with brilliant spiritual light. That is the feeling of the Tao aggregate. The two elders of the Li Hoa sect could not hold back their emotions and exclaimed, see it, that is a fairy weapon, directly sculpted into a higher level treasure. This life will see the immortal product, die no regret." Looking at the expression of not being able to close his mouth as if he saw a treasure of the people in front of him, Li Feng thought proudly, "Ha ha, my sculpting level is quite good, isn't it?" Brushing off the remaining wood chips on the house, Li Feng immediately held out his hand and brought the newly carved wooden house to fire in front of Fire Spirit Child. He smiled and said, "Here, take it." Looking at the wooden house in front of her, Hoa Ling he thought to herself, "This is definitely an invincible fairy treasure. It can become a holy land level treasure. Can this thing that only exists in the sky be casually given to others?" She didn't dare to believe this. She quickly raised her head and looked straight into Li Feng's eyes. She stammered and asked, Give me." Receiving the small wooden house, Hoa Linghe cradled it in her arms, still not daring to believe. What kind of talent did Linghe have, making her predecessors have to be so heartbroken? Li Feng didn't say anything. He opened his hand. There were 2 wooden hair pins on it. Looking at the 2 girls in front of him, Li Feng smiled and said, "Here are some materials left over. Give you a little convenience, useful, just enough for 2 people, 1 each." When the 2 women heard that, they were extremely happy. They quickly reached out to receive it and thanked Li Feng. Seeing the 2 juniors happily setting needles for each other, old sect master Vu Kai Tui immediately thanked Li Fan and said, "Senior's great kindness, we really don't know how to repay." Wei Nok's son in the background, they also silently exclaimed at this time. The thing that Senior Li gave them could be the treasure of cultivation that would accompany them for the rest of their lives. Hearing that, Li Feng waved his hand and shook his head. He picked up the white cat and said softly, "It's not that serious, it's just as easy as turning your hand. If you want to thank me, just tell me about interesting things outside the cultivating world. I only live in the village and have never gone out." Hearing these words, Hoa Linghe and Mo Tian stopped and turned to look at each other, exchanging glances. Interesting story, a story that can make Senior Li interested. I don't know what level it is, Supreme, no, I'm afraid that even the entire Heavenly District is not enough. Wei Nok's son let out a breath and said softly, "Senior Li has finally given the task." In front, Vu Kai Tui maintained the posture of clasping his hands. Full of I firmly said to myself, "I will definitely jump into the sea of fire for my predecessors, my flesh and bones broken." Thinking like that, the old sect master Vu Kai Tui led the group, bowed his head and shouted loudly, "Senior Li wants us to do it in your eyes." Li Fan heard that and quickly waved his hand. He looked at the group first, face, thinking helplessly, why are these cultivators so exaggerated? They just want to hear stories, which makes me feel strange. Not wanting to say more, Li Feng waved his hand at them, turned around and said, okay, you guys go, I should also go painting." While saying that, Li Feng was thinking in his heart, because they are so poor, I'm afraid life in the immortal cultivation world isn't very good, it's better to let them practice. Hearing Li Feng say that, the group of people immediately left. On the way out, they saw Hoa Linghe staring in one direction. Mo Tian condensed and asked curiously, "Sister Linghe, what are you looking at?" Hoa Linghe frowned and said suspiciously, "It seems like there is a fairy crane in the senior's mansion." As soon as these words finished, high in the sky, a fairy crane flapped its wings and flew by. Mo Tian Dung was startled and quickly shouted, "Sister Linghe, be careful. This fairy crane just passed by, stole the wooden house from Fire Spirit Child's hand and dropped it to the side. As soon as the house touched the ground, it immediately turned big." Everyone looked at this scene and shouted in surprise, "Big, bigger, it must be Senior Li's instructions, quickly go and see." As soon as he stepped inside the house, Mo Tian Din couldn't help but exclaim, "This is inside the Star Palace." Hoa Linghe walked in front and nodded in response. The sound of the avenue echoing here, the aggregate of the path, eternal, at least at the sanctuary level. Old sect master Vu Kai Tui also agreed, "That's right, that thing can be compared to a sex divine object, can grow big and small, can practice for one day, is worth hundreds of years. The reason why the senior gave this thing is that he wants us to quickly become stronger and establish a force to work for him." These words sounded very reasonable. Everyone immediately found themselves a corner and sat down to practice. After a few days, Hoa Linghe slightly opened her eyes. She felt her body for a moment and then thought in horror, "Practicing so quickly here, in just a few short days, my cultivation level has increased by 1 level." At the same time outside, a cavalry wearing iron armor galloped on horseback, approaching the wooden house. He whispered, "The aura of Fire Spirit is right next to him, perhaps it is here." After finishing speaking, he immediately stopped his horse and shouted loudly, "The Holy Fire Emperor came." The third Princess Hoa Linghe came out to receive the command. Hearing this sound, the people inside all stopped their movements and turned their heads to look out cautiously. After waiting for a long time, no one came out. The horse outside got a little impatient and spit out a fire. The cavalry on the horse couldn't bear it anymore, swung his spear and shouted, "Where is the third princess? Come here quickly to receive instructions." Hoa Linghe recognized this voice. This was the voice of the Golden Armor Commander. His voice continued to be heard outside. The Holy Order of Fire Emperor summoned the third princess to immediately return to the royal capital. Fire Emperor, ordained as heir to the royal throne. The third princess, without quickly accepting the gesture of gratitude, the Golden Armor Commander said coldly. At this moment, Hoa Linghe stepped out. She laughed contemptuously and said, "Thank you. Ha ha, I'm just a golden armored Imperial Guard, but I dare to be so unruly. Are you looking down on me?" The commander of the golden armor really did not put fire spirit children in his eyes. He said harshly, "Ha ha, although the third princess has a noble status, but in our fire country, we have never relied on our background. If you without that powerful person as a fulcrum, relying only on your strength, how could the royal position fall into the hands of the third princess like you? Even though I am only the leader of the golden armor front hall, I am still a master of the cave, in a depraved situation. Even your majesty has not used the two humble words of contempt for me." As if hearing a joke, Hoa Ling he laughed a few times and said, "Void Cave Realm." Next to him, Mo Tian Din also immediately continued, "It seems that the cave void realm is something difficult to understand, come so much." As if sensing something was wrong, the golden armor commander's eyes opened wide and he let out a loud cry. I don't know when Hoa Ling he came up behind him. Looking at his panicked appearance, Hoa Ling he asked contemptuously, "Is the small void realm so terrible?" The golden armor commander was angered by this sentence. He no longer hesitated, immediately swung his spear back and stabbed towards the position where Hoa Ling he was standing. Hoa Ling he's movements were very quick. She opened her hand and sent out a powerful stream of spiritual energy towards the golden armor commander. The golden armor commander was immediately surrounded by an overwhelming fire, completely unable to escape. Seeing this scene, he did not dare to believe it and shouted, "What, you are also a virtual cave?" No one answered him. A rumbling sound rang out. The fire swallowed him and his horse inside. A roll of decree also flew out. Hoa Ling he raised her hand to grab the decree. She gritted her teeth and said, "Today is the time to avenge your mother." Mo Tian Din in the back shouted happily, "Sister Ling he, you are very strong now. The void realm was easily defeated by you." Holding the decree tightly in his hand, Hoa Ling he said seriously, "Hoa Huang is a cruel person. This time, it seems like he passed the throne to me, but he already had a plan in his heart. I intend to take advantage of this opportunity, using an excuse to completely kill him, making the entire Fire Nation let Senior Li use it." Hearing these words, the old sect master Vu Kai Tui nodded and said that this should be done, only for the sake of Senior, of force. Mo Tian stopped to the side muttering vaguely, "Beheading the Fire Emperor." Hoa Ling he didn't say anything anymore. The fire in front of her still hadn't gone out. She stared at that fire, softly saying in her heart, "Mother, you've been waiting for so many years." At the Fire Kingdom's royal palace, the queen couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, "What, are they crazy?" She faced the emperor, gritted her teeth and said, "She is just a small fire sect," and yet she spoke so arrogantly that she wanted to kill him. The emperor's face now darkened. He had heard all the words just now and said in a cold voice, thinking that with that great power behind him, there was no need to be afraid, so let's try it. The emperor sat down on the throne and turned to ask the eunuch next to him, "Long Wian sect, Tian Shuang sect, still no news?" When the eunuch heard the question, he immediately bowed his head and replied, "They don't want to send monks over." Hearing this, the emperor was extremely angry and immediately threw down the scroll on the table. Outside, it had begun to rain heavily. A guard with a dirty face rushed into the palace, panicking and reporting, "Your Majesty, the big deal has failed. The third princess has entered the palace. We can't stop it." The emperor heard that and immediately stood up, unable to believe it, and exclaimed, "How is that possible? So fast, where is my lord? Why?" Before he could finish his sentence, the eunuch next to him knelt down, cried out in fear, "His Majesty still had time to escape now." The queen standing below enthusiastically shouted, "Your Majesty, please take action to kill her, even if she has that person's back. Your Majesty is a Mahayana cultivator anyway. Killing her is still as easy as it sounds. Hand, if this bitch enters the palace, remember that year." The emperor didn't let her finish her sentence. He felt something and immediately whispered, "The power of an immortal, it's hard to imagine. How sad for the civil and martial arts of the court, oh." The emperor cried out and walked out the door, saying as he walked that this grudge must end. The queen behind him didn't understand what he wanted to do, so she softly called out to "Your Majesty." The emperor didn't bother to listen to what she had to say. He pushed open the palace door, then shouted, "My child, today let me bless you and become the king of the Fire Nation." Hoa Ling he and 3 members of the Li Hoa sect stood in the rain under the stairs. She raised her head slightly to look at the person above and said in disgust, "This is the reason I don't like coming to the palace. You guys are always tall, superior, and looks down on others." The emperor did not pay attention to these words. He continued to say, "You are about to become the king of the fire country. The rules that are not in your eyes can be fixed. You can change everything in the fire country. You can follow your mother's wishes that year to change things. Remember what she told me that year." Hearing this person mention his deceased mother, Hoa Ling he shouted in a cold voice, "Shut up, you don't deserve to mention my mother. This is no longer the palace of 10 or 5 years ago. I am no longer a child, I can only cry next to my mother's body and endure the pain. The emperor slightly lowered his head, listened to all of Hoa Linghe's resentment, then sadly continued, "Do you still remember? Your mother is the true love of my life, she loves me so deeply. If only otherwise, why would you die because of me, my child? I know you hate me, so today I will prove it to you." Feeling that these words were a bit incorrect, the queen beside her was startled and gasped. Before she could react, the emperor's huge hand grabbed her neck tightly and then forcefully lifted her up. She struggled endlessly in pain, stuttering and begging, Your Majesty, don't listen." Those words. The emperor didn't bother to pay attention to her. He raised his hand and threw her straight to the ground, then turned and said to Hoa Linghe, "I had long thought about today. That year she killed your mother, I already wanted to abolish her, just for the stability of the Fire Nation. Now it's time to avenge your mother." Speaking of this, the emperor stopped, raised his hand to take off the dragon robe on his body and offered it in front of Hoa Linghe. He said with sincerity, "Come quickly, my child, father will personally put on the dragon robe for you. Son, from today onwards, you are the emperor of the Fire Nation. Father will help you rule this country." Looking at this scene, Hoa Linghe said harshly, "You are so shameless, there is no need to do such meaningless things anymore. Today, you must also die, to avenge my mother's revenge." Hearing these words, the emperor turned black and threw his dragon robe down at his feet. He coldly said, "Linghe, is it really possible to negotiate?" Hoa Linghe didn't need to think and immediately said no. Hearing this answer, the emperor's eyes immediately burned with anger. He stomped his foot, gritted his teeth and shouted, "I wanted to advise you but you are still so stubborn. If that's the case then don't do it, blame me. Do you know why the Fire Nation has been able to stand firm until now?" Hoa Linghe and the people around who heard this sentence were all on high alert, staring at the emperor. "I only saw him bow slightly and then fly straight into the air. A bright flame burst out around his body. He continued to speak, not too fast or too slow, because here, there is a great vein of earth fire, forever and ever. The ancestors of the Fire Nation royal family used their lives to nourish. The remains buried in it, had long nurtured the fire vein to open spirituality. This fire vein was enough to burn the immortals to death." The emperor's clothes had been taken off. A hot stream of spiritual energy was emitted around his body. He looked straight into the eyes of the fire spirit, and said in a strong voice, "I am the true dragon of fire, even the supreme one. Even if the person standing behind you personally came here, it wouldn't be enough. Come quickly, come and take my head." Without hesitation, Hoa Linghe took out the wooden house with the name Li Tian then Kung that Li Fan had engraved for her. She lifted it up high and pointed straight ahead. The emperor shouted with all his strength, died, then waved his hand and struck a strong blow towards Fire Spirit Child. Li Tian Angel Kung also followed the Fire Spirit's control and roared forward. The golden dragon rushed out, it opened its mouth and spit out a fire, burning the grave next to the emperor's arm. The emperor hugged his amputated arm and took a long step back. His face was drenched in sweat. He exclaimed in horror, "No way, what magic weapon is this?" Hoa Linghe took out the painting of the mortal gift and coldly said, "The only thing the fire country should exchange is a useless emperor like you." The painting was thrown up high, aiming at the position where the emperor was standing. The fire spirit shouted out the 4 words of the immortals' will. Immediately, a bright red flame flared up and swallowed the emperor's whole body inside. He did not know what to do. When given the opportunity to protest, all they could do was cry out in pain and screams. A moment later, the screaming sound stopped, and a yellow hat fell and landed in Fire Spirit's hand. Hoa Linghe held the hat tightly in her hand. She looked at it for a long time and then gently said, "Mother, I'm home." Outside the palace, a loud shout rang out. The Supreme High Priest of the Hong Xuan Holy Land, the Supreme of the Purple Yang Holy Land, Luo Ming arrived. Hoa Linghe with the crimson clothes inside heard this and turned around to look at Tian Dong's tomb in confusion and said, "Supreme Holy Land." Very soon, the 2 Supreme Holy Lands were invited inside. As soon as they entered, the 2 of them clasped their hands together and shouted respectfully, "Hong Xuan, representing Tai Dien Holy Land, congratulating the new Fire Emperor on his coronation. The Queen really has style. Tu Duong Holy Land, Supreme La Min is polite." Hoa Linghe heard that and immediately said, "The 2 Supremes are polite, please." After sitting down, Supreme Hong Xuan got straight to the main issue. "Fire Emperor, we won't beat around the bush anymore. This time, we just want to see that senior of the painting. This matter is related to survival of the mysterious world." Luo Ming Supreme also nodded and continued, "We found out that there is something in the mountain seal. It could be a demon that exists in the mountain. this time the demon is also resurrected because of it. Supreme Hong Xuan clenched his fists and continued angrily, moreover, 3 days ago, the messenger of the evil god descended on Tianjili Mountain. His goal was that treasure. Once the evil god obtained it, using Tianjili Mountain as his headquarters, all demonic mountain transformations in the entire southern region and even the mysterious world must face the disaster of destruction. So our two holy places want to join forces with money, to protect the mysterious world. Hearing these words, Hoa Ling he thought for a moment, originally thinking that Senior Li just wanted to conquer the demon, but it turned out that something that existed in the Kangli Mountain was involved. Now it seems that heaven and earth are in the mountains. Senior Li's eyes, far different from my imagination. The structure of this chess game of Senior Li's is really too high, too big. An ant like me can only see one of Senior's fingernails. Thinking like that, Hoa Ling he immediately turned to the two supremes, nodded and said, I can take you two to pay homage to the seniors, but whether we meet or not depends on fate. Receiving the desired answer, the two supreme holy places were happy and grateful. Many thanks to the Fire Emperor. The two great holy places were extremely grateful. 2 days later, on a spaceship that was slowly flying, two female cabinets were leaning on the railing admiring the scenery in front of them. A female wearing a pink dress suddenly exclaimed, it was worthy of being the place where the ancestor attained enlightenment. At first glance it looks like a potential dragon is sleeping soundly. Sister Nam Fan, I heard that a demon appeared here and was destroyed by a picture. I really don't know what kind of person could draw such a picture. The woman who just spoke is Tu Lang, and next to her is Nam Fan. Nam Fan was about to speak when something suddenly happened in front of her. She cried out in panic, there is a huge aura, don't go any further, prepare to turn around. Tu Lang also saw this scene. She frowned slightly, felt it, then quickly stopped it. No, it's not dangerous. This is the path of the Saint's Pen. This is the aura of the Saint's Pen, rushing straight at Tu Han. Nam Fan heard that and said incredulously, how could this be possible? Such a long distance could affect a spirit-level spacecraft. So how terrible must that cloud talent be? He said so on the outside, but on the inside her heart secretly thought, unless the three great old factors come back to life. Next to me, Tu Lang narrowed his eyes and said, Sister, let's go over there and take a look. I know you have knowledge about the path of painting, but there really is a peerless master painting. Going there too hastily is too dangerous. Nam Fan turned to look at Tu Tum, thought for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, after all, the mountain range is dangerous, so a little more is okay. Saying so, she immediately turned around and shouted loudly, letting the boat fly lower, not being rude to the noble man in front. After the spaceship traveled for a while, Nam Fan looked forward while frowning and asked again, Tu Lang, this beam of light has many unknowns, are you sure you want to go? Tu Lang at the side nodded firmly and said, Sister, just come closer, the secret art of drawing path in my body will automatically operate. This is the summoning of the great path. If I could take one look, just one look, I would die without regrets in this life. Seeing that her sister was so determined, the male wind did not stop her. She nodded and replied, okay, then let's go see. At this time on the mountain, Li Fan was painting. The white cat was curled up inside, occasionally meowing a few times. Hidden behind a bush, two people, Tu Lang and Nam Fan, looked at the picture Li Fan was drawing. Their eyes opened wide. They turned to each other and exchanged glances. This is a true holy painting. People unite. Every time, when I write, I carry the great path of heaven and earth. What kind of character is this? Even looking at the paintings in the sect painted by the ancestors, I am not so moved. On the other side, Li Fan lowered his pen to write 10,000 mountains, gather dragons and sand on the painting and then let out a sigh. The little cat saw the owner sign his name and also stuck out his paw to print a mark on it. Li Fan suddenly turned around and hugged the white cat, sniffed it, put it in its belly, then narrowed its eyes and exclaimed, our little white cat is so smart, he even knows how to stamp. At this moment, Li Fan felt someone behind him. His body stopped slightly, his face darkened and he thought to himself, Mom, why did two beauties suddenly appear? I must have been seen looking high, already. Li Fan coughed a few times to ease her embarrassment before turning around and asking, cough, you two are? The two girls quickly took a step forward. The male wind slightly bowed his head and said, informing the seniors, the young lady is Nam Fan. This is my junior sister Tu Lang. The two of us passed by this land and were attracted by the senior's painting style. We couldn't help but come and see. It's really a bit sudden. I hope the senior will be patient. Rank. Hearing these words, Li Feng thought to herself, these two little girls brought their drawings to climb the mountain. Perhaps they were born with art, so they were inspired, but in fact they were attracted by my exquisite painting skills. Then I am also considered worthy of this senior. Thinking like that, he said, "It turns out like that. It seems like you people in the religion, it is also considered fate." Seeing that the person in front of him was quite easygoing, Tu Lang took a breath and boldly asked, "Senior, can I come closer to see Senior's painting?" When Nam Fan next to him heard that, he was startled and scolded, "Tu Lang, how dare you make such a request?" She quickly said apologetically to Li Fang, "My junior sister doesn't understand things. What disrespect is there? I hope the seniors don't blame her." Saying so, Nam Fan thought to herself, "My Tu Lang doesn't understand things. This is a great man." The old man could not predict the depth, and the painting also contained principles. It could be said to be a treasure. How could it be so easy to see? Just thinking of this, Li Fan brought the painting and held it up in front of the two of them. Nam Fan was surprised by this action. He only listened to Li Fan calmly say, "It's just a painting, there's no need to be polite." As soon as she saw the painting, Nam Fan's whole body immediately warmed up. From that painting, a powerful stream of spiritual energy flooded into her body. Soon, the cultivation base of the 5th level male wind elemental element jumped to fullness. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "It was truly a blessing from heaven. This painting, oh my god, if she hadn't been in the Tianjili mountain range, how could she have drawn it so clearly? Could it be that she was the predecessor? The scene in front of this is..." Before she could finish her sentence, Nam Fan suddenly raised his hand to cover her mouth. She thought in horror, "I heard that in the Tianjili mountain range, from ancient times until now, people have stepped deep into the Tianjili mountain range, or gone flying, ascend to the immortal realm, or die, ascend to the immortal platform forever. There is no way to turn back. If it weren't for the 3 great immortals to reappear, then no one would have such skill, this senior." On the opposite side, Li Fan was also immersed in his own thoughts, receiving 2 admirers at the same time. It was worth it, but it was already so late. The house of these 2 little girls was too dangerous in the mountains. It's dangerous. Thinking like that, he immediately narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, saying, "Meeting each other was due to fate, no need to thank." Nam Fan and Tu Lang heard that and immediately said gratefully, "Thank you seniors for your kindness." Li Fan nodded slightly, he coughed, and asked with some concern, "It's almost dark, the 2 of you are here. I'm afraid it's too dangerous, there's nowhere else around. If you don't mind, you can go back to the village with me." When the 2 women heard these words, their eyes suddenly lit up, they couldn't believe it and asked again, "Senior, can we really go back to the village with Senior? Is it really possible?" Against the background of the dark sky, covered with clouds, a few drops of rain fell, and each terrifyingly bright lightning thundered to the ground. 2 Yaksha demons are standing on a cloud, looking down below. The Yaksha ghost with pointed ears spoke up, "Because we are his messengers, we should have removed all obstacles for the evil god. This place feels like a forbidden area, in there with nothing special." The bald night ghost standing next to it heard that, nodded and said, "Go, quickly destroy it." After saying that, these 2 Yaksha ghosts quickly rushed to the ground. After stabilizing their bodies, they looked at each other and smiled evilly. It's raining more and more heavily now. The pointed-eared Yaksha felt a strong force pressing down on his body. He suddenly couldn't stand and had to kneel on the ground. He exclaimed in horror, "The field here is too strong. It can also make it difficult for us Yakshas to get close, even more terrifying than the place where the master retreats." The pressure grew stronger, the pointy-eared Yaksha could no longer stand and had to crawl to the ground, exclaiming in disbelief, "We are supreme, can't we go in? The distance is only 10 steps, as far away as the horizon and the sea." He looked at the stone house in front of him, wondering, where is this place? Why can't he use his full strength? He must see, such an existence, hidden here, is definitely an extremely dangerous threat, big for the Lord. Deciding very quickly, this Yaksha ghost immediately gathered his strength, his eyes emitted a flickering green light and shouted, "Burning my ghost soul." Immediately, a blood-red spiritual energy appeared surrounding the bodies of these 2 Yaksha ghosts. The bald-headed nightshade ghost jumped up and said, "Even if it burns the soul, you must go inside and take a look." The pointed-eared nightshade ghost also nodded and continued, "Just look at that thing and report back to the owner. Usually, death is worth it." These 2 guys put all their strength into breaking the barrier created by Li Feng. Just as they were about to get inside, a golden dragon claw stuck out, bringing terrifying power and hitting them. With a loud bang, the surrounding stone house returned to its original peacefulness, but on the ground, there were 2 more dry, black bones. But at this moment high in the sky, a light flashed past, from there came a voice full of doubt, "Not right, what's wrong, brother Hong Xuan Dao?" Supreme Hong Xuan held a magic mirror in his hand, frowned and said, This mirror can sense demons and evil spirit messengers for thousands of miles. I'm afraid I've already arrived at that predecessor's place and heard his words. Hey, Supreme Patriarch La Min urgently said. Then hurry up, let's go and inform that senior. The two people Hoa Linghe and Mo Tiandong in the back were worried when they heard that. Hong Xuan Supreme suddenly became a little nervous and said, it's too late, I'm afraid the two sides have already fought. But from the magic mirror's reaction, they are stronger than us. I hope that senior, if you can persevere a little longer, let's hurry up and help him. As soon as these words fell, the light quickly soared towards the distant village. Supreme Hong Xuan observed the magic mirror and said, the magic mirror showed that the evil god messenger had passed through here, and there was also an outbreak of fairy-level demonic nature here. Having said this, several of them quickly lowered their feet and landed on the ground. Hoa Linghe quickly rushed forward, worriedly saying, quickly, go see Senior Li, is Senior Li okay? After walking for a while, the four of them saw two black skeletons in front of them. The two supreme beings were a little confused and shouted, are those Yaksha bones? Two sets of Yaksha skeletons, could it be said that the two demon generals are dead? Mo Tiandong and Hoa Linghe turned to look at each other in confusion, silently discussing, what are they talking about? What is a Yaksha bone? Just now it doesn't seem to be this expression. The most venerable Hong Wian held a bone in his hand, observed it for a while and then explained, why is the Yaksha bone left behind when the Yaksha demon general died? This proves that the two Yaksha demon generals are both dead next to the house of that predecessor. The two women heard this and secretly exclaimed, at the level of the ancestors, the great war at the level of the immortals, they still couldn't get in, the messenger of the evil god couldn't get in yet. Supreme Patriarch Luo Ming breathed out a long breath and said, this senior's strength is not only far beyond supremacy, but even immortals cannot compete with it. Supreme Hong Xuan also nodded and replied, such strength, no wonder they dared to scheme with evil gods. Having said that, the two of them had the same thought, we are the supreme beings in the Holy Land, immortals are not something far away, but this person killed it's easy, you can't be disrespectful, you can't be afraid. Thinking like that, these two people immediately turned to look at the two women in front of them, showed an extremely in love look and asked, fellow monks, will you quickly introduce the two of us to that senior? As soon as they said this, a voice suddenly rang out in the distance, oh Tiandong, you guys are here. The four people were startled and turned their heads to look at the source of the sound, only to see Li Fan waving and smiling as he walked forward. Behind him were two other women, Tu Lang and Nam Fan. Mo Tiandong and Hoa Linghe quickly clasped their hands and bowed their heads to say hello to their seniors. On the side, Luo Min Supreme turned around and said to Hong Wian Supreme in doubt, no, this senior seemed to have returned from outside, moreover, there was no trace of battle. Hong Xuan, hearing that, Supreme Master Wian frowned and said, could it be that the Yaksha demon general had never met this senior, so why did he die in front of the courtyard door? While he was calm and peaceful, Li Feng suddenly shouted angrily, who is it? He immediately took out a broom, swept away the Yaksha bones, gritted his teeth and said, who wouldn't have such morals? Don't you know how to classify the trash? Why are you throwing trash in front of my house? Too, when the Supreme Being heard these words, he thought to himself, trash, is the supreme level Yaksha demon a trash? Too frightened by this, the two Supremes quickly took a few steps forward, clasped their hands and bowed their heads and shouted, Tai Din Hong Wian Holy Land, pay homage to the predecessors. Tu Duong Holy Land La Min, pay homage to the predecessors. Li, when he was sweeping the trash, he was startled and turned around, looking suspiciously at the two people in front of him. Li Feng was suspicious and turned his head to look, cautiously asking, what are you two here for? Nam Fan behind him was extremely surprised and thought to himself, supreme of the two great holy lands. Supreme Luo Ming clasped his hands respectfully and said, the great Sun Dao disciple of the famous southern region predecessor, everyone knows, I wholeheartedly look up to you, today I have come to pay my respects. Hearing these words, Li Fan burst out laughing, ha ha ha, too much praise, while he said that, in his heart he secretly thought, it seems, Hoa Linghe has definitely made a great reputation, I saw this painting at the auction or somewhere, I don't know if these people came to buy the painting. Thinking like that, Li Feng immediately turned to these two supreme beings and said, since that's the case, you two should follow me into the small courtyard to talk. The two supreme beings quickly bowed and said, Senior Li please, there you are, here, how dare I go first? Li Feng had to go first, inexplicably thinking to himself, you two are so polite. Just walking a few steps, Li Fan raised his hand to feel it and said, it seems the wind is a bit strong today. Hong Xuan and Supreme Luo Min, who were walking behind, heard this and turned to exchange glances. "Ha, the wind is a bit strong, is this senior implying something?" The two quickly followed the mortal truth inside. As soon as they took a step into the yard, their bodies were pressed by a strong force, and they had to quickly lean on each other to stand. The two old men were panting and unable to breathe. Supreme Hong Xuan was sweating and thought to himself, "The field here gives me the feeling of being even more terrifying than the great immortal level guardian array of Tai Deen Holy Land. The field is too strong, it's true. Fortunately we were behind Senior Lee. If we had rushed in without permission, we would have died without a real burial place." Being next to Supreme Luo Min seemed to realize something, and said in fear, "Why do I feel this way, Sensei? Those two Yuksha demon generals were probably killed by the field here." Supreme Being Hong Xuan nodded, then he suddenly pointed his finger forward and exclaimed, "Not only that, is that tree a peach tree?" Supreme La Min looked in the direction of his hand, suspiciously asking, "Yes, really, isn't the peach tree a sacred object that grows in the fairyland?" As soon as these words fell, the peach tree in front of him suddenly moved, a sparkling stream of light shot out, and then the peaches on the tree ripened at the same time. As soon as Supreme Being La Min saw this scene, he immediately collapsed on the spot. Supreme Being Hong Xuan quickly reached out to support him, hastily shouted, "No, don't make trouble, this place, anything like that, we can't touch, let alone look at." Li Feng walked in front and waved his hand. "The two of you should sit and wait a bit," then entered the house. The two supreme beings immediately sat down to meditate. The Supreme La Min expressed his feelings, just glanced at him. Soon, at a moment's notice, "This peach tree is truly a sacred object of the fairyland." Supreme Being sitting on the opposite side nodded and replied, "I'm not much better, it's truly terrifying. The peach tree, this is very likely to have a spirit." Very quickly Li Fan brought out a tray of water, smiled and said, "At this time there is only light tea to serve guests. Mo Tian Dung and Hoa Ling he still can't pray." They happily shouted, "Thank you, senior." Li Fang poured out a cup of tea, gave it to Supreme La Min and said, "Please enjoy." Supreme La Min quickly reached out to receive it. He shyly said, Egu, you are too polite." Looking at the cup of tea in his hand, Supreme La Min thought to himself, "A person like this would invite us tea." The two Supremes did not hesitate to drink, but saw in the distance, Tom Tian Dung had already tilted his head back to drink a glass. Seeing that scene, the two of them didn't think too much and carefully raised the teacup and took a sip. As soon as the tea entered their mouths, a powerful spiritual energy burst out within their bodies. The feeling of freshness and purity pervades every meridian. Supreme Hong Xuan couldn't help but shout, "Fellow Taoist, can you feel it?" Supreme Luo Min nodded happily and said, "Taoist brother, his rules are fragments of rules, our supreme realm is at its fullness." Supreme Hong Xuan burst out laughing with joy, "Ha ha, I have been stuck in the supreme realm for hundreds of years, now I have come one step closer." Supreme Luo Min at the side narrowed his eyes and replied, confused, 1,000 times the hour has passed, the glorious moment has returned to spring. On the opposite side, looking at the two supreme beings in front of them happily dancing, Nam Font inexplicably turned to look at Tu Lang and asked, "What's wrong with those two people?" After calming down their emotions, Hong Wein and Supreme La Min quickly clasped their hands towards Li Fan to thank their seniors for their great kindness. When Li Feng heard that, he quickly waved his hand and said, "There is no need for that, meeting each other is considered predestined, not to mention everyone is of the same religion. What we're doing today, I just heard that you two came from far away, so let's admire it together." He took out a scroll of paintings and thought to himself as he opened them, only by bringing them out in large quantities would he be able to show the importance of this painting, so he could sell it at a good price. "Please watch," Li Feng waved his hand and shouted. The picture was completely opened in front of everyone. As soon as they saw this picture, everyone was so scared that they couldn't speak. Li Feng didn't pay attention to those expressions. He continued, "Not too quickly or too slowly, this is what we're doing today." Then, Li Feng proudly looked at his majestic golden dragon mountain painting. The supreme being Hong Wein couldn't believe it and exclaimed, This is the entire appearance of the Tianj Li mountain range. With just one look, the entire Tianj Li mountain range appears vividly in the painting. The majesty appears, encapsulated in just one painting. It can be called a priceless treasure." Next to him, Supreme Luo Ming thought to himself, "It seems that the senior knew we were coming, so he prepared this painting. After entering the Tianj Li mountain range, no one can survive outside, but this painting must have been drawn by someone who had explored the entire mountain range. Could the senior be able to safely escape from that mountain range?" Looking at the expression of the person in front of him, Li Fan slightly curled his mouth and thought, looking at the expressions of the two of them, They were probably very satisfied. They couldn't directly say the price right away, to avoid looking too rude. Li Feng received the painting back, smiled and asked, "Is it the second thing you need?" Supreme La Min nodded quickly and said, "Yes, having this painting can definitely help me stabilize a great crisis, already." Hearing these words, Li Fan raised his hand to stroke his chin, thinking thoughtfully, what a crisis. Could it be that the two of them opened a bookshop? It seems like the other person is having difficulty in business, that's why they need a treasure, truly, temporarily saved. Without thinking too much, Li Fan immediately brought the scroll over and calmly said, "If that's the case, take it away." "Take it away." The two supreme beings were startled, then they hurriedly shouted, thanking the seniors for giving us disciples. It seems that the seniors deliberately gave this painting to us, probably wanting us to do it, something. If the senior has an order, there must be an intention. I can just keep it. Li Feng saw this scene and thought inexplicably, these two people took the painting, but did not give money. I didn't ask the price either. This is a bit unusual. Thinking so, he immediately pulled back the painting, spread out one hand and said, "Ahem. One hand delivers money, one hand delivers goods, no debit." Hearing this, La Min Supreme paused for a moment, not understanding. What does this senior mean? The two quickly pulled each other to a corner and whispered. Hong Xuan Supreme said, "Senior definitely does not want to be involved in cause and effect." Luo Min Supreme heard that and nodded and replied, "Yes, the character is even more terrifying. Pay more attention to the cause and effect. The cause and effect of the chain of business is complicated. The senior definitely does not want to get involved. That's why he needs the so-called money. Like that, the cause and effect are all erased." Listen to this, Hong Supreme Master Wian asked a little cautiously, "But is the spirit stone of any use to the senior?" Luo Min Supreme thought for a while, shook his head slightly, reached out and took out a small wooden box and said, "For this senior, we need to show some sincerity." Seeing this, Supreme Hong Xuan also took out another wooden box, then both respectfully presented it in front of Li Fan, smiling and said, "Senior, this is my entire family, please accept it. Seniors and juniors are the same, so please don't laugh at them." Li Feng reached out to receive it, narrowed his eyes and said, "Ha ha, it's nothing, it's okay." He lifted the two wooden boxes in his hand. Li Feng thought with satisfaction, "Not light, this is gold, these two people are also, that's pretty spacious." Putting the two boxes on the table, Li Fan said, "The goods are clear, thank you both for coming. If you need anything else in the future, you can come anytime." Hearing these words, the two supremes immediately turned to look at each other, suddenly having the same thought. Later, it seems that the senior has already predicted the future events. He is arranging the overall situation. Thinking like that, both of them shouted in unison, "Thank you, senior. We will take our leave. We will come to pay our respects again later." Li Feng took a sip of tea, nodded and replied, "Okay, then I won't keep you two anymore." Supreme Hong Xuan and Supreme Luo Min quickly left. On the way to leave, Supreme Hong Xuan said incredulously, "This senior is truly too scary. Behind me, everyone is drenched in sweat." Supreme Luo Min walked in front while wiping the sweat from his face, said, "From the beginning, we have underestimated this senior. Now it seems that he is definitely a top immortal. There will not even be anyone in the immortal realm who can compete with him. Peach also exists. He may be the predecessor of the fairyland. In the fairyland, from ancient times to the present, there are only a few people who can step onto the bridge to connect with the fairyland. Now there is a master of the immortal realm descending to earth, and he must have big plans." Hong Xuan Supreme suddenly turned to look at Luo Min Supreme and said seriously, "Dao brother." In his eyes, "Our two great holy lands are just a chess piece." Luo Min Supreme nodded and said, "Why is there only one of them?" Perhaps you don't recognize, two young girls, one wearing an instrument, the other wearing a painting frame, behind the senior is a person from the three absolute holy lands of Central Continent. My friend, the Holy Land is like a chess piece. This chess board is not just the southern region. It is difficult to imagine how big this writing style is. Is the Holy Land like a chess piece? Supreme Hong Xuan frowned and exclaimed. At this time, at Li Fan's house, Hoa Ling He was extremely grateful and said, "Senior, thank you very much for the treasure you gave us. Now we have firmly established ourselves in the Fire Nation. We came here specifically to inform you." Hearing this, Li Feng thought to himself, "Are you standing firm? Looks like they used the painting I gave you and sold it for a very good price. I don't know if I can even open a small shop or something. Have a place to live." Then, thinking like that, he smiled and said, "That's good. Try harder, only if you strive, life will get better and better." Hearing that, the two women turned to look at each other, happily thinking to themselves, "Senior's intention is that he wants us to work hard for him. and in the future we will have boundless prospects. Mo Tiandong also took a step forward at this time, clasped his hands and said, "That's right, seniors, Luo Min, Hong Weian, the two of them have a disaster. It will definitely cause a storm in the southern region. When the time comes, does that need us to go?" Wei Feng held a cup of tea in his hand, hearing that and silently calculating, the intention of these people, the two La Min people will definitely spread their paintings everywhere. Who knows, maybe they will even organize an exhibition, painting exhibitions, auctions and all that. They definitely want to show up in such cases. Develop a strong business. Asking like that is just wanting to get some paintings from their place to keep. Here you go. Thinking of that, he hurried down, nodded and said, "If you want to go, go. If you need help, I will help." Hearing these words, the two women quickly thanked them and quickly left. Suddenly, there were only two sisters, Nam Fan and Tu Lang, left. Li Fan poured more tea into the cup and slowly asked, "What are your plans?" When Tu Lang heard this, he cautiously asked, "Senior, can I study painting by your side?" Hearing these words, Nam Fan, who was next to him, immediately shouted angrily, "Damn it, Tu Lang, how dare you be so bold? Being entertained by our seniors is already our greatest blessing. Why do we still invite you, making such a rude request?" Tu Lang was scolded and immediately shrank back in fear. Li Feng now thought to herself, is her sister stopping her like that? Is she worried that she will miss her sister's practice? Haze, that's right, at first my family was worried that only reading novels would affect my studies. At this moment, Nam Fan suddenly took a step forward, clasped his hands and said, "Senior, forgive me, Tu Lang has not experienced life yet, so he said such an unreasonable request. I hope Senior will not take it to heart." After saying that, she thought to herself, Tu Lang, do you still not understand? This senior is the one who used a painting a few days ago to depict the dead demon Venerable. How could an immortal with such an appearance casually accept disciples? As soon as Nam Fan's words ended, the system suddenly rang a new notification in Li Feng's ears, announcing the system mission, evangelizing, accepting two people as disciples. Li Feng heard it and could hardly believe it, but raised a voice. Taking a look at the system, Li Fan crossed his arms and scolded silently, "This guy, not being accepted is not okay, but if you really miss someone's studies, then just give it a try." Li Fan raised his hand to cover his mouth, coughed a few times and then said, "Ahem, actually, I think in your free time outside of class, learning skills like music and painting is also a good thing. If you two can, I am still willing to accept you two as disciples." The two women could hardly believe it when they heard that. Nam Fan cautiously asked again, "Senior, you just said, are you the two of us?" Li Fan took another sip of tea, smiled and said, "Yes, aren't you satisfied? The purple bridge is still not good." Quickly shouted with joy, "Great, great, Senior has recognized me, Senior accepted me." Next to him, Nam Fan bowed his head slightly and said, "Seniors and juniors are cultivating leadership, but seniors are using disaster to enter the Tao." Li Fan heard this and secretly thought, is this girl worried about going out of business? Thinking so, he squinted his eyes and asked, "Can you play a song for me to listen to?" Nam Fan nodded in agreement, quickly took out his guitar. She sat down to one side, began to gently pluck the strings. A melodious sound slowly echoed along with her fingers. The sound echoed throughout the mountains and forests, near and far. Every place where the sound of the instrument passed, flowers bloomed and birds sang happily. Li Fan listened while silently exclaiming, "This girl really has talent and leadership, but it's still not perfect." After a while, the sound of the piano stopped. Nam Fan let out a breath and said, "Senior, I'm done playing." On one side, Tu Lang's eyes lit up and he praised, "Sister Nam Fan, your piano sound is getting better and better." Li Feng also nodded and said, "You have a pretty good background, but you are too picky with your fingers and have a derogatory appearance. That's a big mistake. Let me borrow your guitar for a moment." Hearing this, Nam Fan thought to himself, "Senior not only knows how to draw, but also studies martial arts." Thinking so, she asked honestly, "When I was in the Three Absolute Holy Land, my master once said, my fingers, I'm not proficient enough yet, so I need to continue to strengthen my playing skills. Why do my seniors say that my fingering is limited?" Li Feng tilted his head back to drink a cup of tea, speaking neither too fast nor too slow, but punching an elephant to death after being soaked in it. "The sword is heavy and not sharp. Please listen carefully to this song of mine." Li Fan put down the cup of tea in his hand, then raised his hand and stretched out 5 long fingers. The melodious sound of the guitar resounded, as if taking people into a realm of ecstasy. Nam Fan's eyes opened wide, extremely shocked. Her body suddenly floated lightly, Her whole body seemed to be bathed in a new breeze. Nam Fan thought to herself, such magic is the feeling of enlightenment. Li Fam continued to wave his hands, his long fingers gently gliding over the rope. Each sound contained a rich source of spiritual energy. Nam Fan could not hide his surprise, immediately exclaimed, hearing such a song, Nam Fan died without any regrets. Li Fan stopped, raised his head to look at her and smiled and said, what, are you willing to worship me as your master now? It was night sky, twinkling starlight shone down on the world. In the small yard, the sounds of worshipping the master rang out. Nam Fan disciples, worshipping the master. Tu Lang disciples, worshipping the master. Li Fam was happy to complete the task, nodded and smiled, ha ha, quickly stand up, you two stay here for now. Nam Fan and Tu Lang quickly nodded and replied, thank you master. He turned his eyes to the distant horizon. His mood slightly sank, he secretly sighed, one step closer to becoming a cultivator, not knowing how much longer it would take to become a cultivator. Maybe, I was destined to be a normal person. In a high sky, clouds hover around. At the Great Holy Land, the Supreme Beings are gradually gathering in one place. The Supreme Holy Master Ling Jiao speaks first, looking at this painting, I understand why the Tianjili mountain area is a forbidden area. It seems that this is truly an expert immortal of the lower world. Sun, Duang Tan Nyet U Win Duang Supreme Being next to him also responded, yes, from the painting, it can be seen that this Tianjili mountain range is completely a great formation to become a fairy, tens of thousands of mountains converging into dragons. The style of writing it's too great, it's really too great, this fairy is probably plotting to take over this whole mountain range. What did he want to do when he gifted the painting? Hearing these words, Luo Min Supreme immediately said, you two saints, you are fellow believers, in my opinion, this senior has really planned carefully. If he gave the painting, it must be so that we can easily enter the mountains of Tianjili. This also means that a big change in the mountains of Tianjili is very likely to happen soon. As soon as I said this, I heard the sound of rapid footsteps outside. A guard outside rushed in, calling out in a loud voice, it's gone, it's not over, Holy Master, the mountains are broken, the ground is cracking, strange phenomena are appearing continuously, something unpredictable is happening, appear. These words made all the Supreme Beings here startled and frightened. In the mountainous area, a monster suddenly rushed up from the underground. It opened its mouth wide and let out a long roar. Its strong cold air spreads out in all four directions. High in the sky, thunder continued to strike, and heavy rain began to fall. In the stone house, the sleeping white cat suddenly woke up with a shiver. The hair on its body stood up. It looked coldly at the sky in the distance. Li Fan, who was sleeping in bed, was also awakened by a noise outside. He slightly opened his eyes and said dreamily, oh, why is there thunder? Is it about to rain? The next morning was an extremely fresh day. The light sunlight shone down on the eaves. The chirping of birds echoed throughout the mountains and forests. Li Feng pushed the door open, walked out, stretched and said, as soon as I woke up in the morning, I was full of energy. Nam Fan and Tu Lang came from afar and shouted in unison, good morning, teacher. Nam Fan took a step forward, softly said, Master, we want to get water to wash our faces, but, before she could finish her sentence, Li Fan waved his hand and shook his head to refuse, leave this matter to me, do it. After saying that, Li Fan turned around and walked towards the small well in the corner of the garden. Looking at his back, Nam Fan and Tu Lang turned to look at each other and whispered, but only saw that in the garden there was a holy well that connected directly underground, must be used exclusively for monks to practice, cannot be contaminated. The divine breath in that water seems to be condensed into an entity. I'm afraid only master level can use it. Li Fam bent down and scooped up a bucket of water, then turned around and said to his two disciples, let's boil it and then wash it. I've already chopped firewood over there. The two girls were startled when they heard that. They couldn't believe it. Think, use holy water. Li Fan scooped up another bucket of water and poured it into the water tray for the chickens. Seeing this, both Nam Fan and Tu Lang widened their eyes, unimaginable. Tu Lang noticed a corner in the garden. She immediately turned around and said to Nam Fan, sister, he said that he had finished chopping the firewood. Could it be we and Hoa would over there? When Nam Fan heard this, he was stunned. People on the spot, unable to utter a word. The two of them quickly heated up the water, and as they scooped up a ladle of water to wash their faces, Nam Fan couldn't help but exclaim, it's so amazing, sister, you still want to drink it, right by my side, my dear. Lang also kept rubbing, just washing my face, but I can already feel the skin and bones are changing, if I can take a sip then. Before he could finish his words, Nam Fan turned his head to warn him, don't make me lose face, Tu Lang, the poor life in the Holy Land before. must forget everything, must start, get familiar with everything here. At this moment, Li Fang brought out 3 bowls of food and placed them on the table. He waved to the 2 of them. After washing his face, he poured water onto the vegetables on the ground. Don't waste it, come over here for breakfast. He heard this sentence. Tu Lang softly exclaimed, vegetables, sister, I feel like our previous life was exactly like that of a poor beggar. Looking at the precious herbs on the ground, Tu Lang held a basin of water to wash his face and said tremblingly, this is the vegetable patch you talked about. Bad, worst of all, it's all holy medicine. Nam Fan is next to it. She was sweating profusely. She mustered all her courage to reassure her sister. Get used to it, get used to it. No wonder I have to use holy water to water these vegetables. Waiting for the 2 of them to sit at the dining table, Li Feng said apologetically, those chickens have not laid eggs very diligently in the past 2 days, so they can only eat green vegetable porridge for now. There are no eggs, so I can only eat a little here. Holding a bowl of porridge in her hand, Tu Lang turned around in fear and said to Nam Fan, sister, you're not dreaming, right? Nam Fan sitting next to him shook his head and said, this bowl of porridge is a holy medicine, even if it is a leaf or a stem, if it is in the 3 absolute holy land, will be treasured and worshipped as a deity. Seeing these 2 people not moving their chopsticks, Li Fan teased his little cat while urging him to eat quickly. It won't be delicious if it gets cold. Nam Fan looked at the bowl of porridge in his hand for a while, then opened his mouth to respond. Right after that, she and Tu Lang buried their heads and started eating. The white cat next to them saw that and also followed suit. Li Fan sat to the side and narrowed his eyes and said, ha ha, slow down, there's still time. As soon as I put down the bowl of porridge, my whole body seemed to bloom, bursting with vitality. Without hesitation, she picked up the empty bowl, turned to look at Li Fan, and said, Master, give me another bowl. Nam Fan, who was next to him, also cried out, Master, I want to eat too. The white cat meowed a few times when he heard that, ruffled his feathers angrily and silently scolded, how can these 2 sisters have such thick skin? Waiting until he was full and the big bucket of porridge was gone, Tu Lang raised his head and stretched, then asked suspiciously, where did the teacher go? Nam Fan next to him shook his head and said, he seemed to have gone to feed the chickens. Then, the white cat was also lying on the table with its belly exposed. Every now and then it opened its mouth and let out a burp. Looking at Li Fan, who was feeding the chickens on the other side, Tu Lang said in confusion, sister, why do I feel like this flock of chickens is a bit strange? Nam Fan heard that and calmly replied, the one raised by the teacher, definitely not, it's not the normal kind, it's most likely some kind of magical beast, I don't know, what do you feed the chickens, it's all holy medicine. Having just said this, Li Fan suddenly came from afar. He spread the egg in his hand in front of Tu Lang and said, since you've eaten enough, you should practice. Tu Lang, your task today is to draw this chicken egg. Tu Lang reached out to receive the egg, held it in her hand. She trembled as she said, she felt that what she was holding in her hand was a supreme being. Nam Fan stood next to observe for a while, then nodded and said, inside the egg was hidden, containing endless firepower, just like a mountain of fire hidden inside. There was a faint fire-colored phoenix pattern. What kind of egg was that? Tu Lang thought for a moment and then cautiously replied, it seemed like the teacher just said, this kind of egg I often eat. Seeing his disciple just standing in one place, Li Fan's eyes darkened. He put his hands together and said in a cold voice, what, don't you agree? Are you saying that painting eggs is simple? The most important thing in painting is the basics, and the basics here are actually wanting you to be able to see through the essence through phenomena. When a simple egg can help you persevere in practicing 100,000 times, then maybe I will be able to clearly understand the object I want to draw. Listen to the instructions. Tu Lang quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Li Fan continued to talk. That year a senior painter named Dao also asked to paint chicken eggs. As soon as he said this, there was suddenly a knock-knock sound outside the gate, followed by an urgent voice, little boy, Li, open the door quickly, I'll bring you meat. Li Fan heard the sound and quickly went to open the door. As soon as he saw the person outside, he asked suspiciously, Trong Dai Tham, what is this? Trong Dai Tham carried a huge thigh on his shoulder, smiled and replied, Tu Li, I tell you, yesterday there was an earthquake at night, many mountains collapsed, only our village was unharmed, it was truly miraculous. All the birds and animals of many mountains died right at the village gate, they were all high-class products and the meat was delicious. It's just that the skin is a bit thick, everyone's iron knives are chipped, luckily I have the vegetable knife you gave me earlier, just use it, I can cut everything off, I'll bring you the thighs, this. The 2 male sisters Fan Tu Lang behind heard 2 earthquakes and were startled, thinking in panic, earthquake, Could it be that something happened in that mountain range? Li Fin on the other side was also there, were surprised to hear these words. High in the cloudy sky, a spaceship was slowly moving forward. On the spaceship, Elder Thatch Tai of the Three Absolute Holy Land turned to the person next to him and said, "Named Senior Brother, the mountain of ice has truly opened. The sacred object our master left behind will definitely be the same, will appear there." The person called Tiat Nam looked forward, nodded slightly and replied, "I was wondering why the old ghost sent her 2 female disciples here first. It turned out that I wanted to monopolize the saint object." Hearing this, Elder Thatch Tai burst out laughing confidently and said, "Ha ha, Senior Brother has thought too much. What kind of trouble could those 2 little magical cultivators be able to cause? Arrogant, innocent. You 2 take people, go find Nam Fan and Tu Lang or something. Regardless of life or death, they will be brought back to the sect." Ao Min and Truk Lam immediately obeyed and responded, "Yes, Master." In the mountain village where Li Fam lives, birds and animals die as if falling asleep right at the village gate. Looking at this scene, Tu Lang frowned and said, "Oh my god, what exactly happened? Was it a punishment from the gods? Otherwise, how could it cause such power?" Nam Fan also nodded and said, "Too scary. Fortunately we are in the village, otherwise." Before we could finish the sentence, Tu Lang seemed to realize something, quickly interrupted his sister's words, "Such a big accident. Why did last night happen? We don't feel anything." Nam Fan heard that and said softly, "With the teacher there, even if it's a natural disaster, don't dare to come close to your territory. I don't realize it, in thousands of miles around here, only this small village is still intact. Like at first, the villagers slept soundly all night, completely unaware of what had happened outside." Hearing these words, Tu Lang saw that it made sense and immediately nodded and replied, "It was all thanks to the teacher. I can imagine that last night these rare beasts must have also felt this unique pure land, so they rushed here to take refuge, but it was definitely because the teacher wanted to protect everyone, to guard against the herd. The beast leveled the village, so the barrier was never opened, sigh, otherwise." Looking at the corpses of strange beasts in front of him, Tu Lang choked and could no longer speak. At this time, the sound of villagers cutting meat in front suddenly came. Everyone tried their best, cut these delicious pieces of meat, dried them into dried meat, enough for us to eat until next year. The skin of these animals is truly delicious, it's so thick. Luckily we had a vegetable cutting knife that Tu Li made for us. It's really too sharp. Hearing this sentence, Tu Lang blushed and exclaimed, "It's really too rude. Fierce beast, big sound, eagle, Tam Win Jock, these are all demigod level spirit beasts, now even ordinary villagers can eat them." She thought for a moment and then seriously said, "Under the protection of absolute power, all sentient beings enjoy happiness. Everyone is equal. I have realized it, it is all thanks to you." But at this moment, looking at the scene in front of him, Li Fan stroked his chin and thought, "Why is there an earthquake here? That's right, where there are mountains, it is inevitable that the soil will be compressed. Fortunately the village is okay. It's true that the place the system chooses is different. It is definitely the safest." While thinking like that, an old man walked over with a cane, looked at Li Fam and asked, "You are very knowledgeable. Tell me, what is the reason for this? Will there be nothing wrong with us?" Li Feng immediately heard that, shaking his head reassuringly, "Everyone doesn't need to worry, our village is still safe." Hearing this sentence, both Nam Fan and Tu Lang were happily thinking. Indeed the teacher had planned everything in advance. While thinking like that, a cold voice came from above, "Nam Fan, where is Tu Lang?" Hearing this voice, everyone raised their heads and looked up, only to see a huge spaceship floating in the sky. They had never seen this scene before, so they immediately started talking. "Look quickly, what is that? A flying boat? Is this a monk? You can't make fun of it." Ao Min and Truk Lam continued to shout from above, "Nam Fan, Tu Lang, quickly die." Recognizing this voice, Nam Fan frowned and said, "They are arrogant people, teacher. We were originally disciples of the Three Absolute Holy Land, but not long ago our real master was framed. It's bad, so I told you two to go to the Mountain of Pity to find a chance. I'm afraid we'll be targeted by others." Hearing this, Li Feng frowned and asked, "What is the Three Great Holy Land?" Nam Fan arranged his words for a bit and then replied, "Tam Q is famous throughout the mysterious world, my holy land. The sect's ancestors are all outstanding in the three aspects of music, painting, calligraphy, and disciples cultivate these three schools." Hearing this, Li Fan nodded slightly and said, "It turns out that's it." Then he thought to himself, "This is the case of young people who love art. Why are they so angry?" Shouted loudly, called out loudly, "Considering this place to be a nightclub to attract children or something. With this level of my ability, I can also be considered a tutor. At worst, I should come down here and have a duel to make them open their eyes." On the spaceship, Ao Min could not bear it anymore and shouted, "Grab Nam Fan and Tu Lang." As soon as these words fell, these two guys immediately flew down, looked at the scene on the ground, frowned and said, "Here, there are corpses of sacred beasts such as the Tam Win Jok, the eagle, the bamboo forest," smiling and saying, "Senior brother, if we have captured the Nam Fan, the purple Lang, these things we must also take back to our pockets." Before he could get there, a judge raised his knife and slashed it once. Arrogant and Truklam were so suppressed by the spiritual energy that the knife slashed that they had to take a few steps back, not daring to continue charging forward. They were scared and rushed back to the spaceship, constantly screaming, "Run, run, run, this place is too scary, this place is too scary." Finally returning to the spaceship, Truklam trembled on his knees, stammering, "Quickly start the spaceship, run quickly, what is going on?" Proudly standing next to him, sweating, he said, "That knife, even the shell of the Tam Win Jok turtle, even the title of Supreme cannot break, yet you are crushed into tofu in front of that knife. This terror, absolutely not something we can deal with." Below, watching the spaceship quickly leave, Tu Lang asked suspiciously, "Sister, arrogant, why did they run away?" Li Feng didn't understand what just happened, but he still turned to the other two sisters, smiled and said, "If they have left, when they come back, I will explain the reason to them. Let's go home. At this stage it's better for us not to go out." Nam Fan and Tu Lang heard that, their eyes lit up, full of admiration and thought, "The teacher is here, we absolutely don't need to be afraid of them. With the teacher here, even if the Supreme Being comes, there is no point in explaining it. I'm afraid the Supreme Being won't even be qualified to stand it." On another spaceship, seeing the blurry figure in the distance, Elder Thatch Tai said with satisfaction, "We are back, it seems the hidden disaster has been resolved. The item left by the patriarch, only our descendants can get it." Tiet Niet heard that and nodded and said, "That's good, I hope they work more neatly, don't let the sect find out." As soon as the spaceship approached, Ao Min immediately shouted, "Master, there is a special mission." His face was drenched in sweat, he was afraid and opened his mouth to say a long line. Nam Fan and Tu Lang had entered a forbidden area. That place was truly terrifying. A single stab of the old woman's knife had cut off all three. Win Jok, that vegetable knife contains a mechanical mechanism. Just looking at it from a distance, it gives me a feeling of mortal threat. If I get closer, I'm afraid I'll be chopped into pieces. That forbidden place is in during the great change in the mountainous area. It was too scary, too scary. When Elder Thatch Tai heard this, he angrily scolded him, "It's nonsense, looks like we have to go personally." On the spaceship, Elder Thatch Tai looked into the distance, frowned and said, "The mountain area has collapsed. This place is actually safe and sound. It's so strange." The guy next to him also nodded. The head said, "Not feeling anything unusual. Let's go deeper inside and explore." Elder Tai Thatch heard this and said in a cold voice, "I have to see, who is the person who dares to keep those two traitors confronting our three absolute holy land?" Approaching the mountain village where Li Fan was living, Elder Thatch Tai shouted loudly, "Nam Fan, Tu Lang, those two rebels, quickly die." The two sisters below heard this and cried out in surprise, "It's gone, it's the voice of Elder Shi, older sister, even Supreme has personally taken action." Li Feng, who was standing next to him, heard this and asked in confusion, "Supreme Being, that sounds like a very high rank, is that the homeroom teacher?" Tu Lang shook his head, scared and said, "Teacher, they are coming, caught us." Hearing her say that, Li Feng thought to himself, even the homeroom teacher is so fierce, it seems like he will be punished, not good. Thinking so he gently reassured, "It's okay, I will reason with you. What subjects do they teach in turn?" Nam Fan heard the question and immediately explained, "Elder Thatch Tai is skilled in calligraphy. In the end he is probably also called Elder. He is proficient in music and musical instruments." Hearing this, Li Fan raised his hand to stroke chin, curled his mouth and thought, "Music, calligraphy, these are my forte." He quickly took out a brush, dipped it in the inkstone and said softly, "I understand, you two wait a moment." Looking at this scene, Tu Lang said a little nervously, "Why do I have the feeling that what the teacher is holding in his hand is not a pen at all, but a one-of-a-kind divine sword?" Nam Fan heard that and nodded in response, "At the moment the writing is very elegant and generous. What kind of realm is this?" After writing a few words, Li Fan picked up his pen, turned around and said to Tu Lang, "Please display this calligraphy right in front of the gate." After saying that, he thought to himself, "Give the small courtyard a name filled with the atmosphere of prior learning, so they won't misunderstand." Tu Lang followed the instructions and immediately brought the newly written calligraphy to the gate. As soon as he stepped out, Elder Thatch Tai, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately raised his voice and said, "Coming out, this bastard is indeed here, he, Tu Lang, indeed you are here, where is Nam Fan, you two still don't come back with me to the Holy Land to pay your sins." Tu Lang held the calligraphy piece tightly in his hand and said without fear, "Sister Nam Fan and I have already worshipped our predecessors as monks, you must not be rude." Elder Thatch Tai heard this and scolded angrily, "It's ridiculous, you guys dare to betray the sect, today I must purge this place." Before he could act, Tu Lang opened the calligraphy and held it up in front of Elder Thatch Tai. He was oppressed by a powerful stream of spiritual energy from inside the calligraphy. He cried out in disbelief, "Up, what is that?" Being hit by that spiritual energy, 2 streams of blood immediately flowed out of Elder Shitai's eyes. He looked at the calligraphy and said tremblingly, "Thinking and learning, thinking is endless, cultivator, everyone has the pain of finding that rule, on the outside they pray to God, on the inside they pray, what is inside their hearts, who are they not themselves, ha ha ha." Elder Tiat Nam in the back saw that the situation was not good and quickly spoke up, "Quickly close your eyes, this is the holy path, don't look, if you keep looking you will die." Elder Thatch Tai turned his head slightly, said with some satisfaction, being able to admire it, "Now I can die, senior brother, I have seen the pinnacle of calligraphy, ha ha, I have seen the pinnacle." After saying that, he seemed to go crazy, stood up and ran away while screaming non-stop, "Ha ha, it's amazing, how can this world have such writing style, ha ha." The famous elder looked at this scene, powerless to the point of not being able to speak. Elder Tian Nam immediately turned his head to look at Tu Lang, sweating and said, Tu Lang, what force is behind you?" Tu Lang hung the calligraphy on the wall and turned around to say, "What is your status as a teacher, do you have the right to know?" Elder Tiat was about to say something when a melodious sound echoed from far away. The sound suddenly changed from gentle and melodious to urgent like rolling ocean waves, hitting the elder's eardrums. His eyes also immediately poured out hot blood. He opened his mouth and said softly, "Junior brother, I have seen it, now I am dead, I am also enlightened." Soon the Iron Elder disappeared into nothingness, leaving only a flute floating in the air. On the spaceship, 2 arrogant disciples and Truklam witnessed the entire incident below. They couldn't believe it, their whole bodies were drenched in sweat and they cried out, "Why is this happening? This is a transformation. The Supreme Being is known as one of the Supreme Supremes with the most sacred opportunities in the 3 absolute holy lands." He disappeared. In the mountain village, after waiting for a long time and seeing no movement, Li Fam stuck his head out and cautiously asked if they had left. Tu Lang took the elder Tiat Nam's flute, frowned and said, "Let's throw it away, it was blown by someone else, there was saliva on it." Li Fan stood in front and thought for a moment then said, "This is a dance, the spirit of Ironclad Supreme, usually people still have flutes." Speaking of this, he thought to himself, "Moreover, there is no such thing as a flute made of iron. When played it can't even play like a flute, this kind of teacher, no wonder students run to demand special care." On the spaceship, he arrogantly took out a piece of jade pendant and immediately crushed it. Truk Lam saw this and quickly shouted, "Senior brother, this is the sacred land summoning jade pendant, which can alarm the sect master and all the elders." Arrogantly looking at the broken jade pendant on the top hand, gritted his teeth and said, "2 supreme beings, one died and the other went crazy, isn't that serious enough?" Then he opened his hand, a stream of blue smoke emitted from the fragments and flew straight up. This stream of smoke gathered into an illusory image of a person and then raised his voice to ask, what was going on? Haman immediately knelt down, clasped his hands and said, reporting to the elder, Nam Fan, Tu Lang, 2 criminals escaped from the sect. The sect teamed up with others to kill the Supreme Iron Emperor, and the Supreme Stone also disappeared. I begged the old Tai Tian Strong to immediately come to his aid and kill the traitor to get revenge. The Phantom Elder's shadow heard this and said in a low voice that he already knew, then gradually disappeared. In the 3 Absolute Holy Land, the elders are constantly discussing, Sect Master, such a powerful force, do we really have to avenge the Supreme Being? Before clarifying the story, directly, is it too early to declare war? The sect leader sitting on the side heard that, laughed a few times and then said in a harsh voice, did those 2 trash people die at the foot of Tianjli Mountain? I remember, the Immortal Torch platform in Tianjli Mountain area is about to open. At the foot of Tianjli Mountain, the ancestral hall has countless treasures left by its predecessors. Looking at the new calligraphy hanging in front of the gate, Hoa Ling he immediately praised, thinking and studying, how domineering, how eloquent. The old sect master Vu Kai Tui also nodded and said, just looking at it at a glance, well, I felt an unimaginable aura. If the sword cultivator reaches this place, I'm afraid I can comprehend the infinite swordsmanship from this calligraphy. After admiring the calligraphy for a moment, Mo Tian-dung immediately stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Senior, we Mo Tian-din came to comfort you." A voice immediately rang out inside, "Come in here." As soon as the three of them stepped inside, what caught their eyes was the sight of Li Fam lying under the peach tree. On both sides were Nam Fan and Tu Lang, one learning to play the piano, the other learning to draw. Seeing him enter, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up, waved his hand and said, "Come sit here, have you been doing well lately?" Old sect leader Vu Kai Tui immediately respectfully replied, "Thanks to the senior's grace, everything is fine." Hearing this, Li Feng immediately asked, "This time everyone came here probably related to the matter that you people. La Min wants to do it right." Hoa Ling he nodded slightly and then cautiously asked, "Senior, I wonder if you have any suggestions this time?" Li Feng raised his hand to stroke his chin, thought for a moment and then said, "No, everyone just keep calm, don't worry too much, these things are not worth anything. But if everyone has come here, I will give you 2 more things." Having said that, he thought to himself, the last time he gave the Luomin 10,000 and dragon gathering toys, it was estimated that they had organized an exhibition, auctioned things, and so on. Now it looks like that painting exhibition is about to start, so I'll give them a helping hand. Li Feng immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Where's the paper, where's the ink?" There was enough paper and ink. Just a moment later, a mural of the fairy palace appeared before everyone's eyes. Li Feng put his pen back and said, "This time, you just bring this letter and painting. If this time they want to show it for everyone to see, then feel free to let people see what is the real word, what is the real painting." Hearing Li Feng say that, Hoa Ling he immediately exclaimed, "With these 2 treasures of our predecessors, no matter how dangerous the Tianjili mountain range is, we don't need to be afraid anymore." After saying that, she turned to the Tomb of Heaven, stopped and said, "That's great, let's go quickly to support the 2 holy places of Tai Din and Tu Duong." In the mountains of grief, smoke and dust covered everywhere, a sharp sword stabbed straight into the ground. Supreme La Min sat down to one side, breathed heavily and then asked, "How is Dao brother?" Supreme Hong Xuan stood on the opposite side and breathed a sigh of relief, then said with relief, "Sacrificing the Holy Land's fairy weapon, and finally stabilizing the situation. The days of marching into the mountains were miserable, causing the coalition army of our 2 holy places have lost too much." Hearing this, Supreme La Min immediately nodded and continued, "That's right, and after the collapse of the mountains, many dangers no longer existed, but there are a few remaining parts that still make people afraid." At this moment, the sword in Luo Min Supreme's hand moved slightly. He cried out in panic, the quasi-immortal weapon moved. "What is that?" Leading a group of disciples behind, Supreme Hong Xuan said seriously, "Dao brother, perhaps we," without letting you finish your sentence, Supreme Luo Min interrupted, "Almost coming, passing through this area, is possible to get there." The ancient gate of the immortal palace gradually appeared before everyone. In the distance, there was a Taoist riding a cloud flying away while raising his voice, ascending the fairy platform. The old man finally arrived. The 2 supreme beings standing in the distance saw this and quickly shouted, confused, "No way." But at this time there was no time. From the direction of the eternal gate, a column of extremely strong spiritual energy suddenly shot out and hit the Taoist straight. He had no time to react, and the spiritual energy flow passed straight through him, in so much pain that he cried out. His whole body was immediately torn apart. He only had time to scream for help and then completely fell silent. When the people around saw this scene, they were talking loudly. It was the light of the immortal path, the supreme tomb. The supreme Tu Duong Saint Master of Yuan Duong stood in the distance and frowned and said, "The following coalition army can no longer enter, this place only the supreme can enter, and the immortal light of the tribulation in front of him is the realm. The biggest challenge, even if it's just a little short of perfection, will be turned into a basin of clay by the light of the fairy path, returning to the earth. We've come here, we can't give up halfway. The light of the fairy path is a test, for the supreme being, only by enduring a ray of light can one ascend to the immortal platform and enter the immortal realm." The great Dean Holy Master Ling Zhao, standing next to him, also nodded and exclaimed, "Otherwise, in the end, also useless." The 2 supremes had just said this when a stream of black smoke suddenly came out of nowhere and flew straight past the 2 of them. This roll of black smoke laughed loudly for a few times and then gathered into a vortex. Supreme Being Duong Duong realized this. He was startled and exclaimed, "It was an evil god." Ling Zhao Supreme looked straight ahead, eyes widened and shouted, "Immortal path is pure. You as an evil god also want to become an immortal." The evil god entered the dead body of that Taoist. Its eyes were red as blood. It opened its sharp teeth and said contemptuously, "A bunch of trash also wanted to steal the opportunity to become a god. Today now, This seat will complete it for you, using the supreme path, attracting countless immortal light, paving the way for this seat to step on. The evil god said so, then immediately released his power. A thick black smoke gathered right above his head. He shouted loudly. Immediately, the evil god grew 2 heads and 6 arms around his body. He held all kinds of weapons in his hands. He cleared his throat and continued to scream. Looking at the horrifying scene in front of them, the 2 people, Uwin Duong and Supreme Ling Jiao, turned to each other in horror and said, "Does he want to swallow us?" Supreme Ling Jiao immediately sat down cross-legged. He raised his hand to create a magic formation. Behind him immediately appeared a glowing magic array. He shouted 4 words, Tai Din Tan Ban. The supreme beings behind saw this and immediately raised their hands to release all their power to help the Holy Master. Supreme Ling Jiao looked at the evil god and said coldly, "Today, all the supremes of the southern region are gathered here. How can you be so arrogant?" Waiting for a while without seeing the evil god make a move, Supreme Spirit Ling Jiao realized something was wrong, quickly shouted, "It's gone, we are being used by the evil god." The supreme being at the side also nodded. Words, "He forced us to take action to attract the light of the immortal path, destroy us, and at the same time, he had the opportunity to step up to the immortal stage." The evil god on the opposite side heard these words and happily opened his mouth and burst into laughter. The black smoke that gathered above his head immediately roared out and rushed forward. The evil god shouted coldly, "Enjoy death." The 2 supreme holy masters looked at the scene in front of them and immediately gathered together. The supreme saint asked, "Dao brother, what should we do?" The supreme holy master said seriously, "Today, there must be this calamity, there is no way to avoid it, okay?" Just when the situation was critical, Hoa Linghe brought the wooden house that Li Fam gave her. She quickly raised her hand. A towering palace appeared in front of everyone. Hoa Linghe quickly shouted loudly, "All nobles, please enter the palace." The supreme beings quickly entered the fairy palace. Looking at the clouds and smoke circling there, the supreme being Duong Duong could not help but exclaim, "What kind of palace is this? Why do I feel like I am so small?" So, the supreme Ling Jiao who was next to him also said in confusion, "Containing the principles of immortality, in addition to the principles of fire everywhere, could this be a fairy weapon?" Having just said this, a beam of heavenly light roared towards the fairy palace, but before it could hit, it was shattered by a layer of barrier. Seeing this scene, the supreme Duong Duong cried out in horror, "What kind of treasure is this? It can block the light of the immortal path." The spiritual supreme also stammered behind him, "What a miracle, truly, a true fairy." At this moment, Hoa Linghe stepped forward, clasped his hands and respectfully shouted, "Everyone, the light is broken, we can go out and kill the evil god." Waiting for everyone to go out, Hoa Linghe immediately took back the fairy palace. Supreme Yuan Duong was beside him smiling and appreciative. He had long heard that there was a supreme being behind Fire Nation's back. Now he saw it and it was true. "That's it." The supreme spirit next to him asked a little cautiously, daring to ask the lady, "Has this supreme being become an immortal? Become a fairy?" Hong Xuan and Luo Min Supreme, who were listening to this, all had the same thought. What kind of fairy? This person can kill the so-called fairy without even taking action. While talking about this, a woman named Kuang Tuat gently walked up to the fire spirit and hesitantly asked, "Miss, where did your temple come from? Can I borrow it?" As soon as Kuang Tuat stepped forward, the 2 supreme beings Uwin Duong and Ling Jiao were both stunned. This person's aura was so terrifying. It should be above the supreme. The feeling was not inferior to that of an evil god. It was just right, fairy. On the side, Supreme Luo Min quickly stepped forward and whispered to Hoa Linghe, "No, this is a fairy weapon, cannot be given casually." Hoa Linghe heard it was reasonable. She held the wooden house tightly, small in hand, cautiously said, "This thing was given to me by a senior." Before she could finish her sentence, Kuang Tuat interrupted her and said, "Don't worry, I don't have the guts to offend the owner of this object yet." Hearing these words, Hoa Linghe suddenly believed and brought the small building in front of Kuang Tuat. Kuang Tuat glanced once, then turned around and walked up the stairs leading to the immortal palace. As she walked, she exclaimed, "Wow, this kind of fairyland is truly admirable. Going to the immortal platform has a great opportunity, but there is also a great danger. I wanted to dissuade everyone, but if there was a master to protect me, it seems that there would be no mistakes. If there is a chance, after becoming an immortal, we'll come to visit the owner of this divine palace." Having said this, Kuang Tuat turned around to look at the evil god who was about to step through the gate of the Eternal Lantern Immortal stage. She coldly shouted, "The light of the immortal path has disappeared. Now we can get closer. We can also have the opportunity of immortality." "Evil god, Today I am serving the command of Senior Lee, that is, the mysterious world, to eliminate your disaster. When the evil god heard this sentence, he glanced back slightly and replied with disdain, I am only one step away from becoming an immortal, who can stop me? Kuang Tuat faintly said, don't you know anything about that senior's strength? The evil god didn't pay any attention. He swung his 8 arms up behind him. Around his body began to radiate a powerful stream of fairy energy. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly, I don't care, I have ascended to the immortal platform, I will become a fairy. Could it be that he can even cut down fairies? Ha ha ha. The spiritual power in this person's body is being transformed into immortal power. Seeing this scene, the supreme Duong Duong cried out in horror, the immortal path can purify everything. He is becoming an immortal. Kuang Tuyat's body was also gradually being covered by a thick layer of fairy energy. She slightly bowed her head, looked towards Hoa Linghe and said, Miss, I am Kuang Tuat, please pass on the message to that senior, I am willing to serve you. The supreme beings below witnessed this scene and immediately flew up towards the immortal palace. Loud calls and small calls kept echoing. All the evil gods had become immortals. The fairy road was opening. Actually, this is the greatest opportunity for thousands of years. In the end, God has not disappointed me. Mo Tiandong and Hoa Linghe saw this scene and were also stunned on the spot. Mo Tiandong behind them asked worriedly, Sister, what should we do now? The evil gods have all become fairies. Hoa Linghe frowned, tighten your eyebrows, softly reassure, trust your predecessors, even if you become an immortal, there's nothing to fear. High above, the evil god with 2 heads is gradually transforming into the appearance of a fairy. He happily shouts loudly, this one is about to become a fairy. The spirit of immortality is flowing through him. Just a moment later, this evil god had completely become a true fairy. He sat cross-legged on a cloud, dropped a fishing rod below, and seemed to be excited. The fish was hooked. It was time to collect the rod, again. As soon as the speech ended, a powerful stream of spiritual light followed the wave of the evil god's hand and shot straight out. The evil god's eyes glowed as if waiting for something. On the other side, Kuang Tuat was attacked by the aura. It wrapped tightly around her body, causing her to painfully squirt out a mouthful of blood. Kuang Tuat tried to suppress the pain, raised her eyes to look at the evil god, full of anger, cried out in anger, this is not a chance at all, this is a trap. The immortal platform was arranged by the fairy world. If you act like this, aren't you afraid of punishment from the fairy world? Hearing that, the evil god burst out laughing dangerously. He didn't say anything, he immediately raised his hand and struck out a palm towards Kuang Tuat. Kuang Tuat quickly turned her body to avoid this move and then shouted loudly, blood flowing through the sky. At this moment, a gentle halo of light gradually gathered, the illusory image of the fairy realm appeared behind the evil god, and said in a cold voice, who would have alarmed the lower world immortal platform? Kuang Tuat heard this and quickly shouted, this person created a deadly trap at the fairy lantern, plotting to harm me, please preside over justice. Hearing this, the fairy domain frowned and asked, who are you? Setting up a trap to kill people at Dang Tian Dai, are you trying to provoke the fairy domain? Hearing that, the evil god didn't say a word, he rushed forward and shouted contemptuously, he was just a nameless little pawn, worthy of representing the fairyland, a small shadow of a fairy dared to be so arrogant. He rushed forward at extremely fast speed, waved his hand and punched the illusory fairyland in front of him, and when he finished, he retracted his hand and scolded contemptuously, my true fairy is here, no matter how many shadows there are, if you're not my immortal's opponent, you small fry have any tricks you can use. Kuang Tuat, who was on the side, heard these words and shouted angrily, oh my god, why did this evil person become a fairy? My southern domain's foundation has collapsed from here, the fairy domain and assassins have both appeared, he hasn't made a move yet, Senior Lee, prepare quickly. On the other side, Hoa Linghe reacted very quickly, she took a stance ready to fight, then thought to herself, I thought the senior wanted to kill the evil god, now I understand that the senior's goal is actually the fairy core. A series of scrolls were released by the fire spirit child, surrounding the position where the evil god was standing. Seeing this scene, his eyes immediately shrank, extremely terrified. High in the sky, a powerful stream of sword energy slashed straight down below the altar. The evil god was so scared that he couldn't close his mouth. He cried out in panic, oh, the sword energy is so strong, why is that happening? Before he could finish his sentence, the fire spirit child from behind suddenly shouted loudly, he didn't even kneel down, welcoming Senior Lee's sword. What evil god would do such a thing? He turned his head and angrily said, I am a true fairy, who forced me to kneel? Before he could finish his sentence, the pressure of the sword's energy thundered down. The evil god was completely unable to resist. His knees fell straight to the tiled floor. The steps leading up to the ferry platform under his feet also cracked. Smoke and dust everywhere. The evil god couldn't keep up. He could only scream in pain. Waiting for the smoke and dust to clear, in the position where the evil god had just stood, Li Feng's sword was standing there. But the evil gods are now gradually disappearing into nothingness. Kuang Tuat witnessed this scene and shouted happily. As soon as the sword fell, the evil god was gone. In the southern border immortal region, a bloody battle is breaking out. A man stuck the sword in his hand into the ground, breathing heavily and exclaiming, "No immortal king was willing to support the southern border. The people of the southern border fairyland were about to become the devil's food, but those high-ranking immortal kings in the sky did not pay any attention to us, just because that year, a sword-doing immortal king of my southern region defeated them all." Looking at the enemy army and horses in front of him, this man helplessly said, "Immortal king, why aren't you back yet?" Unable to wait any longer, the man immediately gritted his teeth and shouted to kill. But before they could act, a powerful spiritual force from afar hit straight through the enemy's crowd, causing them to break up and die like crazy. When the man saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed with joy, "I'm saved, Fairy King, is it you? It's true that you still haven't given up on your people." At this time, at the Dang Tian stage, Hoa Linghe raised her hand to take back the painting scroll and said without too much delay, "Immortals are pouring blood, immortals are bowing cards, this is Senior Li's handwriting." As soon as they saw her, the supreme beings immediately bowed their heads respectfully and shouted, "They worship the goddess." Hoa Linghe smiled slightly and said softly, "Please stand up, this is all the writing style of Li Tian, Senior, I only work for Senior Li." Kuang Tuat stood to the side and couldn't help but praise, "True immortal Fu Chao, sword to break through the southern region, what kind of arrogance is this?" No need to think too much anymore. Kuang Tuat immediately turned to Fire Linghe and said, "Goddess, can you take me to see my predecessor?" Luo Min Supreme also spoke next to me, "Goddess, if you can, I also want to consult with my seniors." Hearing these words, Fire Spirit Child thought to herself, the owners of this holy place and that girl are all quasi-fairies. She hesitantly turned her head to ask Tian Deng's grave, "What do you think of this?" Tian Deng's sister, Tian, stopped thinking for a moment and then said, "Senior likes quiet, likes to live an ordinary life. I think, he doesn't want to be bothered. But we can ask Senior Li's opinion first." The two holy masters of Supreme Being Duang Duang and Supreme Being of Ling Jiao heard that and agreed to say, "Of course, what kind of person is that Senior? We can wait." Having said that, Supreme Duang Duang pulled out a small porcelain vase and said cautiously, "The two holy envoys, on earth are the blood of true immortals, they are peerless treasures, can we collect some?" Hearing this, Fire Spirit Child immediately said, "You guys are welcome." Supreme Master Wei Duang happily said, "Thank you." As he passed by Kuang Tuat, he hesitantly asked, "This Senior, don't you want to take some?" Ling Jiao Supreme also nodded and said, that's right, money, if you use true immortal blood to refine, you may not be able to directly become an immortal." Kuang Tuat shook her head slightly and calmly said, "I have seen the true path of immortality, the remaining paths are dust." At this moment, two beams of light shot past in the sky. The supreme beings below immediately shouted, "Look quickly, what is that?" Supreme Master Yuan and Supreme Master Ling Jiao also raised their eyes to look up, full of caution, and said, "What is that? Quickly protect the clear messengers." Waiting until these two lights approached, Supreme Ling Jiao cried out incredulously, "It was the three absolute Luten pen." At the side, Supreme Yuan Duang spoke seriously, "Legend has it that after the three great immortals, after becoming an immortal, he still did not bring his immortal energy into the fairy realm, but left the mysterious world to wait for the next life." When Kuang Tuat heard that, she was somewhat thoughtful. After a moment, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "No wonder the three absolute holy lands of Central Continent wanted to raise troops to the southern region. It turns out that's the case." At this time in a distant forest, a black crow was perched on a flagpole. It opened its mouth and let out a terrifying sound. An entire army was roaring forward. One person leisurely sat on the back of a giant black crow, asking in a cold voice, "I have come to take revenge on the three absolute holy lands, the two most revered ones. Thatch Tai, are those bandits in front?" A soldier heard this and came forward to report, "Sect Master, the two supreme leaders who killed Tiat Nam and Thatch Tai are transforming in the small village ahead." In front of the house gate, Li Feng still hangs the calligraphy he wrote. Hoa Linghe and Mo Tian Deng led several nobles here and stopped at the gate. Looking at the calligraphy in front of them, Kuang Tuat immediately exclaimed, thinking about it and learning. There is a completely different meaning hidden in these 3 words. Think and learn. Think but don't learn. You will lose and one sword will overwhelm the peerless world. Mo Tian stopped moving forward, raised his hand to knock on the gate and then raised his voice to ask if Senior Li was there. Li Fan was practicing piano and painting in the yard with his 2 disciples Nam Fan and Tu Lang. When he heard someone calling, he waved and replied, yes, come in. Hoa Ling He and Mo Tian stopped walking in first. As soon as they saw him, Li Fan immediately stood up and asked, how's it going? Is everything still going well? Asking like that, he secretly thought, I have my own painting. I want to coming to this large-scale exhibition. Perhaps the auction price was not bad. Hoa Ling He and Mo Tian stopped walking quickly, then bowed low and respectfully replied, thank you seniors for rewarding calligraphy and painting. Everything went smoothly. In addition, we also received 2 items, specially brought back for our seniors. Seeing the item in Hoa Ling He's hand, Nam Fan suddenly gasped in surprise. Hearing that, Li Fan immediately turned around and asked, what's wrong? Do you know him? Tu Lang stood behind his sister, muttering in a low voice, the master's guitar and pen. Nam Fan stood in front, slightly bowing his head to explain clearly, everything happened thousands of years ago. After the founder left, we were always looking for this guitar and pen. We searched for many years in the Holy Land but still couldn't find it. Hearing that, Li Feng nodded and said, it turns out it's an antique over 1,000 years old. Wow, it must be very valuable. While he said that, in his heart he thought to himself, looks like your business is a mess. Ling He has already started to make money, and even specially found antiques to give to her. Thinking like that, Li Feng immediately cleared his throat and said, if that's the case then, thank you both very much. Nam Fan, Tu Lang, if these 2 items are destined for you too, then you too can take them. Speaking of this, Li Feng, I hate to think that even though it is an antique that is more than 1,000 years old, in this situation, it is simply too normal. And on the other side, after hearing these words, the 2 sisters of Nam Fan Tu Lang couldn't believe it, exclaimed, give it to us. This is a fairy weapon, you are too generous. Having said that, these 2 women quickly accepted the 2 items and shouted with joy, thank you very much. Seeing that this matter had been resolved, Mo Tian stopped looking at Li Fan, hesitantly said, that's right, senior, there are a few people outside who also participated in this matter. They wanted to come and pay their respects to you, but they didn't know you. Would you agree to welcome them? Hearing her say that, Li Fan was a bit surprised and thought to himself, it seems that this time giving calligraphy and painting to Hoa Ling He, it will definitely attract a certain amount of attention at the meeting. The art exhibition is here. This is considered popular, right? Thinking so, he nodded and said, then let's invite them in here. Receiving the agreement, Mo Tian Din immediately headed towards the gate and shouted, the 3 of them. Senior Li agreed to meet everyone. As soon as these words came out, Kuang Tuat led the 2 supremes and entered inside. As soon as she entered, looking at the scenery here, Kuang Tuat couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, Immortal Path, Supreme Fairy Path, this is the place. Supreme Yuan Yang and Supreme Ling Zhao are completely opposite. The 2 of them were a little scared and whispered. The aura was so terrible, it seemed like everywhere was filled with a terrifying existence. They just looked like an ant. This place hides so much. At this moment, Kuang Tuat suddenly knelt down under the mortal truth. This action made him startled. He quickly jumped to the side and shouted, Miss, what are you doing? After saying that, he thought in horror, what's the plot? Why did they kneel as soon as they met? Calligraphy fans are really overacting. Before the shock could pass, the 2 supreme beings Wen Duong and Supreme Ling Zhao also knelt down one after another. Supreme Wen Duong bowed his head and said, Senior has contributed to creating creation. Here is a calligraphy for me. Knelt down to worship. Now I can see my predecessor die without regrets. Li Fan heard that and immediately waved his hand and said, the 3 of you are too respectful, but I only mastered a little monk. How dare I accept this courtesy? Quickly stand up. And on the side, seeing this scene, 2 people, Hoa Ling He and Mo Tian Dung, quickly covered their mouths. Both of them had the same thought. These 3 people are related. Fate is the darkest cloud of the entire mysterious world. One is a quasi-immortal, the other 2 are holy masters. After listening to the words, Kuang Tuat still did not dare to raise her head. She turned to Li Feng and cautiously asked, Money, senior, can I follow you and listen to your instructions? Li Feng heard it. At these words, I was startled and thought, why is there another monk? I don't have this hobby. While deep in thought, Mo Tian Dung suddenly approached, leaned into Li Feng's ear and said, Senior, this time it was fortunate that she helped, hoping to receive guidance from Senior. She even gave up. A great chance. It seems that this is also an idiot. Li Fan has made his own decision. He nodded slightly at Mo Tian Dung and then turned to Kuang Tuat. Temporarily I will not accept any more disciples, but your thoughts are steadfast. I can answer more or less for you what you want to ask. Hearing that, Kuang Tuat was stunned and thought, what a precious opportunity to be able to hear this person's answer. What should I ask? What should I ask? I must think carefully. Seeing this girl suddenly trembling, Li Feng immediately reached out and patted her shoulder a few times to reassure her, no need to be nervous. Meeting each other means having a relationship, just ask if you want to ask. After saying that, Li Feng, I thought to myself, that year I also had this kind of mood when I went to school. Suppose I wanted to ask the teacher something, afraid that the teacher would think I was stupid. No one expected that after thinking for a long time, Kuang Tuat would ask a question, Senior, what is a fairy? Hearing this question, Li Feng clenched his hands, somewhat puzzled, thinking, fairy, I'm not a cultivator. The other person asked this clearly from the realm on the painting. Suddenly, the space around Li Feng's small garden suddenly fell silent, not a single sound came out, everyone was waiting for his answer. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng opened his eyes, smiled and replied, fairies are sentient beings, a blade of grass, a grain of sand, a cicada, all are fairies, ordinary people can see them with their naked eyes, everything must be the same, is ordinary, but the real supernatural, the real fairy, is hidden in the ordinary. If you want to understand what is white, you must first understand what is black. If you want to understand what is true, you must understand what is true. What is wrong? If you want to understand what is immortal, you must understand what is normal. The more Kuang Tuat listened, the more frightened she became. She softly said, is this the reason why the senior hid himself in this world? Having said that, Kuang Tuat secretly thought, after she became a quasi-fairy, she always hid. I'm waiting in the mysterious ice for the opportunity to become an immortal, thinking that only then can I nurture the immortal heart of ice and jade. Have I been on the wrong path all this time? If I want to understand what whiteness is, then first of all, you must understand what black is. If you want to understand what is fairy, you must understand what is ordinary. Thinking silently for a while, Kuang Tuat suddenly raised her head to the sky and breathed out a confused sigh, as if she had understood. At this time, Li Feng's voice still rang out. This was always the reason why I always told Tu Lang to paint eggs, whether it was calligraphy or painting. Only when one can see through the laws of things can one enter the world. Dao. Kuang Tuat heard this and immediately bowed down and respectfully shouted. My senior pointed out. Li Feng waved his hand and shook his head and said, it's just a small matter not worth mentioning. Everyone stopped standing. How clever. Today in my garden, there are a few peaches that have just ripened, so I'll take them and treat you all. As soon as he heard the words ripe peaches, Supreme Being Duong couldn't believe it and looked up at the peach tree, stuttering and saying, this peach tree is a treat for us. Peach tree, is this a peach tree? Such a precious thing, only in the fairyland exists. I have the opportunity to enjoy it. Hearing you say this, even Kuang Tuat's eyes widened and stopped in one place. Behind him, the Supreme Spirit seemed to see something, quickly shouted, looking behind him. Kuang Tuat was startled and turned her head to look, only to see that everyone had already taken their seats. Seeing that, she quickly shouted, don't hurry up and sit at the table. Not long after, Li Feng brought out a large tray of peaches. He looked at the people in front of him, smiled and said, this is a peach tree I personally planted. This year is the first time the results have come out. I don't know how it tastes, please enjoy. Everyone took the peaches and kept saying, thank you to Li Feng. Li Feng smiled and waved his hand and said, it's just a plate of peaches. Can't wait anymore. Everyone started to enjoy the peach tree planted by a character like this. Whether the flesh of the fruit, no, the peel of the fruit is spread outside. It can cause earth-shattering consequences. God. After eating all the peaches, Supreme Wei and Duong excitedly turned to Supreme Ling Jiao and said, fellow Taoist, I am already a quasi-immortal. Supreme Ling Jiao also nodded happily and replied, me too. Sincere, Supreme to quasi-immortal, we have finally overcome this matter. We also have to thank the warm blessings that predecessor Li gave us. The destiny flows, the spirit of the immortal spirit transforms into morality. No, at this time the senior is. The two talked about this, then curiously turned to Kuang Tuat, only to see sparkling light flowing around her body. She had become a fairy. The two quasi-fairies looked for a while and then silently exclaimed, they were fairies. It's been thousands of years since a fairy appeared in the mysterious world. He randomly gave me a peach table and turned into an immortal, a senior. What a great skill. At this time, Li Feng was standing under the peach table when suddenly he heard footsteps walking towards him. Li Feng quickly turned around. Before she could say anything, she saw Kuang Tuat kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and shouting, this great kindness from Senior Li, Kuang Tuat will never forget. Li Feng couldn't accept this bow, so he quickly helped him stand up and said, "It's just a few peaches, it's nothing big, get up quickly." Ling Tio cautiously asked from behind, "Senior, what's wrong? This is over, I don't know if you have any further instructions." Wu Wenduang also nodded to continue. "Even if it's up to the mountain of knives or down to the sea of fire, as long as you give me the order, I will definitely not refuse." Li Feng heard these words and scratched his head shyly and said, "Everyone has been polite, there will still be many similar things in the future, this is just the beginning, everyone should take care of it so much that it will be fine. That's it," he thought to himself. Mo Tiandong is really miserable, about to be miserable to the point of becoming a beggar. Hoa Linghe's life is miserable, he really can't help but look at them like that. Can he help? Just help. On the opposite side, after listening to Li Feng's words, Ling Xiu secretly pondered, there were still many similar incidents. Could it be that this time the planning of countless supreme beings in the southern region, the quasi-immortal incident would still happen again? It seems like that. Senior Li's chess game is not over yet. He told us that if we encounter such things in the future, we must promptly contact the Saintess Mo Tiandin and the others. At this moment, there was a movement outside. Ling Zhao was startled and turned around to look outside, feeling for a moment and then said, "A group of people with no future in the three absolute holy land had arrived." Li Feng was a bit unhappy when he heard that. He said with a dark face, "That Art Lovers Association is coming again, so unwilling to give up. This group of three absolute holy lands is really quite troublesome." Li Fan sighed and thought, "Nam Fan, Tu Lang, two potential students are about to be taken away. I can understand why they are angry, but every time, once or twice, and then I don't know when it will stop." Seeing this attitude of Li Fan, Nam Fan held his guitar and stood to one side, sweating and silently exclaiming, "What a trouble, Senior Li, if you say something like that, the three absolute holy land is about to face great disaster." At this moment, Kuang Tuat suddenly took a step forward and said softly, "Senior, let me chase these flies away for you." Hearing this sentence, Li Fan slightly frowned and thought, Kuang Tuat and the others were magical. No matter what, there are some industries outside, the relationship will probably be a bit broader, taking charge of it might be a bit easier. Thinking like that, he took a breath and nodded, replied, "Okay, then it's troublesome. Li Mo really doesn't want to see these people anymore." Standing behind, Tu Lang turned to Nam Fan in fear and said, "Sister, why is the Holy Land so confusing?" Nam Fan shook his head slightly, his face turned pale and said, "Tam Absolute Holy Land, it's over." Outside the door, the people of the three Absolute Holy Lands formed a powerful army. The sect leader, Venerable Lin Tan, clenched his fists and stepped forward, shouting loudly, asking the thief to quickly die. Wu Wenduang and Ling Xiu were the first two people to go out. As soon as they saw the two of them, the leader Lin Tan immediately curled his lips and said, "They turned out to be two spiritual brothers. Wu Wenduang, I haven't seen each other for a long time." Ling Xiu heard that, angrily scolded, "Who is your Taoist brother?" Wu Wenduang, who was next to him, also shouted in a cold voice, "Are you guys worthy of being the two of us? In honor of our past acquaintance, now you demand all of our will." The Holy Land worshipper abandoned his cultivation and knelt down to ask for forgiveness. Maybe he could still protect a few seedlings for the Holy Land. Hearing that, Lin Tan's elder did not get angry at all. He smiled and calmly said, "You two brothers, aren't you related to the thieves and robbers of my holy land, or are you here for the fairy weapon of our three great ancestors?" Hearing these words, Ling Xiu burst out laughing a few times, full of disdain. "You monkey fairy, you have made a big mistake, you are really stupid. The elder of the city, you are plotting to rob him. It's okay to set up traps at Dang Tian Dai, but you shouldn't have used that senior as an excuse today. Today you even said disrespectful words to the seniors here. Then don't blame me. How can we destroy your holy land?" When Lin Tan's elder heard the word senior, he was startled and thought, if two great holy masters can be called seniors, could it be that the southern region still has a living monster like a leech? Thinking like that, the elder Lin Tan was not afraid at all. He spread out his arms, flew high, laughed loudly and said, opening his mouth, "He wanted to destroy my three absolute holy lands. What do you two use to destroy them? Here, I'm about to become a quasi-fairy, who can compete with me in the mystical world." Seeing him say that, Ling Xiu faintly said, "No wonder you came here so eloquently from Central Continent. It turns out that you have almost reached the level of immortality. Urgently need the guitar and pen." Wu Wenduang scolded next to him, truly arrogant and arrogant. After both of them spoke, they also flew up high, standing opposite the elder Lin Tan. Ling Zhao spoke neither too fast nor too slow. "It's so embarrassing. I just broke through a small realm." Wu Wenduang also said, "Me too." Hearing these words, the elder Lin Tan was startled and asked in doubt, Quasi-immortal, how can two people become quasi-immortals? Clearly I am the strongest holy master in the world. Supernatural is not at all possible. Many words, he calmly said, receiving the favor from that senior. The two of us easily walked to the standard. Uwin Duong next to him was a little angry and said in a harsh voice, you must know, Nam Fan and Tu Lang, two girls who were originally noticed by that senior, accepted them as sad siblings. This is the level of fairy fate? Come on, the two of us must have admired it, but as a result, you did the opposite, considering the two disciples of immeasurable potential as disobedience, and even disrespected that senior. Hearing this, the elder of Lin Tan sweated profusely. He clenched his teeth and thought, no, I have been scheming all my life, how can I accept total collapse? He immediately raised his hand high, his body burst with spiritual energy, gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe, today, God stops killing God, Buddha stops killing Buddha, even if you two are quasi-immortals, you can't stop me. The spiritual light on the elder Lin Tan's body flowed out like a stream. Ling Xiu and Duan Duong on the opposite side had to cover their eyes with their hands. Uwin Duong asked, is that a fairy weapon? Ling Xiu shook his head and said, no, there's still a little more left, it's just a fairy. A fairy pen appeared in the hand of elder Lin Tan. He held the pen tightly in his hand, rushed towards Ling Tio and Uwin Duong and shouted the word kill. But before he could do anything, a hand reached out from somewhere, flicked the elder Lin Tan's head very hard, and said in a cold, insolent voice. Elder Lin Tan was hit by that snap and fell straight to the ground, making a loud noise of smoke and dust. Kuang Tuat retracted her hand and said softly, for this type of person, just kill him directly, there's no need to waste words, the senior said, this sect no longer needs to exist in the world, spiritual and profound. Hearing that, Duong quickly nodded and replied that we understood. Lin Tan's elder fell to the ground, both in pain and in terror, stammering, immortal, also obeying the orders of that senior. Who is this person? Refusing to give up, elder Lin Tan used some of his strength to pick up the fairy pen, wrote a few words on the ground and mumbled, no, the three absolute holy lands cannot perish in my hands. I can become a sinner of the three absolute holy lands, the 9th generation holy master of the three absolute holy lands, the eldest of the entire city. I pray to the patriarch to come and protect my holy land. As soon as these words ended, a blinding light suddenly appeared in front of him. The three great immortals slowly appeared, looked at the scene in front of them and asked in a cold voice, after flying for thousands of years, leaving behind a legacy for the lower world, could they finally let people destroy them? The person who had just appeared, the elder of Lin Tan, was lying in a pool of blood, laughing happily and shouting, my sect's ancestors are here. Who can destroy the three absolute holy lands? Who can destroy the three absolute holy lands? Ha ha. The disciples behind also quickly knelt down, respectfully chanting, Patriarch is still alive, the three absolute holy lands are eternal. Up high, Kuang Tuat propped up her hands and said faintly, today's matter, even the real body is useless, let alone just a clone. The three great immortals looked at Kuang Tuat, not too quickly or too slowly to ask, never thought that after I entered the fairyland for thousands of years, there would be someone who became an immortal, finally no longer so lonely, just that is, why did he chase and kill him? Kuang Tuat did not hesitate at all, calmly said, he caused great disaster to the three absolute holy land. Hearing her say that, the elder Lin Tan hurriedly shouted, Patriarch, before he could say anything, the third great immortal interrupted him, speaking coldly, so that's it, no need to say more. He turned to Kuang Tuat again and said curiously, originally thinking of leaving two immortal weapons in the mysterious world to wait for descendants, but he didn't expect to cause such a big storm. I'm very curious, the person behind you, what is the background like? Kuang Tuat shook her head and replied, neither you nor I have the right to ask. The three great immortals heard that and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, the real body in the fairy realm is considered to have roamed the sky, even if it is a mortal expert in the fairy realm, it is not necessarily qualified to say such things. I want to see what the background is like. Feeling that this was too arrogant, Ling Zhao angrily shouted, you dare to spy on your senior, Fairy Kuang Tuat, please stop him. Kuang Tuat shook her head, she closed her eyes, slowly said, no need, if Senior Li had any heart, by the time he looked at you he would have already died. Don't forget, two of Senior Li's disciples, in a certain sense, still has some relationship with the three greats. Uwin Duong behind also agreed, yes, he thought with some horror, is this the view of an immortal? Sure enough, I can't reach it. Without saying much more, Kuang Tuat immediately took the three absolute immortals to Li Feng's stone house. Looking at the calligraphy hanging at the gate, the three great immortals couldn't believe it and thought to themselves, how is this possible? Think about it and learn. Each stroke of the brush, the path is passed down. Inside is clearly entering the mysterious path. In the yard, Li Fan turned around and said to Nam Fan, stand up and listen to me play. Right after that, the melodious sound of the zither echoed out. As soon as he heard this sound, the Tam great immortal was suddenly startled. It was my bear zither. Why is there such a heavenly sound? So clear, obviously it's destiny. Unable to listen anymore, the three absolute immortals quickly held their heads and cried out in pain. In the distance, seeing this scene, the elder Lin Tan led the group of disciples to shout, Patriarch, revenge, avenge us. The three absolute saints have never suffered such humiliation before. That is disrespectful to you. You absolutely must not tolerate him. Please take action. Hearing this, the three great immortals gritted their teeth and scolded him, asking the world, who has the right to take action against this senior? Only today, the three great immortals have learned what a true great path is. It's a pity to practice. Thousands of years ago, it was nothing more than mud. Hearing him say that, Ling Xiu immediately turned to ask Kuang Tuat, what exactly did he see? Kuang Tuat shook her head slightly and said, it would be his honor to be able to worship Senior Li. His body is there. If you look at it once, perhaps your cultivation level will directly increase by 1 level. On the ground, Lin Tan's elder was lectured once and immediately bowed his head. He silently lamented, I'm gone, I'm really gone. What kind of person have I messed with to cause trouble for the three greats, already? At this time, the third immortal turned to Kuang Tuat, clasped his hands and said, this time the three absolute holy land violated. Do you have any instructions? Kuang Tuat heard this and answered honestly, I said, I never want to see the three great holy lands again. Hearing these words, the three absolute immortals immediately shouted towards the elder Lin Tan, today you have caused a great disaster. There is no way back. I will take action. You still have a chance to be reincarnated. This is a kindness. I finally give it to you. As soon as these words ended, a bright fire flared up to surround the elder Lin Tan. The third immortal looked at the person struggling in the sea of fire and continued to say, it was all because of your greed. That instrument and pen were originally left by me to wait for someone with a destiny, but you didn't know what to do. Bring the entire sect into this path. You will never be able to reincarnate. Elder Lin Tan heard this and screamed in pain. He tried to reach out and beg, Patriarch, don't. Having finished dealing with the mischief, Immortal Tam Quat clasped his hands and said to Kuang Tuat, please tell Tu Lang and Nam Fan, from now on, as long as the two of them are willing, the two of them are the masters of Tam Quet, Holy Land. Kuang Tuat nodded slightly and replied, I will tell. Upon receiving these words, the three absolute immortals felt relieved and gradually disappeared. Before completely disappearing, he sighed with some regret, it's a pity that I was born in the wrong era and had no chance to follow in his footsteps. The way such a great man learns, life is hateful. Looking at this scene, Wu Wen Duong softly said, the senior has never appeared before people before. The whole world has changed because of that. Ling Xiu nodded and continued, a powerful holy land in Central Asia just like that, but it was completely extinguished. Kuang Tuat, standing in front, heard this and reminded him, remember what the senior said, the work at the Dang Tian Dai is just the beginning. The fairy fate that the senior gave, is absolutely not to make us incompetent. The pawn also has the effect of a pawn. At the World Tree shop, several people wearing tight clothes with their heads covered were observing the tree in front of them while discussing. The world tree of this world took root in the southern region. Before Tang Xuan went there, he would take advantage of the mountains of Tianjili, use the fairy towers of the sects of that fairy domain to escape the range of the world tree, kill all the experts. Like that, the roots of the world tree will definitely be shaken. As time goes on, it will be time for us to take action. At the same time, we will take action to destroy the roots of the abyss, and the world tree will naturally reveal itself. At that time, it will be our chance, so we can get this tree. In the western desert, a Buddhist disciple looked ahead and asked in doubt, Master, the great northern god of the northern territory and the Zhuanyuan family of the eastern desert have all been destroyed. The great disaster of the mysterious world must be coming soon. When this master heard that, he shook his head slightly and said, let's go, we're almost at Loyam 2. The venerable at Loyam 2 will tell us everything. After walking for a while, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Yes, hastily exclaimed, it can't be, based on the path, it's clear that thunderstorm has arrived. Before he could finish his sentence, the disciple pointed his finger forward and raised his voice to shout. The master quickly looked. There, that was the beast statue on top of the tower of the Thunder Temple. The master heard that and immediately turned his head to look. As soon as he saw the statue there, he couldn't stand and fell to the ground. exclaiming in horror, "Thunder Buddha beast, there is only one statue like this in the whole desert, placed at the main top floor. My temple of Yin too accepts the worship of people. Could it be that Loyam too is under our feet, in this sand hill?" The two Buddhist teachers and students did not understand what was going on. They sat in one place absent-mindedly, looking at the Buddha statue in the distance. Inside the conference hall, Yuan Yang's voice rang out steadily. The great northern god in the northern territory had been destroyed. The western desert thunder was buried, no longer existed in this world. The eastern emperor Xuan was complete. The family was completely uprooted. The dragon spirit was killed. No one survived. The Taihoa Holy Land in central continent has disappeared from the mysterious world, leaving only an empty area. Brother, this matter is spiritual in the world. The person next to him heard that and immediately exclaimed, "It's gone. I didn't expect the predecessor's words to come true so quickly. Has the holy maiden of Tom Tien Din arrived yet?" As soon as he asked this, someone outside announced that the holy goddess Tom Tien Din had arrived, waiting for the two people Tien Din and Hoa Ling He to enter. Ling Tuok and Uwin Duong immediately clasped their hands in greeting. "Saintess, finally everyone." People also arrived. Hoa Ling He and Mo Tien Dung quickly responded. The two seniors were very polite. Hoa Ling He immediately got to the point. "We in the Fire Nation have also heard this news. I heard that more than 4 holy places have been destroyed." Hoa Ling He nodded seriously and replied, "That's correct, that's 12. The whole mysterious world. The Holy Land level forces are no more than 20. Now more than half have been almost destroyed." Hearing these words, the fire spirit sweated and exclaimed, he did not expect that one day the mysterious world would face such a disaster. Our southern region is probably the only pure world in this mysterious world. At this time, Uwin Duong suddenly spoke up. "I invited the two saints to come here because I wanted to ask if Senior Li had any instructions." Ling Xiu, who was next to him, also nodded and said, "Yes, thanks to Senior Li, Nam Duong was able to do so. With such peace, in reality, perhaps only Senior Li can save the entire mysterious world." Hearing this, Mo Tien Din frowned and said, "Although Senior Li has no instructions, perhaps we should also invite cultivators from other worlds to take refuge, otherwise they will all die." Fire, Ling He agreed with this opinion, said softly, "I support Tien Din's proposal, expanding the southern region, protecting the world's cultivators, perhaps not wise, but it is a righteous action, an action, noble actions. Moreover, I believe that the reason we have the protection of our predecessors is probably thanks to this kindness of Tien Din." Ling Tio and Duan Duong thought for a moment and then nodded and replied, "The two saints are right, we really shouldn't close the door, it's really worrying." In the subjective world, looking at the ancient tree in front of us burning brightly, a hooded person spoke, "What is going on? Why can't we go inside? We have killed more than half of the high-level beings of the mysterious world, and the place where the world tree was rooted should have been filled with blood. With such a situation, it is impossible for the world tree to be peaceful." "Okay." The person next to him heard that and immediately said, "It seems, the world tree of this world is much stronger. Maybe we should destroy them all directly." Hearing this sentence, the other person shook his head to refute, "That's not right. This world's level is not above the level of an immortal. There must be some problem. Why hasn't the mysterious side returned yet? Is it, what happened to the southern region?" Having just said this, a subordinate ran over, panicked and announced, "It's not good. Hidden Wein is dead." The other person heard that and shouted in surprise, "What? In the mysterious world the immortals are invincible. Not to mention if only we were true immortals and enlightened beings. What is the meaning of this story?" Lac Min heard the call and immediately stepped forward, spread out a handful of soil in his palm and reported, "I arrived at the altar of the southern region and discovered that the soil was contaminated with the blood of Hidden Wein. Based on that object, I judged, he was dead, his soul was dissipated." The other person heard this and said in doubt, "Killing people on the immortal platform. The only risk is that the fairy realm will discover the existence of the fairy realm. According to the fairies' army, we have already destroyed more than a dozen realms. It is inevitable that we will be noticed by the immortal realm. We must stop first and investigate clearly. The small fry in this world seem to be running towards the southern abyss. Ha ha, gathering in one place is more convenient for us to attack. Lac Min, take 2 people to destroy those small shrimp, contact us, Dao Master, invite him to investigate to see if there is any static in the fairyland. This world is a bit interesting." In the mountain village, outside the gate, Ho Ling He and Mo Tien Dung shouted softly. Ho Ling He and Mo Tien Dung came to pay their respects to their seniors. Li Feng heard that and immediately said, "Come in here." Seeing the 2 people entering, Li Fan smiled and asked, "How have you been lately?" Hoa Ling He took a step forward, clasped his hands and said, "Senior, in the past month, in the western and northern desert areas, natural disasters often occur in the wilderness. Many people die. Hearing that, Li Feng frowned and thought, a natural disaster. Tianjili Mountain just had an earthquake. Other places in the mysterious world have already started to have problems. This mysterious world is truly full of disasters. Thinking so, he asked, but is it the same as what happened here? Hoa Ling he nodded and replied, yes, she thought. Indeed, Senior Li had predicted it in advance. At this time, Mo Tiandong hesitated a bit and asked, Senior Li, Tiandong proposed that the two seniors Ling Xiu and Win Duang take in people in distress in different places and come to the southern region to seek refuge. Did Tiandin do anything wrong? Hearing her say that, Li Feng suddenly laughed, narrowed his eyes and said, of course it's not wrong. Maintain an honest heart, do good deeds, never be wrong. You have a very kind heart. Just save me. You can take the exam, but your strength is limited. Don't make it difficult for yourself. Seeing Li Feng, don't blame, Mo Tian stopped happily and smiled brightly. At this moment, the system rang to announce a new mission, accepting 10 disciples, and teaching them different skills, helping them make a living. After hearing this mission, Li Feng frowned. You think, are you accepting disciples again? It seems like this natural disaster is too serious. The system told me to help more people. But there are 10 disciples, teaching different skills. The things I learn are all nonsense. I can take the drawing exam. Some people recognize me, but what about the other professions? Taking care of the mother pig after giving birth, the skill of preparing vegetables and fruits, 14 iron forging techniques, only a devil would want to learn, accepting 10 disciples. The pressure is already heavy. Seeing Li Feng pensive all this time, Hoa Ling he cautiously asked, money, senior, do you have anything to advise? Li Feng did not answer. He was still immersed in his own thoughts, right in the middle of two small children. This village's own resources are limited, but Hoa Ling he and the others meet many people outside, so we can let them help us. No, in their eyes, we are a sophisticated industrial master. We have to be cautious, a little, show off some pedagogical skills. Seeing Li Feng keep looking at him, Hoa Ling he asked in confusion, Senior, why do you keep looking at me like that? Hearing her say that, Li Feng smiled and said, he, I want to. But before he could say anything, Hoa Ling he interrupted him and shouted, I agree with every request of my senior. Upon hearing this, Li Feng was extremely satisfied. He nodded and said, well, it's like this, nowadays the times are chaotic. I have some skills, want to find some successors, but I've been secluded in the mountain village for a long time. I don't know much about the outside world. Understanding Li Feng's meaning, Mo Tian closed his eyes and shouted loudly, is the senior trying to accept a disciple? Li Feng coughed a few times and then said, yes, chaos is coming. We have to do it. Mo Tiandong heard this. His eyes lit up. He replied seriously, seniors can rest assured, we will definitely pass it on. I believe that the senior wants to accept disciples from all over the mysterious world immediately. I believe that the most talented people from all over the mysterious world will compete to come. Having said that, she thought to herself, how can there be any skill? Okay, that bit of technology that Senior mentioned must be the supreme immortal path that is hard to find everywhere. Senior wanders abroad, but still thinks about the world, shouldering the responsibility of rescuing sentient beings. The reason standing on the opposite side, he didn't show anything, but in his heart he was a little annoyed and cursed. It was all because of this natural disaster. Otherwise, how could this dog system force itself to accept disciples? Li Feng silently scolded for a while before speaking up to advise. Ahem, be a little humble, depending on fate. Then he thought to himself, ridiculous, in this mystical world, it's a place where you pretend to be a king, and as a mere mortal, how can you dare to show off, let alone the skills that you can teach? Just thinking about it makes you feel ashamed. You should still quietly complete your tasks, that's all. When the two Hoa Ling he heard this, they immediately replied, our seniors have understood, please rest assured, seniors, we will definitely try our best to do it. Li Feng nodded and said with satisfaction, thank you very much. After hearing the shocking news, the two people Ling Tianj and Wu Duang cried out in disbelief. What? Senior Li wants to accept a disciple. Once this news spreads out, it will cause a stir. What size is this move? Do you have any requests from the seniors? The senior said, you have to look at fate. The senior also advised you to be humble. Don't make a fuss, everyone knows. Hearing this, Wu Duang seriously made a proposal. So we can't officially make it public. Okay with the sects, this will arouse the curiosity of the major sects. On the contrary, it will bother the clear cultivators. It seems, we can only quietly spread this news through many ways. If I really meet a predestined person, I believe I can get this predestined opportunity. Ling Xiu also nodded in agreement. Only then can I humbly follow the predestined relationship. After saying that, these two suddenly put on a cute look, looked at Hoa Ling He and Mo Tian Din, and softly asked, Hi, see if we have a chance. High in the sky, a person flying away with his sword said angrily, Damn it, what the hell is the fate? It's clearly a baseless rumor, just force me to investigate the moldy monkey. This person landed on the ground, continued to run away, then opened his mouth to scold him again. You bastard divine sword sect, for all these years he has been oppressing you to be an outer sect disciple, you will no longer serve him. This person's name is Luke Nhype, an outer disciple of the divine sword sect. He reached out and pulled out a few fruits, held them in his hand and sighed. Relying on his skill in growing spiritual food, he was afraid that he would not be able to find refuge. Putting an apple in his mouth, Luke Nhype raised his eyes to look at the spaceship above, frowned and thought, whose family's spaceship is it, wearing a true dragon? Is it a member of the Holy Dragon royal family? I didn't expect that. Such a force also ran to the southern region. Why did they come here? On the spacecraft, a cold voice rang out, Your Highness, the Queen told us to escort you to the Tianj Li mountain area. We have arrived. Your Highness heard this and asked in confusion, You guys, what do you want to do? The mountains are full of danger and danger on all sides, and you haven't brought me inside yet. Before he could finish his sentence, that Highness was thrown straight from the spacecraft down. The ground made a loud noise, and dust filled the air. After throwing people down, the spaceship immediately turned around and flew away, leaving only one sentence. You know this place is dangerous, but the Queen told us to see you off. But she didn't tell us to surrender. Life. His Highness below heard that and could only helplessly curse a few times, completely unable to do anything anymore. Luke Leng stood not far away, chewing the spirit fruit and thinking to himself, Is this the disabled dragon soul child of the Holy Dragon royal family? Sensing someone was behind him, His Highness immediately turned around, revealing a haggard face with dark eye circles. His Highness clasped his hands towards Luke Ng Yep and introduced, Ahem, I am Long Tu Xuan of the Tan Long royal dynasty. Dao brother crossed his sword and walked away. May I ask if Dao brother is a member of Doc Company's family? Having said that, he secretly thought, Doc Company's family is strong and strong. Everyone in the mysterious world knows that if they can make friends with the sword cultivator of the lonely family, they will be much safer. Hearing that, Luke Nhype also clasped his hands together and smiled in response. I am not a member of the Doc Company family. I am an outer sect disciple of the Divine Sword sect in the North region. My name is Luke Nhype. When Long Tu Xuan heard that, he immediately confessed, Sincerely, Brother Luke, we can't fly in front, can we go together? One more person will make us stronger. Luke Leng also had the same thought, happily agreed, I just got it too. That's what I mean, sir. Both of them immediately made friends to move forward. While crossing the pass and wading streams, Long Tu Xuan asked curiously, Brother Luke Nhype, you also came because you heard the news that peerless masters here accept disciples. Why? Luke Leng was currently trying to row across a big tree. When asked, he nodded and said, Yes, but there weren't any high-ranking monkeys here. It was only because they weren't like that they were sent away, act as cannon fodder. After walking a long way, both of them were breathing heavily. Luke Nhype wiped his sweat and asked, Long brother, I'm saying I'm cannon fodder. Long Tu Xuan at the side let out a breath. Long, anxious talk. The sixth brother is quick to talk, speaks the truth. You also see that, although I am the main prince, but the dragon soul was born with an incomplete dragon soul. It is difficult to practice, in the royal court, considered useless. I don't know how many people expected me to die. Having just said this, Luke Nyang from the side suddenly shouted, Long brother quickly look. What is that? Long Tu Hien raised his head to look in the direction Luke Nyang pointed, seeing a peaceful mountain village in front of him. He was startled, scared. What kind of holy land is this? Luke Leng shook his head and cautiously said, This place is not ordinary, it can stay in times of trouble. There must be something extraordinary in here. Seeing Long Tu Xuan speeding forward, Luke Nhype quickly stopped us. We don't know what this mountain village is like. How could we calmly enter? How many forbidden areas in the Tianj Li mountain range have been blocked, destroyed? This place is completely peaceful. This is the forbidden area within the forbidden area. Long Tu Xuan did not listen. He continued walking, without turning back and said, Sixth brother, although I am a royal prince, but I have long been no different from a waste person. Compared to living in this world, suffering from estrangement, ridicule, and oppression, I would rather give up this life. You have a point, but inside it is definitely a perfect place. I am not afraid that I will have to bury the body here. When Luke Nhype heard this, he stopped for a moment, giving up his life. That's right, if you die, you die. Long brother, wait for me. Chasing after Long Tu Xuan for a while, he saw him sitting hesitantly in front of a puddle of water. Luke Ng Yep asked in confusion, It's just a puddle of water, why don't you continue? why do you stop in front of this puddle? Long Tu Xuan did not explain, turned to Luke Nhype and said, Luke brother, smell it. Luke Nhype suddenly followed suit, brought his nose closer to the puddle and smelled it. Immediately after, he exclaimed in horror, this scent has spiritual energy. Without saying much more, both of them quickly plunged their faces into the puddle, exclaiming in satisfaction, so comfortable, if you use this water to nourish the elixir, it will definitely be better than wonderful. While happily enjoying the elixir, an old man walked over with a cane and asked confusedly, who the hell, what are you two doing? Why are you drinking stagnant water like that? You two came from outside, must be leaving, you're tired from the road, but you can't drink this water, it's not clean. There are people growing crops in the upper mountains, often fertilizing with manure. Hearing this, Long Tu Xuan's face turned black. I couldn't believe it and exclaimed, fertilizing with manure. The old man nodded slightly. He walked forward, saying as he walked, young man, why don't you pay attention at all? Come on, follow me to my house. The two Luke and Yep standing behind turned to look at each other, confusedly whispered a few words and then immediately replied. The senior spoke, we didn't dare not listen. Following behind the old man, Luke Nhype said softly in doubt, Long Hun Ada, I don't know this old man. Long Tu Xuan understood, nodded seriously and said, sixth brother, this senior is unbelievable, the cane in his hands, the level might even be higher than that of a quasi-immortal in my holy land. This senior is probably the rumored master who accepts disciples. The old man led the two of them to a well, then bent down to scoop up a bucket of water and said, the water there is not clean, come on, each person has a bucket, quench their thirst first, and pick a few more fruits to eat, then let's go. As soon as they saw this bucket of water, both Luke Nhype and Long Tu Hien widened their eyes and thought to themselves, what kind of bucket of water is this? It's clearly a dragon bone, a treasure far superior to a standard fairy, yet it's only used for drinking. Water, the best quality elixir? No, the super product, is the super quality elixir, or even better than the super product. Seeing the two people in front of him just staring blankly on the spot, the old man asked confusedly, what's wrong, why are they both stunned? As soon as these words finished, Luke Nhype and Long Tu Xuan immediately knelt down, bowed their heads and shouted, Senior, please accept us as disciples. Hearing this, the old man burst into laughter and said, I tell you, why did you come to our small village? Turns out you came to visit a monk. Then you two have come to the right place, but you have the wrong teacher. Isn't it that I want to accept a disciple? Hearing this, Long Tu Xuan hesitated and said, Senior, isn't you? The old man nodded and said kindly, I don't have the talent to accept disciples. The person who wants to accept disciples is a small person. Tu Li knows everything. He is proficient in 18 crafts. These past few years he has been helping this old man. My stick, this water bucket and many other utensils are all made by Tu Li. For me, the apple tree in the garden was also planted by Tu Li. You too, if you can learn a little bravery from Tu Li, it will be enough for you to use for the rest of your life. Hurry up and go find Tu Li. Hearing him say that, both of them quickly woke up, said thanks and ran away. As they ran, they had the same thought, such a peerless and noble person, but also praised another person. Like that, how terrifying that person must be, it's hard to imagine. The previous senior's cultivation level is at least that of an immortal. This is the guidance of an immortal, showing the way for us too. This is truly a great opportunity, a great opportunity. The two of them, Luke Nhype and Long Tu Hien, ran for a while and then stopped in front of the gate with the calligraphy hanging. Luke Nhype said while breathing heavily, that fairy said, the senior is right in front, let's hurry up. At this time, the outsiders had not yet arrived, so they had to quickly bow to the master. Long Tu Xuan had been looking at the calligraphy in the distance. At this moment, he spoke with some doubt. The words were on that door. Luke Leng heard that and turned his head to focus on following. As soon as he took a look, he exclaimed in surprise, these three words gave me a feeling that is hard to explain. They really make people keep looking. Dragon Prince. Hien next to me nodded in agreement. I could not understand the mystery inside, but these three words were more terrifying than the words left by an immortal in my royal court. While talking about this, the door was pushed open from the inside. Tu Lang walked out, saw two strangers at the gate. She frowned and said silently, who are they? Seeing a beautiful lady step out, Luke Leng quickly introduced himself. I am Luke Leng of the Thankiam sect. This is Long Tu Xuan of the Tan Long Imperial Dynasty. We have come to find Senior Li to pay our respects. When Tu Lang heard that, he smiled and replied, he didn't expect someone to come so quickly. You two wait a minute, I'll go tell the teacher. Looking at Tu Lang's back, Luke Leng turned to look at Long Tu Hien and asked, is this young girl a disciple of that senior? Long Tu Hien of course doesn't know. He cautiously replied, this senior, is a true master. This girl is a few years younger than us, but already has the power of a noble person." Hearing that, Luke said in confusion, "What, is this young lady the Venerable?" "In my impression, the Venerable are all immortal existences." Long Tu Xuan also nodded and said, "We must bring just respect." The two of them waited for a while, then Tu Lang came out, smiled and shouted. The teacher allowed the two of them to enter. The two of them heard that and followed Chan Tu Lang in. As soon as they entered the yard, Long Tu Xuan couldn't help but cry out, "My dragon soul is trembling, coming to life. There seems to be something here, very formidable, attracting my soul." Luking Yep walked behind and looked at the peach tree, eyes widened and said, "What precious tree is this, compared to this peach tree? The super quality elixirs in the sect, only worthy of being fed to pigs. Even the apple tree in that fairy's garden is far inferior to this peach tree. How terrifying is the owner of this place." Seeing the two newcomers just standing there stunned, Li Fan put his hands behind his back, smiled and asked, "Why were the two of them so stunned?" Asking like that, he secretly thought, "It seems that the disaster outside is really very bad, it's serious, otherwise no one would agree to come and learn these useless things from me." Hearing this voice, both Luke Nhype and Long Tu Hien were startled awake. They quickly ran to kneel in front of Li Feng, sincerely shouting, "Please accept the two of us as disciples." Li Feng hastily waved his hand. He helped these two people up and said, "No need to do that, quickly stand up. Why do you two want to worship me as your teacher?" After asking, Li Fan was a little surprised and thought to himself, "Come and worship me, it's true, but accepting disciples can't be too casual. It's better not to be careless, research carefully first." Long Tu Xuan stood up first. With tears in his eyes, he began to speak, "Senior, although this junior comes from a family that is considered strong, but the family does not take him seriously. This trip was forced. Arriving at the mountains of grief, his junior thought he was going to die. Completely unexpectedly, he accidentally ended up at his senior's hermitage." Li Fan heard that and nodded his head. He thought to himself, "It's a pitiful child. Now the mountainous area has long been destroyed, and was forced to come to this place by his family. So pitiful." Luke Leng, who was next to him, also waved his arms and legs and said sincerely, "Seniors, juniors want to be by your side, learning the art of planting trees to nourish. For the rest of my life, juniors like to plant this and that. If there is one day, being able to plant a peach tree like this, my younger generation would be willing to die." Hearing this sentence, Li Fan laughed and said softly, "One drinks and the other eats. It's all fate, if the two of you have come here, so please stay." Seeing that Li Feng had agreed, the two people, Luke Nhype and Long Tu Xuan, happily shouted, "Oh my god, I didn't hear it wrong. I didn't hear it wrong. Did we really succeed in worshipping the teacher? It's successful. God has finally opened his eyes." Li Fan ignored their cheers, went to make a cup of tea himself, poured the tea into a cup and turned around and said, "Okay, come over here and sit. You must be tired from the long journey here. Drink a cup of tea to quench your thirst. Go." Long Tu Xuan took the cup of tea and tilted his head back to drink it. As soon as the tea entered his mouth, an amazing power began to flare up in his body. He thought in surprise, the damaged dragon soul in his body was recovery. "Is the pond in the small courtyard, is where I have to go." Li Fan sat to the side, holding a cup of tea in his hand and smilingly asked, "I just heard you two say, Luke Rang, you want to learn how to plant trees, right?" When Luke Nhype heard the question, he stood up, spread his arms and hurriedly said, Yes, senior, no, master, I want to learn the art of planting trees. This is also my lifelong desire, listen." Then he nodded and replied, "Okay, if that's the case, the teacher will teach him the art of growing plants." After saying that, he thought to himself, his lifelong desire is to be a farmer. It must be said that this ambition, just happened to have learned this. If he wants to learn something bigger, I really don't know how to teach him. On the opposite side, Luke Nhype couldn't hide his joy and shouted, "Thank you, master, thank you master." After dealing with one person, Li Fan turned to ask the other person, "Tu Wian, and me?" Long Tu Wian did not ask much. He said loudly, "Master, I want to go to the pond." Hearing this, Li Feng burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha, it seems you want to learn the art of raising fish. Yes, the teacher will also teach you." Knowing the wishes of the two new disciples, Li Feng thought with satisfaction, one person, help me plant trees, one person helps me raise fish, that's fine. On the other side, Long Tu Xuan happily clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you master, I will definitely try my best to study." In order not to waste any more time, Li Feng immediately stood up and said, "Okay, you two follow me, I will teach you how to plant trees and how to raise fish. Nam Fan, take the master's hoe and come here." Holding the Nam Fan tree in his hand, Li Fam led the way as he walked and talked, passing through the land. The teacher pointed to Luke Rang to plant the tree first, looking at the tree radiating abundant spiritual energy in front of him. Luke and Long Tu, Hien all have the same thought. This is the ultimate treasure that far exceeds the immortal weapon of the quasi-immortal. Just looking at it can feel the condensation of the avenue. It has a terrible suppressing power. By the time they arrived at the land in Li Fan's words, looking at the vegetables drenched in aura before their eyes, Luke Nian and Long Tu Xuen could not hide their horror. The master called this a land. Oh my god, where exactly is it? Exactly what caliber of person is the master? Not paying attention to the strange expressions of the two disciples, Li Fan walked to the side. He waved the tree in his hand and said, Luke Rang, I want to learn the art of planting trees. The first step is to learn to till the soil. Don't think that tilling the soil is simple. Look carefully. Tilling the soil, although it is the most basic first step, only when you have a firm grasp of the soil can you know what types of plants you can grow. It looks simple, but it contains a lot of principles. Li. Hearing these words, Luke Nhang seemed to wake up, quickly bowed his head respectfully and said, This lesson of my teacher has opened up a noble principle for me. I understand. I will definitely study hard, taking advantage of the early days to reach the realm of tree planting. Li Fan heard that and was extremely satisfied. He brought the country tree in front of Luke Bin and said, Come on, from now on, this hoe will be handed over to you. Luke Nhype happily received the tree and began to learn how to till the soil. Li Fan didn't stay long. He turned to look at Long Tu Xuen and said, Let's go, I'll take you to the pond. Holding a bowl of fish food in his hand, Li Fan picked up a handful, dropped it on the pond surface, and said slowly, In this pond, the master has raised a few fish. Raising fish is also a meticulous job. If you can cultivate your mind and nourish your character, if you learn how to observe fish, you will also have a strange happiness. Looking at the fish rising to bite the bait, Li Fan continued to say, Raising fish, the most important thing is knowing how to feed them. Looking at this scene, Long Tu Xuen seemed to wake up. He thought to himself, No wonder I entered the garden and felt the damaged dragon soul in my body begin to awaken. I understand everything. The reason is holy. Dragon Emperor's dynasty was able to become a great saint-level force because an old monk once glimpsed the distant shadow of a great dragon, and from there comprehended the Tao, and today he can face it. But it is in a true dragon pond. The things the teacher nurtures in the pond are indeed divine objects. Nam Fan Tu Lang's two sisters didn't know when they came here. Seeing Long Tu Xuen's expression, Nam Fan immediately said, If the teacher wasn't here in person, I'm afraid we would be frozen to death. Tu Lang also nodded and shouted, Master, thank you master. Hearing that, Long Tu Xuen quickly knelt down and bowed his head and said, Thank you, master, thank you master. Li Feng quickly waved his hand and said, No need to be so polite, stand up, these fish food will be given to you later. After being in charge, Li Fan took a breath and thought to himself, Sigh, it seems like he really lives very miserably on the outside. To have the opportunity to continue living in the courtyard, it is really too late, tried. After Long Tu Xuen stood up and received the fish food, he whispered to himself, I'm too weak, I still can't completely observe the swimming trajectory of these true dragons. On the other side, Luke Nhype felt both the country and the land, exclaimed, This treasure must have the strength of 1,000 men to be able to lift it. Just barely lifting it already consumes the spiritual energy of the whole body, not to mention the control. Standing in the middle, Li Fan observed. The two newly accepted disciples silently exclaimed, Can they even fall asleep while feeding fish? Here, they can't even lift a hoe a few times. Most probably it's because living outside is so miserable. Long-term nutrition, if it is not guaranteed, it will cause the body to weaken and must be rectified. At this time on a cloud, Luo Ming covered his whole body, speaking, still not feeling the breath of hidden Wian. He was killed too neatly. A person next to him heard this and immediately said, This person must be hidden, hide in the south. Lac Min seemed to come up with an idea, smiled dangerously and said, I have a plan in mind, let's go, find a force. At La Fu Holy Land, there were two people sitting cross-legged talking. One person asked a question. The Taoist friend took the sword to enter the religion and wanted to take a step further. Stupid brother thought that just cultivating the sword energy was enough. Before he could finish his sentence, a faint laugh rang out, followed by a voice full of disdain. Even the brats dared to shout about the Dharma. The two people who were talking were Luo Fu Tan Master and Cao Nyet Kiem. Hearing that voice, both of them were alert and shouted loudly. I don't know when Lac Min appeared behind Saint Master La Fu, he said coldly, I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and knocked the two supreme beings to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Lac Min stepped forward, looked down from above and said coldly, Trash, I ask you, what is the strongest power in the southern region? Tao Niet Kiem wanted to resist but couldn't. He frowned and thought to himself, he couldn't resist, he was so strong and terrifying. Could it be that the other side was a true immortal? Thinking like that, he quickly said, Senior, this is also my first time coming to the southern region. I am not familiar with the southern region. Perhaps Tai Dien Holy Land and Tu Duong Holy Land only know about it. When Lac Min heard that, he thought for a while and then told the person behind him that he still couldn't beat the snake and cave in the grass. Just use these two guys as pawns. It seems that the Tai Dien Holy Land and the Tu Duong Holy Land are definitely there, involved in killing the power of hidden mystery. The person standing behind wore a mask that covered his whole face. Hearing this, he took a step forward, looked at the two people on the ground and asked, Do you two want to become the masters of the southern region and dominate everything? Just help me do a little work and I can reward you with everything. An opportunity like this doesn't come around for 1,000 years. The two people, Luo Fu Tan Master and Cao Niet Kiem, were stunned for a moment when they heard that. Right after that, they immediately knelt down, bowed their heads, and said, they paid their respects to their master. At night, at the Fire Demon Holy Land, a subordinate shouted loudly, Holy Master Luo Fu has arrived, Divine Sword Sect Master has arrived. Standing on the spaceship, Saint Master Luo Fu said seriously, Fellow monks, all the major sects are here, this time it's just our two people. Cao Niet Kiem in the back heard this and smiled and replied, Hey, brother, rest assured, with our current strength, dividing the southern region will not be a problem. In the distance, as soon as he saw those two people coming, Win Duong immediately shouted, The two holy masters' aura is so great, what is the purpose of summoning all the sects of the mysterious world? Tao Niet Kiem burst into laughter for a few times before responding, slowly saying, I personally came to meet the masters of the two great holy lands of Tai Dien and Tu Duong, ready to discuss the redistribution of southern region's resources. As soon as he heard these words, Ling Xiu couldn't help but shout angrily, It's good for ungrateful and ungrateful people. I had the kindness to let them go to the southern region to take refuge, but now they've come back to bite us. Win Duong, on the side, he also angrily said, Why does that make sense? Do you really think that our southern holy land is easy to bully? Not taking anyone's eyes seriously, Saint Master Luo Fu blatantly said, In the southern region, everyone has a share. If you have the ability then stay, you two are useless, you should go away. After feeling this person's aura for a moment, Duan Duong said in a cold voice, Quasi-immortal, ha ha, no wonder Master Fu dared to come forward, it's just that he wanted to use the reputation of a quasi-immortal to separate men. Well, I'm afraid it's still not enough. One quasi-immortal is not enough, so what about two quasi-immortals? Master La Fuc Tan shouted loudly. A strong spiritual energy immediately erupted around him and Cao Niet's sword. Cao Niet Kiem's eyes turned white, he curled his mouth and said, What's wrong? Are you all speechless? I respect you guys, I hope you know how to save face, just force me to take action. I'm afraid you'll only have to destroy the sect. Offended by these words, Win Duong was extremely angry, he clenched his fists and said in a harsh voice, Saint Tian Dung, Ling He Goddess, we are forced into a dead end, we can only face the enemy? Mo Tian Dung, in the back also said coldly, I can't bear it, why continue to bear it? These people have trampled on our kindness. Do you really think that the southern region is where you can be so arrogant and insolent? Only now did the Holy Master La Fuc realize what was wrong, and he was horrified, thinking, what, they are both true immortals, could it be that there is also a true immortal behind them? Thinking like that, he couldn't help but curl his lips and say, but, even if you are quasi-immortals, you still have to lose today, together, our internal strength is far superior to yours. Hoa Ling He had not said anything until now, but now she could no longer bear it and shouted in a cold voice, Don't bully people too much, the southern region has opened a generous door for you to take refuge in, but you will take revenge, kindness, using hatred to repay virtue, is truly boring to live. Having said this, Hoa Ling He tightly grasped the sword in her hand, powerful spiritual energy poured out loudly. Lac Min stood in the distance and observed for a while, feeling that something was wrong, he quickly ordered a retreat. When Saint Master La Fu heard this, he asked in confusion, the bow was already raised, Master, why did you withdraw it? Hearing that, Lac Min shouted angrily, You idiot, the other person has a fairy treasure on his body, you two trash people are absolutely no match. Hearing that, the two people Luo Fu Saint Master and Cao Niet Kiem were both shocked, I'm scared. Thinking for a moment, Master Luo Fu immediately reached out his hand and said, Wait a minute. He looked straight into Yuan Duang's eyes and said faintly, "Two holy masters, we have attained enlightenment and become quasi-immortals. Once the war begins, I'm afraid the entire southern region will suffer disaster." Upon hearing that, Yuan Duang was puzzled and asked, "What do you want to say?" Saint Master La Fu was silent for a moment before continuing, "Very simple. Let the younger generation fight each other, based on their victory or defeat to decide the division of southern region resources. Okay." Hearing these words, Uwin Duang immediately glanced back and asked in a low voice, "Goddess Ling He, what do you think? Whatever they do, we support both of them." If the saint said so, then Uwin Duang would have no reason to refuse. He opened his hands and cheerfully agreed, "Okay, if that's the case, our two great saints will agree on behalf of the southern region. With your challenge, 3 days later, the younger generation of the southern region will face the 4 great regions." On the spaceship, turning away, Saint Master Luo Fu indifferently provoked, hoping that the youth of the male region would not disappoint us. Looking at the spaceship in the distance, Ling Zhao inexplicably spoke, "Luo Fu Holy Land," and the Divine Sword sect had an aggressive aura, clearly preparing for battle. But when the two goddesses got angry, they immediately changed their attitudes. It was truly too strange. Yan Duang, next to them, also nodded in agreement. Yes, I think they saw something on the two goddesses, feeling scary. Saying so, Ling Xiu immediately walked towards the two people. Hoa Ling He, seriously speaking her thoughts, "Tian Dung Saintus, I suspect there is someone behind them." Uwin Duang also spoke up behind them, "Yes, moreover, in just one short month, Luo Fu Holy Land and Cao Niet Kiem both reached the level of quasi-immortal. How could they achieve it so quickly? I'm afraid there is someone behind supporting them." Hearing these words, Hoa Ling He immediately turned to Mo Tian Dung to discuss. "Tian Din, maybe we should report this to Senior Li." Mo Tian Din also thought the same, so he nodded and said, "I'll go tell Senior Li now." Under the peachwood table, Li Fan leisurely leaned back in the chair, his hand gently tapping on the tea table next to him, listening to the Nam Fan instrument. Nam Fan is highly concentrated, his long, slender fingers quickly glide over the strings, creating a melodious sound. Nam Fan suddenly opened her eyes. A magnificent fairy palace appeared in front of her. She was filled with surprise and thought, "Where am I?" Standing next to him, Long Tu Xuan exclaimed in surprise, "Sister, have you touched the fairy path?" Tu Lang nodded and replied, "Nam Fan's sister is about to break through." Li Fan's fingers on the table are getting faster and faster. He thought to himself, "Nam Fan's piano playing has made great progress, but it's a bit chaotic. Let me help her arrange it a bit." Nam Fan was currently feeling the way. Suddenly another sound of the instrument rang out in her ear. She frowned slightly and thought, "This sound is the teacher. The teacher is instructing me." Nam Fan's eyes immediately opened wide. He couldn't believe it. He had seen that Taoist gate. He had already become a qualified immortal. She quickly picked up the instrument and stood up, respectfully said to Li Fan, "Thank you, teacher, for pointing out." The disciple almost lost his step at the turn. Li Fan sat still, nodding in praise, "Playing very well. Let's go." The farther you go on this path, the more you will encounter all kinds of demons, all of which are very normal. On one side, Long Tu Xuan exclaims with tears in his eyes, his sister is only in her 20s but has already become a quasi-fairy. Tu Lang is too used to this. She calmly replied, "It's all thanks to the teacher. Having him there, here, the immortal path that the entire mystical world is aiming for is nothing." At this moment, a distant sound echoed, "Is Senior Li there?" This is the voice of Mo Tian Din. Li Fan felt something was wrong, quickly said, "Yes, come in here." Seeing the two of them entering, Li Fan immediately stood up and asked, "What's wrong with you two?" Mo Tian Dung and Hoa Ling He quickly bowed their heads to explain, "Senior, before I advised you two seniors Win Duang, Ling Xiu, accepting people from everywhere to seek refuge in the southern region, but now, they have come back to take a bite, wanting to rob the southern region's resources, their predecessors, to decide the ownership of the southern region's resources. Those guys propose to organize a martial arts competition for young people." Hearing these words, Li Feng frowned and thought, martial arts, to put it bluntly, it was probably that the two sides had agreed to fight, and pulling rafts to fight was not his forte. Thinking so, he turned around and spoke softly, "Comfort the two girls, you didn't do anything wrong. The only people who did wrong are the greedy and inhumane people. Don't blame yourself because of honesty, that is the most precious halo in life." Next to him, Long Tu Hian and Luke Nhype also spoke up in frustration. How could these people be so ungrateful? They are really too much. Listening to these two people, Li Feng suddenly had a thought. The idea of pulling a raft to fight, isn't it just a coincidence that I have two disciples? Thinking like that, Li Fan put his hands on his hips, cleared his throat and asked seriously, "Do you two have any experience fighting?" Hearing him say that, Hoa Ling He and Mo Tian stopped frowning and thought, Senior Li is trying to send his disciple. If he lets his disciple take action, then there's nothing to worry about anymore. After receiving their first mission, the two of them, Luke Nhype and Long Tu Hien, quickly clasped their hands and bowed their heads, saying, Master, we will definitely win this battle. Hearing that, Li Fan was satisfied and replied, okay, if that's the case, the children go with heaven to stop. If we fight without weapons, it's not good. Look, you two, is there anything in this garden that we can use as a weapon? Hearing that, the two disciples turned to look at each other and shouted in unison, obeying the order, we went looking immediately. They walked around the garden, silently evaluating. There were countless precious treasures in this garden. But right now there are very few things that our cultivation base can control. Master wants us to choose according to our strength, choose the weapon that best suits us. After searching for a while, Long Tu Xuan suddenly called out, up, there it is, I remember. He took the lead to a warehouse, then immediately went inside to rummage. After a long while, Long Tu Xuan stepped out. He held two things in his hand, held them up in front of Luke Nhype's face and said, look at this, I will also get you an identical one. Luke Rang's eyes glowed, exclaimed happily, that's right, why didn't I think of it? Both of them burst into laughter, extremely satisfied and said, good, very good, this treasure is enough for us to use. Long Tu Hien and Luke Nhype turned to Li Fan, smiled and said, Master, you two have already chosen your weapons. Looking at the two stupid disciples in front of you, Li Fan thought helplessly, these two guys must be I'm not an idiot. I told him to choose. One of these two guys chooses a stick to chop wood, one chooses chopsticks. Is this going to surrender his life? Seeing that they had decided like that, Li Feng had no intention of stopping. So he said seriously, okay, the teacher won't say anything anymore. When you two fight, stay away from each other. Don't hurt yourself, okay? The two disciples heard that and nodded and replied, yes. Li Fan didn't say anything more. He waved his hand and said, go. Mo Tian Dung from afar said very gratefully, thank you senior. If that's the case, we will go back and inform the two senior Yen Duong. If they know the senior let the disciple go, they will definitely be happy, overjoyed. Li Feng nodded, just sitting down to take a sip of tea. Nam Fan came forward and said cautiously, Master, in fact, seeing her hesitating not to speak, Li Feng let out a voice of doubt. Nam Fan took a deep breath, looked straight into Li Fan's eyes and said, if the two juniors don't win, next time let us go. Li Fan heard that and thought inexplicably, a girl playing the piano, suddenly said that he wanted to take his painting sister out to fight. This is too paradoxical. In another place, on a fast-flowing waterfall, a shirtless person stood in the middle of the waterfall, tilting his head up to the sky and happily exclaiming, ha ha ha, I have broken through to the ultimate level. Holy Master La Fu stepped forward, followed by a person announcing in a low voice, Senior brother, you have also reached the 8th level of Mahayana. Holy Master Luo Fu was extremely satisfied, seriously advised, you too receive the blessing, Master Hui, this time I must take the entire southern region for my Luo Fu holy land. The person who had just broken through to Supreme immediately knelt down and respectfully said, Holy Master rest assured, looking around at the youth of the mysterious world, there is no one who has reached the ultimate level at your age, you will definitely win this match. High above, Lac Min witnessed this scene and whispered with contempt, burning all his potential in life, in exchange for 3 days of supreme peak. But even the immortal path could not enter. What a miracle, you trash people. I just hope that you two trash people can help me find some clues about who is behind the competition. On the scheduled date of the competition, on the competition floor, each announcement rang out. The Western Desert had arrived, and the Holy Dragon Dynasty in the Central Continent had arrived. From Central Continent, young men came, the Lonely Family came, and the Divine Sword Sect came. Everyone gathered together. Ling Zhao said a little worriedly, this time all the sects and holy lands of the mysterious world have come. It's all up to the two young masters. Luke Rang held two fists tightly behind him, hand, firmly responding, the senior rest assured, the two of us will definitely not disappoint the master's trust. On the opposite side, Saint Master Luo Fu walked forward with his two junior brothers, speaking with disdain, hoping that the wastes of your two sects can live a little longer. Ling Xiang and Yuan Duang were angered by these words and immediately shouted, nonsense, it's not yet certain who will die first. Holy Master Luo Fu heard this and laughed even louder, arrogantly saying, no matter which cat wins, which one wins, it can't be your southern region. Soon it was time to declare war, both sides spread out to prepare. A benevolent monk in the crowd stepped onto the competition stage, clasped his hands and said, Little monk Tan Tran, representing the Western Desert, please invite fellow monks in all directions. When the people around heard this, they immediately started talking. Saint, Buddha's hand of the Western Desert, I heard that this person has the qualities of a fairy. A disciple participating in the competition of La Fu Holy Land answered, La Fu Holy Land, Cao Cao, please advise. Without saying much more, the first battle quickly took place. Thak Cao's body suddenly shone with a light and then gradually disappeared. The Tan Tran monk looked at this scene and sweated, saying, he has disappeared. As soon as these words finished, Thak Cao immediately appeared behind Tan Tran. He raised his hand and violently broke his neck, saying with disdain, he, is this the rumored fairy talent? Tan Tran was blown far away by the force of the waterfall's palm. Victory or defeat was now too clear. Looking at the monk falling straight to the ground, the people around cried out in horror, he is in the Mahayana realm. There is no way, at such a young age, he could reach the Mahayana realm. Tan Tran was completely paralyzed. A staff quickly ran over to help him up, bent down and sat down on the edge of the competition stage, full of disdain. He, old monk, give him a moment, life is already my mercy. Having said so, he immediately stood up, looked down at all the people below, then curled his mouth and said, who doesn't agree, who doesn't? No, brother, this is, snap. Chopsticks? Those are chopsticks. Is it an immortal weapon? Behind it, is there an immortal being? Snap, just one is already a treasure that surpasses the level of a true immortal. We must get this immortal weapon. Once we get it, we'll know who's behind it. You two go. Lord, please have mercy on us. Just now, those two seniors wielding quasi-immortal swords were even killed by him. Don't panic. Swallowing this pill will bring you both to a higher level, and in addition, I will give you true immortal level weapons. You two have nothing to fear. The immortal weapon in Lu Rang's hands has drained all her aura. She is now no different from a useless person. Thank you, Lord. Put down those chopsticks. Kneel down and surrender. Supreme level again? Amazing. What kind of existence is behind the Luofu Holy Land and the Divine Sword Sect? To hell with giving up. Then, you can go to hell. Wait a minute, I will take over this battle for my brother. My brother, Noisy. Oh, your majesty? What a pity, you're alone. Today, you are destined to die by my hand. This isn't even a treasure technique from this realm. I'm afraid only a supreme level person can receive it. Go to hell. Roar, boom, no. No way. No way. True dragon treasure technique? Is this the true dragon treasure technique? The true dragon clan had long been extinct, but was there a dormant one in this small Xuantian realm? Defeat him. There is a great possibility of obtaining the true dragon clan's treasure technique. This is the ultimate eternal destiny. Yes. I have too. I have to get it. It's mine. Ha 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 ha. A trip to the Xuantian realm has yielded great treasures. Oh my god, is this fire stick so scary? I guess the chopsticks in my hand are already very scary. Senior Lee, an amazing technique, destroying two other true immortals. I knew it. With Senior Lee here, all conspiracies will be destroyed. What exactly is going on here? Why is it that even someone who is in the invincible true immortal realm can just die? In the southern region, what terrifying existence is hidden? Is this a dream? You too. Give us an explanation. Tell me, who is behind you? This has nothing to do with me. I didn't know. Yes. We didn't even know. Saintess Quianing, Goddess Linger, what should we do with the Divine Sword Sect and Luofu Holy Land? Does Senior Lee have any instructions? Senior Lee didn't say anything, but since they colluded with the mastermind behind the scenes, I don't think Senior Lee would forgive them either. Let the two holy masters decide for themselves. From today on, there will be no more Luofu Holy Land and Divine Sword Sect in Xuantian realm. No. How can my Luofu Holy Land be destroyed because of this? It's all because of this woman, as long as, just take him. There's capital to negotiate terms. Ah. How? Immortal weapons are everywhere, everywhere. Hail to the goddess. Hail to the saintess. You are all too kind. We are all cultivators of the Xuantian realm. Coming from the same origin, as long as we can live in harmony, that's enough. It was a fight that was worth it. Hail to the goddess. Hail to the saintess. Wait. Sorry if I'm being rude to you, there was a rumor circulating earlier, claiming that there was an invincible master accepting disciples on the outskirts of the Kangli Mountains. Was this news issued by you? That's right. Both Lu Rang and Long Zixuan are disciples of that senior. But that senior, we weren't even qualified to meet him. It turns out that the hidden master really does exist. Ziling hasn't written all morning. Has Ziling reached her breaking point? It seems that she was in the same predicament as me at first. Drinking tea, hoeing, feeding fish, and playing the harp can all be done by heart, and painting can also be done by heart. It doesn't matter what you see, what matters is what you think. Follow your heart. It doesn't matter what I see, what matters is what I think. Masters. I understand. Zi Ling, she has become an immortal? From the supreme stage, she has broken through to the quasi-immortal stage and directly entered the immortal Tao. Starting tomorrow, you can draw something else. Senior Lee, we're back. That's Mu Qianning's voice. Looks like they're back from the competition. Thank you, Master, for giving us weapons. We brought them all back. Senior, thank you for sending Long Zi Xuan and Lu Rang. This matter has been satisfactorily resolved. It's a small thing, no need to thank me. These two silly disciples, one with broken chopsticks and one with a fire stick, what can they do? This is to save my face. You two throw the fire stick back into the kitchen, for chopsticks. Throw it on the firewood pile, and burn it. Oh my god. This is treasure. This competition has gone well, and the outside world now knows that you are here, and you are here to receive disciples. In the future, I'm afraid that many people will come to be your disciples, and many of them are geniuses from various fields. I am worried that this will affect the spiritual practice of seniors, so please punish them. It's all Qianning's fault. I didn't think well and made trouble for seniors. It must have been Lu Rang who made the two of them brag about what great masters they had and fooled people. Cough. They are, but because they met Long Zixuan and Lu Rang, they know me and want to be my disciple? Right. Senior, sure enough, these two foolish disciples of mine were actually playing around outside. Even though I'm short on disciples, it's better to be short on disciples than overloaded with disciples, and I can't let them all become fools like Lu Rang and Long Zixuan. Ninfeng, stand outside the door. This can let those who shouldn't come know what to do. Those who can answer this question will be allowed to enter and become disciples. Only those who are truly strong can answer it. This might be some kind of supreme profound meaning of the Tao. As expected of Senior Lee, we have never seen such a question. I'm afraid this will be an insurmountable difficulty for the cultivators of the entire Xuantian realm. It is a marvelous place, truly worthy of being the place where the true Buddha lived in seclusion, with endless Buddhist rhythms and mysteries hidden within. Yes, I felt a rare peace in my heart. Just looking at this small mountain village is much better than a year's hard work in Sihang Jingjai. Is this the place where that senior lives? I can feel the sword intent just by being near him. Ah, what is this? It is known that angle 1 is 45 degrees and angle 2 is 30 degrees. Calculate the magnitude of angle 3. Lab, is this the decree of a supreme being? Legend has it that only the supreme being in the immortal realm can demonstrate the power of the Dharma decree. This is the question asked by that senior, and only by solving it can one be qualified to become a disciple. I'm afraid this already involves the Supreme Tao Immortal. Yes, the 3 golden lines of this senior figure clearly contain the mysteries of the heavens. Who in heaven and earth can unravel it? Each golden line is like an unrivaled sword slash that cuts through the ages. If you can understand it, you will become immortal. I will wait here to understand the senior Tao. Unfortunately, no one in the vast Xuantian realm has the destiny to do so. Fortunately, I was able to catch a glimpse of the grand Tao angle of this decision, so it wasn't a wasted journey. I want you to understand the senior's way, but I'm making it harder for you. Let's go, you're already hurt. I'll take you away. No. I will not leave. Even if I die, I will follow the path of my predecessor. Although you are a useless sword cultivator with a broken body, having a formidable sword heart is not a bad thing. This time it seems that I don't have a chance to meet seniors. Where is the disciple of Master Shungja who has the posture of Buddha's fate? Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and isn't Holy Lord Dugu's child one of them? Master, the question was so difficult that thousands of people came, but no one could answer it. Now, almost all have left. Hey, don't panic. Fortunately, I asked a question, otherwise, are these people who don't even know the angles and triangles in junior high school maths? Wouldn't it be stupid to accept them as students? Also known as geniuses in various fields? This is not scientific at all, not at all. Science. Wait. Cough. Cough. Ninfeng, Xuantian realm. Did you study maths and geometry here? Maths? Geometry? This terrifying treasure technique is unheard of in the Xuantian realm, and has never been seen before. Shit, I was careless. Ninfeng, take that question back and burn it. Why? It's not that these thousands of people are too stupid, but the Xuantian realm is all cultivators. No one has studied mathematics at all. Damn, I'm too careless. Because of that question no one can solve it. Sorry, permission to ask Goddess. Are you the senior student of that senior? Correct. Goddess, why was the question omitted? Does the senior have instructions? No one in the Xuantian realm could solve this question. Because Utu involves the 2 highest Tao, maths and geometry. No one can solve it. Now that you've unraveled the question, does that mean we can go in to meet with that senior? The master did not say anything. Should we go in? I've become a useless person, life and death, it's not unimportant to me, I'm going in. Huangchen from Kongming Temple, came to pay homage to, senior. Yeah, how am I different from a useless person? Quang Chen is still like this, why should I be afraid? Dugu Yuqing from the Dugu family is here to meet seniors. Master, these two people persevere to the end, and they refuse to leave no matter what. So persistent, let's bring them in. I am Dugu Yuqing, come from a Dugu family, and only hope to follow her seniors and learn the Tao. I am Quang Chen, wholeheartedly begging seniors to accept me as your disciple. The attitude of these two people is sincere, and they have been outside for a long time, which is enough to show that they are determined. But what should they learn? Dugu Yuqing, right? So, have you come to be a student, learn calligraphy or, I like everything? Seniors, calligraphy? That's right, senior is trying to teach me. That question contains a strong sword intent. It must have been written by senior himself. And you? You are a monk, but I never worshipped Buddha or entered a temple. I never believed in Amitabha. This kind of terrifying existence says that seniors will not worship Buddha when seniors see Buddha. I'm afraid that means, for him, Buddha is nothing. Even in the immortal realm, the world would not dare to call Amitabha Buddha by name, this being before us. Is this an existence that can only speak of the ancestor of all Buddhas? Master, I will feed the fish. This is the bowl of the great Sun Buddha? Yes. This must be the great Sun Buddha bowl, just as it is written in the scriptures. Shouldn't the Buddha's sacred objects be hidden in the most sacred and holy spiritual mountain above the immortal realm? How could it be his real identity? There are thousands of Buddhas and ways. Buddha can transform thousands of bodies. If this child studies Buddhism with me, I can't teach him. How can I refuse him with those rules and regulations? Senior. Quang Chen is willing to give up everything and follow senior's way. Leaving everything behind. That's what it means to be a Buddhist. That's acceptable, just don't tap my ears with a wooden fish every day and read the scriptures. Great, next you can sweep the floor in the yard. I remember in a certain TV series, there was a sweeping monk role, which suited him. Thank you, master. Greetings to the master. Well, don't be so polite, get up, it's late, after dinner, I will teach you something tomorrow as a master. Nanfeng, Ziling, let's serve. This is a meal? This is definitely a holy medicine feast. Shit. Come on, junior brother, when you first come here, we're surprised, but once you get used to it, you'll understand that this is every day. Now I understand why senior brother Long and senior brother Lu are so outstanding. Hey, two junior siblings, I'll show you the vegetable field that I planted tomorrow. These vegetables all grew in the vegetable field. Senior sister Nanfeng, she. Sorry, junior, I didn't control it well, I became immortal. Everything works. Eat and become immortal. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Sea of clouds at the end of the sky. Chiefs, has there been any news? Xuantian realm is one of the 21 lower realms connected to Shengyun City. This subordinate went to the Immortal History Museum to check all the lower realm records of Shengyun City cultivators, and found this. This is the only one recorded in the last 2,000 years and it never came back. Thank you for your hard work. 300 years ago, there was a Moxiu Bei who infiltrated the Heavenly Soul sect, took away the most precious treasure of the Heavenly Soul sect, the Heavenly Soul Orb, and severely injured the Heavenly Soul sect. In order to escape for his life, he fled to the lower realm, and his whereabouts were unknown. This person is extremely poor, his cultivation base is immortal level, and his attacks are ruthless, destroying countless real and mysterious immortals, and those killed by him are often cut off from life, and their souls are scattered. A ferocious attack. Lives cut off, souls scattered. The Northern Sky. The demon cultivator's attacks were ruthless, often killing very thoroughly, and the souls were scattered, and in this case it coincided with the deaths of Zhong Xuan and Luo Ming. Forcing one's way down from the immortal realm entails a high price to pay. Even if one enters a lower realm in the immortal realm, one may fall below the immortal realm. After 300 years of rest and recuperation, this demon cultivator should have already recovered to the true immortal realm or higher, and if it is a heavenly immortal. No. Immortal. True immortal. Mysterious immortality, above immortal is heavenly immortal. The Xuantian realm is not qualified enough. Once a heavenly immortal being appears, it will be sensed by the immortal realm, that's right. Even if the other party recovers, he will only dare to stay in the Xuantian realm at most. If the southern region is really Heitian Bay, we may not need to take action. Shengyun City is hunting him down. We only need to determine one thing now, whether the presence in the southern region is the demon cultivator Heitian Bay or not. The ruins of Dengshantai. Underground in Dengshantai, after 300 years of warming up with the Heavenly Soul Pearl, the Demon King's soul should have already awakened. Some time ago, there was an extremely terrifying sword intent from above, striking through the ground thousands of feet. Fortunately, the opponent did not target here. Otherwise, I and the Demon King's soul will be destroyed together. Miracles are in the making. Is the Demon King's primordial soul about to be born? You are finally born. The immortal realm and myriad realms will tremble under your palms again. You are Ming Tianbei. Is this the Demon King? Is the Demon King a woman? Under the command of Demon Commander Gong Yaming Tianbei, salutes the 9 Saints Demon King. Congratulations on the return of the Demon King once again. Shut up. I feel the breath of another soul here. The rest of the Demon Guards, welcome the Demon King's original soul meeting. Please, Demon King's original soul, come with me and replenish Demon King's original body. Can GE? Are you one of the thorn-crushing demon marshals? King, go. The primordial soul I'm waiting to protect is an orthodox demon king, and you, little mysterious demon, are trying to stop me? Return the devil's soul to its place. Demon King, my body is really troublesome. Run away with me, my strength is far from recovered. Okay. King, yeah, hey, where are you running to? Very fast, I feel like there's a very marvelous aura below. Mountain village? The boundless Kangli mountains have been destroyed, but why hasn't this small mountain village been destroyed? Go down and hide in the mountain village. That senior from the southern region seemed to be living in seclusion in the mountain village ahead, and it would be extremely dangerous to approach rashly. We just need to make sure that it is the demon cultivator who is hiding here. What is it? This demonic power. It is certain that the demon cultivator Mingdianbei is really hidden here. Come back, chairman. From a distance, that demon cultivator's cultivation level even exceeded Xuan Shen's cultivation level. Ha! Sanction of the immortal realm, he has to kneel even though he is a great immortal being. What is this place? My power is so suppressed that I can't even take off. Stop. This is what kind of page is this? The immortal Dao aura is like the crosscurrent of the ocean, and the Lun Yin Dao flows quietly. This place is interesting. It would be too dangerous to go any further. Demon King. The person living in seclusion here is probably a great power in the immortal realm. Come in and take a look. Demon King, it can't be. If it's really a great power of the immortal realm, I'm afraid the immortals and demons will be at odds with each other. How could he exist in this small Xuantian realm? Or maybe he's waiting for me. But just in case, we have to disguise ourselves a bit. The clothes in your world are too flashy. Lend me some of your strength. Mine hasn't recovered yet, King. Your clothes don't seem to be much better. Why do I look like a fool? Isn't that so? This outfit should be fine. Excuse me, is there anyone inside? Boom. The breath of the devil's soul disappears here. Thinking and learning? Such a strong breath of Tao. Is this place a powerful residence in the immortal domain? It turns out that demon warlord Gong Ya's bloodline has conspired with the immortal realm. Shame on you. I want to see, in this immortal realm, what kind of strong man would dare to snatch someone from the hands of the demon marshal of thorny destruction? What's going on in the courtyard over there? Did that fat boy Lu Rang drive Quangchen crazy again? Those fish scared me. Let me rest. Demon King, I have to check it out. You betrayed. Actually, what kind of creature? Can GE? It seems that the Demon King has a friendship with that senior, and it should be safe to get protection from the other party now. I have to hide for now. In the meantime, tell Demon Commander Gongya. How is that? Is that the identity of the southern region's existence, that of a demon cultivator? There's no more time. I don't care who he is, tell the branch immediately. It's the demon cultivator Mingdianbei. Who is attacking him? Notify Shengyun City in the northern immortal region that the demonic cultivator who stole the heavenly soul orb is hiding here. Just use his power to kill him. Come on, eat up, you still need to grow. Holy pill. Even in the demon hall, I can rarely eat it. Could it be that he saw my identity, knew that I had been asleep for 1,000 years, and specially prepared a holy medicine to help me grow? Brother, why are you so nice to me? This kid has been running away for so long, she must not be able to sleep well or eat well. Because you are still a child, I know that you have experienced many things, some of the past, you don't need to remember it, it's okay to forget it. If you want, you can treat this place as your home. By the way, what's your name? Remembering the past. It seems like my identity and past have been revealed to Senior. This Senior seems to want me to renounce everything about the demon race. No. That was close. I almost said the word Jiusheng. My name, Ju. Brother. I forgot my old name. Can you give me a name? How about Sin Ning? If the heart is at ease, the sky will not fall. Sin Ning, what a good name. Thank you, brother. Sin Ning, you are still so young, you can't waste your studies. There is no school in this small mountain village. How about I teach you to read? Reading. Yes, I want to. Great. I'll teach you poetry first. Moonlight in front of the bed. Just by looking at it, I feel as if there was an immortal being sitting and watching the long flow of time, whispering such a powerful sword intent. In this sword intent there is a sense of loneliness and sentimentality. Did the master tell us that the other side of the sword is true love that penetrates the bones and heart? This is immortal Tao. If I can obtain such calligraphy when I'm at the peak of my demon king, I might have a great chance to invade the immortal king realm. Can you read it? Shaking your head. Moonlight in front of the bed. Moonlight in front of the bed. Lords. Just now, a branch of the city received news that the demon cultivator Meng Tianbei who stole the heavenly soul pearl is now hiding in the southern region of Xuantian realm. Send someone down to regain the heavenly soul orb, and if there are any obstructions, clear them all. The Xuantian realm can only accommodate Xuan Shen at the very least, and I will send my personal disciple Xia Tong there. His cultivation level happens to be still at the immortal realm. The pressure from the lower realms is also not too great. Are you ready? I'm ready, master. Sure enough, the cost of crossing the border is very expensive. Even if the original boundary stone is used, the cultivation base still drops slightly. Southern region? Mingtianbei, I'm coming. Since the two immortals were dealt with by Mr. Long last time, the Xuantian realm seems to have regained its calm, and now the main sect is thinking of returning to their ancestral palace. I don't know where Senior Li is. This way, I will ask Senior Li for instructions again, if the Xuantian realm is safe. Holy Lord, a great enemy is coming. What happened? Such a dilapidated magic circle, which has not even reached the immortal level, dares to stop me. Where is the demon cultivator Meng Tianbei? Say it and you won't die. Immortal? This person. Could he be in the same group as those two immortals? I don't know what kind of demon cultivator Meng Tianbei is. Noisy. From now on, if you say another irrelevant word, I will kill you all. Just an ordinary immortal. Do you think you are the master of the Xuantian realm? Huh? This hairpin? Immortal treasure. How could such an immortal treasure be found in this small Xuantian realm? Sister Linger. Come on. How is that possible? Who do you think you are? Be arrogant in front of me. You hurt us for no good reason, then you deserve it. I wear Xuanshan level protective equipment so easily you destroy it? I'm from the immortal realm. You bunch of ants dare to humiliate me, watch me kill you all. This is the immortal spirit power of all the elders of my heavenly soul sect. Even if you are an immortal, you cannot. You stubborn bastard. He ran away? Cough. That's the signal left for him by his master. There's someone behind him. He said that he's from the immortal realm. AF, he really is from the immortal realm. If the immortal realm comes to retaliate, I'm afraid the entire Xuantian realm will be destroyed by him. Is there any news about heavenly soul pearls? Sovereign, forgive me. My disciple Xia Tong brought all the treasures of the immortal level, and he died in the lower realm without sending any news. However, I left the light of life on him and already knew where he died. It must be the means of the demon cultivator Meng Tianbei. It is said that this demon was a heavenly god before he descended into the world. Use the original boundary stone, send enough people, get back the heavenly soul pearl. Huo Mo. How is it? Elder Li Luo, has Sovereign already made a decision? The Lord has given the order to retrieve the heavenly soul pearl and exterminate the demon cultivators. In my opinion, send the strongest Xuangshan level cultivator, use the original boundary stone to break the boundary wall, and kill the demon in the lower realm. Tell me, what has happened? Daytime hoeing, sweat pouring out. Sweat pouring out. Senior, something happened to us. Someone from the upper realms is looking for someone called Ming Tianbei. They came into conflict with us, and he even hit Senior Ling Chao. Above? Is it someone from the government? Mu Qianying's business has grown so big that it must have caught their attention. Someone from the immortal realm is hunting Ming Tianbei? Could it be that someone in the immortal realm has detected my existence? In desperation we killed him. It is our fault for being reckless. We have caused trouble for you. If seniors want to blame us, please blame us. What's wrong with you? It's good that you killed him. If those people want revenge, you can come here. In a world of cultivators like the Xuantian realm, dead people are very common. Not to mention that they are trash that deserve what they deserve. Also, how much power does the Xuantian realm government have? Thank you, Senior. I know that with Senior Li here, no villain would dare to make trouble. Apparently there is an existence above the immortal realm that not even Senior Li sees. We really delivered a big blow in the immortal realm. This feeling, is this crossing the border? Someone forcibly crossed the border. Brother. I'm scared. Are there bad people coming to get me? Don't worry, it's just thunder. WW Zinning is still a child. Ninfeng, everyone is distracted by the celestial phenomenon. Play the lute to calm everyone down. Yes, Ninfeng will be playing the lute. Does the master intend to let myself compete with those who will cross the border? Hee hee. The heavenly soul sect still has power. Using many original boundary stones, the world tree can hardly stop it. The world tree of each realm is rooted in the chi of living beings, and after the battle between the heavenly soul sect and the lower realms, the Xuantian realm will inevitably die out when the world tree runs out of fuel. It will be easy for us to take it away. This world tree seems to have come back to life. Where did this lute sound come from? Who stopped us from descending to the lower realms? It can't be a demon cultivator. Demon cultivators are from the outside world, not recognized by the world tree, and it's probably cultivators from the Xuan Wu realm who are holding them back. Insert all the original boundary stones, and after descending to the lower realm, annihilate this realm and cut down the world tree. That true immortal disciple died in the southern region of this realm. Mafan, arise. Xuanwu boundary. To cover up for the devil and prevent our sect from descending to the lower realms is an unforgivable crime. From today on, this realm will be completely annihilated. The enforcers, heavenly soul sect, how dare an immortal speak like that? No matter what happens, I will protect Lord Demon King. What, 10 honorable people? Xuantian realm will be executed. No. I can't. I don't want to. The Demon King has just been born. Above true immortal, why didn't Senior Li stop the opponent? Did he fail? I wanted to go up to the sky to fight, but I never expected that the person who came was above the level of a true immortal. All beings suffer. I clearly felt the power of the home world together with the other world. He's too strong. Brother. I'm scared. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. You are Sin Ning if the heart is calm, the sky will not fall. Strange. I've never seen weather this bad, it's so weird. But, isn't it still about the weather? How can I be so scared? Ninfeng. Play this song, for your juniors and younger sisters, to strengthen your courage. What an amazing song. Every note is full of terrifying killing intent. Could it be that Master wants me to use this song to kill those immortals? I know that your musical has always been gentle, but should know that the soon the lute not only has the W spring breeze and the what flowing on the small bridge, also the sound of a golden horse and 50 strings spin behind a wall. I understand, Master. Senior sister. Golden iron horse. What a powerful sound wave. That demon cultivator is not simple. Sacrifice. Heavenly soul. Unlucky. It will break. He was strong. A gentle breeze was blowing in the hills. Just like last time. Master enlightened me. What happened? The attack got stronger. Everyone. Don't hold back. This guy is stronger than us. Fight to the death. Don't hold back. We must work together to suppress it. Another one is broken. Let him do whatever he wants, and the bright moon shines on the river. What a sound. Can a single string convey the meaning of music? I understand the Master. The voice is good. The way is simple. I understand everything you want to say. Was it suppressed? You can use it again. Fellow students, Heavenly Soul Sect in danger. This is the reign of immortality. When this rain falls, the entire Xuantian realm will be ushered into a golden age. I'm afraid that we will enter the immortal realm in a few days. Senior Lee is truly terrifying, an existence even more terrifying than a true immortal. Even Senior Lee killed him at will. The battle song was played on a lute, and it was most likely composed by Miss Ninfeng, Lee's senior disciple. Ninfeng, big sister, she managed to break through to the true immortal realm. Breaking straight through from the immortal realm to the true immortal realm. Master. Does this song have name? Sure, this song is titled Emperor's Breakthrough Song. He was playing chess. It must be a game of ancient times and modern times, which can affect the universe. To attack and kill 10 people in the true immortal realm casually. What kind of person is hiding in the Xuantian realm? Chief, the world tree will recover with the energy of the top 10 true immortals to redeem it. The world tree will soon recover and become stronger. Forget about it. We can't delay the sovereign's plan to unite all worlds. Come with me and take the world tree. Devour. Unlucky. That world tree wants to escape. This is the south direction. Don't ever let it go down. Hurry up and chase it. Damn it. That world tree has reached the forbidden land. Don't be afraid, little twig, I'll help you. Ah, Su, substitute, law. Purpose, only the remnants of a soul dare to come here and disturb me? Quick. Take me to see the Master. You Shenbing? Weren't you in the Xuantian realm? Why have you become like this? The immortal swallowing urn is broken? Even I can't break the immortal swallowing jars. Zhuanwang heaven and earth? Could it be related to the previous first heaven realm? Elder Sangduo, you have the Tao of space and are not restricted by the lower realms, so how about I ask you to travel? Fine, I'll follow your orders. Here the coordinates of Xuantian realm are located. With my current cultivation it is very easy to enter the sealed immortal realm. It seems that the Xuantian realm is at least on the level of the immortal realm. In this realm, there are so many auras, there are signs of the birth of immortal auras, and this small mountain village can make me feel very uncomfortable, and there is a frightening and terrible aura. Could this be the burial place of a certain immortal? Who are you? What are you looking for here? This old man. Such a terrifying aura comes from this old man. And that stick too, a terrifying aura. Run. Who is it? Why is he running? Most of the petty thefts were discovered by me. This place is really scary. Fortunately, I escaped quickly without hesitation. Yu Shenbing, wait for me. Thank you Master for helping me recover, I come here. Yu Shenbing, oh? Elder Sangduo, you're back so soon. Did you have a pleasant trip? You bastard. Fun your farts. Sangduo. What are you doing? This rubbish. He almost made me die in the Xuantian realm. There is a forbidden place hidden in the Xuantian realm. I saw with my own eyes the so-called small mountain village in the southern region. It was a forbidden place. There are also scary old people. Are you saying that it brought you back alive? No one who has ever entered the forbidden land has ever survived, except the great ones who have defied heaven. Once the creature finds you, how can you come back alive? In my opinion, that place is most likely not a forbidden place, but something forbidden. Most rely on taboo things to give you the illusion of terror, but he can't use them at will, so you can come back alive. Taboo? Could it be that kind of power? An immortal level artifact. That's right, the fusion of 100 other realms is about to begin, and the Xuantian realm will be blown to pieces in no time. At that time, not only will we be able to get rid of that existence, but we will also have the opportunity to obtain the treasure of the immortal level. Yes, Chief. Then, what's the point of me getting hit? That song caused 10 immortal realm cultivators of the Heavenly Soul sect to die on the spot. Master, what should we do now? The power of the sect is greatly reduced, and once other forces find out, spread the word that there is news about Shanjin formation breaking song in Xuantian realm. Did the Master say that the man from the lower realms is actually the heir of the sacred immortal song? If it really is the Shanjin breaking formation song of Shengyan Shanjin, I'm afraid the entire Northern Immortal Domain will go crazy. I'm afraid only this loot piece has such power. Let this news distract other forces from us. Do it. Okay. I got it. Already positioned. Break the boundary right from here. Shenzhen breaking formation song. Our 4 sects have joined forces and are determined to win it. We are ready to cross the line. Don't hold the old man back. What are you proud of fucking bald? This person. These bastards. I'll cut out their tongues. Put the young tree in the right place and cover it with soil. The most important thing about a tree is its roots, and whether the roots are deep enough or not will determine the future height of the tree. If the roots are unstable, you should know that the foundation is not strong. No matter how tall it grows, it will only break when a strong wind passes by. I'm growing too fast. Maybe it's time to consolidate. The master is reminding me. In my previous life, I failed to attack the Immortal King due to a loophole in my cultivation. Senior pointed out the reason for my failure. In this life, I must follow Senior to cultivate towards perfection. The master told us that we should lay a solid foundation. It turns out that this is how trees are planted. Alright. It's time for us to give peaches to everyone. Brother. I'll go with you. The Demon King is in front. There is no aura of a cultivator on this person. The 2 youths next to him were just about to attain immortal cultivation, like ants, and they dared to show disrespect to the Demon King. Who are you? How dare you act so boldly? Gong, you can't be rude. Zinning, do you know this person? Brother, she used to be my maid. Lu Rang, I ask you to continue giving these peaches to people. I will bring Zinning and the girl home first. Leave it to us, master. The peach blooms once every 3,000 years, and will only ripen after 3,000 years. Flat peach. They want to share it for free? 100 Realms Fusion Formation. Open. This is my humble abode. Forbidden ground. This feels like the supreme forbidden ground. No wonder I can't see his cultivation. He is the master of the Xuantian realm. Please come in. Are you tired from your long journey? It just so happens that peaches are ripe today. Let's eat one. Peach. He even gave me a peach casually. Such handwriting. What kind of power is this? Did you come here to take Zinning? Gongya listens to Senior's orders. Zinning doesn't want to leave Big Brother. It seems that their enemies outside have not been punished yet. This little girl and her servant are so pitiful. Then are you willing to stay here with Zinning? Gongya is willing. Thank you, Senior, for accepting me. However, since you want to stay, you have to do something. You can do household chores or something, right? Housework? I am a demon commander of my generation. I'll settle down here first. Housework or something. Very important to learn. Senior, I can do anything. Senior, natural disasters. Your Majesty, the 99 Realm Great Formation has begun preparing to activate. In a short time after opening, the Xuantian realm at the Fusion Center will be reduced to ashes. Report to branch. However, the possibility of immortal treasure is of great concern in the Holy Land. Where is Yang Yuantian? This is Elder Song Cheng Zhou from the branch hall. This elder actually came by himself. I have met Elder Song. I heard. No need to say anything else. For this integration, I will be in charge, and the 7 golden immortals of the branch hall will take care of it. If you don't find the immortal treasure you mentioned, you will know the consequences of cheating the branch hall. Okay, I got it. Fusion World 100 Formation. Open. This time, the 4 major sects of the Northern Immortal Domain sent a total of 1 golden immortal realm cultivator, 25 heavenly immortal realms, and nearly 100 true immortal realms. We have to get that Immortal King's Formation of Destruction song. What's going on? Brother Dao, I feel like this world is about to be swallowed up. Brother Dao, are you alright? I'm fine, but I don't know where the enemy is. The real threat comes from the Sea of Emptiness turbulence. Master Kongming, Brother Dao Ling Chao, please quickly search for Goddess Linger and Saintess Qianing in such a battle. I'm afraid we have to ask Senior Li to do something in the end. I'll go upstairs to see what's going on out of bounds. What is this? Buddha, do me a favor. Xuantian realm. Danger, hurry up, Master Kongming. Let's go find Senior Li. Last time, it can be said that the weather was strange, but this time it's a big change. Senior Li. Qianing? Senior Li, this is bad. The Xuantian realm seems to be facing a disaster. I heard some seniors speculate that there might be something terrifying in the Sea of Emptiness turbulence, to destroy the Xuantian realm. What? Destroying the Xuantian realm? Is that true? King, should I go out and have a look? There are seniors here, let's just wait. Du Hu Shenlu begged to meet Senior Li. Father? Your father? Then tell him to come in. Senior Li, it's not bad. We went out to have a look and found a terrifying vortex coming from the ocean of emptiness turbulence. I'm just afraid. In the Xuantian realm, no one can stop that. I got it, damn it. What can I do if the world is destroyed? I'm not even a cultivator. No, even if I die, I must die honorably. I can't be afraid in front of my students. Gongya, pour the tea. With such a calm mind, can the Xuantian realm be safe? As expected of Senior Li. It's still very quiet at the moment. Cold. This is the world tree. The world tree in the past seemed to be hunted by people crossing borders. Now, it seems that it was Senior Lee who stepped in to help him. Can a cup of tea make a world tree shine with such vitality? It was another world that was forcibly merged. The Xuantian realm won't be able to hold out much longer. Seniors still haven't done anything? The tree lives if the world is completely destroyed. As an ordinary person, it is better not to trouble oneself. In this case, it's time to do what the trees do, which will come to life at this moment. Lu rang. As a master, I'll teach you another method of planting. Ah, yes. Firstly, go and get a basin of water. Yes, master. Water immediately, then cover with ripe soil. If all is well, the roots will replenish and young leaves will grow quickly. Xuantian realm. What happened? Zhao, this is a grand formation that even the golden immortal Tai Yi can't shake. Damn, what exactly is in the restricted area? This is the master method to reach heaven. And it worked? Wah, what did I do? What are they talking about? Plant a tree. There's nothing better than planting a tree. I have decided. I will cultivate a killing technique that will make the stars tremble by farming. What kind of person is this man that he can take advantage of the world tree? He is a genius, not one who takes advantage of the world tree, but one who gives the world tree a great opportunity to live a life with heaven and earth. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Change your mind, that this is not a sight. The catastrophe that shattered heaven and earth is just a sight in the eyes of the master. So that's it. Master, I understand. Brother Quangchen has broken through to become a true immortal. In a sect in the Xuantian realm, the world tree has appeared. The world tree has appeared. Praise the world tree, I will always be your servant. Zongmen sect, one of the particular sects in the Diyuan realm. What happened? This destructive force is different from the previous one. It's all the same. Either way, the juniors are dead. This is impossible. The spirit realm is actually being pulled by a force. You fool. You failed to merge with another realm and cause this realm to be destroyed. The sovereign will not forgive you. Quick, run. Once the void turbulence occurs, even heavenly immortals will die. There is no way out. The parapet has been destroyed and this realm will only be destroyed. Stay together if you don't want to die. Get in here, all of you. The vast spirit realm suddenly collapsed in an instant. You still have the courage to say that even though the great formation has been destroyed, I'm afraid that the fusion of all sectors hasn't stopped and no one knows what bad things will happen. Elders, take a look. This is the Xuantian realm. We are all actually being pulled by the Xuantian realm. Impossible. Only a high-level realm can forcibly absorb a low-level realm. The Xuantian realm is just a low-level interface. It's not just us. 99 interfaces were all attracted by the Xuantian realm. There seems to be a great mystery in the Forbidden Land. Now that the matter is settled, there is something I want to do. It just so happens that everyone is here. Everyone. I've been wanting to build a small courtyard. Will you help me? It is our honor to assist you, Senor Lee. I'm in. Yu Qing is very good at carpentry, and you can give all the carpentry work to me. Okay, let's get started. I've thought of a new name for that little page, and I'm going to name it. No two fields are empty. The left side seems to be read first at manhwafast.net slightly higher. It would be better if it has a level of it feels like it's almost done. Very good. We're Shenting, done. That's great. What an honor. Long live Wu Er Shenting, Xiao Li. This is bad. There is a group of black people who claim to be the Senluo holy sect and want to fight our village. Uncle Zhao? Small mountain village entrance half an hour ago. Yang Tian WH of the Senluo holy sect came to fight. Have any of you heard of the Senluo holy sect? Sorry master, I never heard of it. It's not a bunch of rioters, right? A group of villagers from the lower realms didn't even know about immortal level troops. Fool, do you think this man who just saved nature really doesn't know? I had a stern talk with him. We can't be cowards. Are there many people on the other side? How are their physiques? Not many people. And there are no young people, it's all old people. A group of black and white parents. Why is it similar to a group of people on Earth? Long Zixuan, Lu Rang, Quangchen, Dugu Yuqing. Grab your weapons. Defeat them all. Yes, master. We will not fail and will do our best. Elder Song, let's forget it, I'm a bit scared. You fool. If you come back empty-handed like this, the immortal king will kill you. Only them. Only them. They're coming. Strange. This side of heaven and earth doesn't refuse me entry? Not only that, our auras have not been suppressed, and the slash of heavenly will is not descended. This small village is also strange. It has a golden immortal aura, and there are more than one of them. Which one will be the first to die? I'll show you. Too weak. With one move he can kill him in seconds. Elder Song, let's retreat. Shut up. If the heavenly immortal doesn't make it, then the golden immortal. Chenggu. You go. Next, Elder Song. I beg you. Let's retreat. We'll die if we go back. I'll do it myself this time. Don't be silly, the next one will die soon. Are you afraid? The holy sect of snails? How dare you? Nothing will happen to them, right? Don't worry, it's just a bunch of old and weak soldiers. The disciples live up to their reputation as monks, and the explosive scenes are exciting. In his eyes, immortal level strength is nothing more than an old and weak warrior. This man, undefeated. The nature of this world is clean. Why do you have to run away again? The old man had clearly half-stepped into a Taiyi Golden Immortal, but in an instant. Could it be that they were also eyeing the Immortal Monarch Formation Breaker song? Sovereign, the remaining true Immortals will soon arrive. Soon, we can invade the Forbidden Land and seize the Immortal Monarch Formation Breaker song. Retreat, Sovereign? Retreat. Are you deaf? Step back quietly. Yes, I understand, sir. Master. We're back. I dealt with a group of clowns right away. I gave them a few blows and cleared the rest of the troops. That's me. Well, let's see how proud you are of beating some parents. Work when you have to work, and learn when you have to learn. Yes, Master. Hee, these students are too excited. Demon King, what kind of power does this guy have that he really doesn't put Senluo Immortal Monarch in his eyes at all? Don't worry, let me check. Brother, I heard them say that currently the Xuantian realm and many other worlds have formed a huge new world. What do you think? I think? I was just leaning on the window to watch. I'm just a farmer, why are you asking me these things all day? Don't worry about it, just do what you do. Is the fusion of centers of nature a trivial thing in this person's eyes? New realm, it shouldn't be called Xuantian realm. Master, what do you think it's called? If you want me to say it, just remove the word Xuan and change it to Tian. Then 100 realms can be directly referred to as 100 states, the heavenly realm. This is so bold. The new realm may be very powerful, but it is not too powerful to surpass the Earth realm. It doesn't matter what the name is, what matters is who the emperor is. In the following months, the 100 states killed and attacked and devoured each other, and soon formed the 4 great alliances of Earth Spirit, Earth Yuan, Earth Wind, and Xuanzi. Only Xuantian, the center of 100 states, remained calm due to the presence of a person. Taiyan Holy Land. The envoy of the Earth Spirit Alliance is coming to visit. Say Cao Cao has arrived. Let him in. The Great Hall of Taiyan Holy Land. I, Wang Wan, a messenger from the Earth Spirit Alliance, have been ordered to come and deliver a letter to all of you. He's not a good person, so see what happens. I wonder who's in charge here? I am the chief of Taiyan Holy Land. How can this guy inject immortal powers into a letter? He's testing it. How dare you show off your skills? There are immortals in this small Xuantian realm. What is it, Brother Ling Chao? The Earth Spirit Alliance is asking us to move out of the Xuantian realm within 10 days. You bastard. With just one letter, you want us to move out of our holy land? I should probably remind you that this letter. It was written by one of the protectors of the Earth Spirit Alliance. Do you know that person's cultivation level? Heavenly Immortal. Not to mention immortals. Even if heavenly immortals come, we are not afraid. You just wait and see. In 3 days, my army will definitely obliterate the Xuantian realm. Envoy Wang, don't go. I haven't had time to entertain. Come on. Buy some melon seeds for Messenger Wang. What? Make us an ally? Even if Brother Yuan Yang and I humiliate the envoy, if the Earth Spirit Alliance forces really attack, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist given the current situation in the Xuantian realm. Read first at manhwafast.net if there's one person who can convince the public in this Xuantian realm. It's the two of you. Please don't reject it, because the survival of our realm is at stake. This is a very important matter. I'll go and ask Senior Li for advice. He must have a plan. What are we having for lunch today? Senior Li, Qian Ning and Huo Linger came to visit. Therefore, you should form an alliance, at least to look after each other. Well, we will do what seniors say. By the way, I have something for you. Earth Spirit Alliance Palace. The alliance leader, Xuantian realm not only refused to submit, but blatantly challenged him. Is that so? Looks like I have to kill again. Is the calligraphy and painting business so competitive now? The Wind and Fire sect of the Earth Spirit Alliance had arrived, and the people of the Xuantian realm still hadn't come out to greet them. Isn't this the king's messenger? You left in a hurry last time, so I'll treat you well today. Na, right. He left in a hurry. You bastard. Brother Ling Chao. This child is mine. Feel this. You're the one on top. Don't you want to take your people away? Wang Wan, you idiot. You're useless. It seems that you are the strongest person in the Xuantian realm? You're wrong. The two people behind me are the leaders of our Xuantian alliance. Not only that, there is someone else who is strong by our side. Hee. You don't even have the right to see it. You ants who talk all you want, I'll break your bones. In that case, I'll break your bones first. Feel this. Beyond the limit, Xuantian nature seems to be getting more dangerous after the border merger. I'd rather go out less to play, and spend more time in front of Senior Li. Back. This won't work. There is no way anyone would agree to such terms. Don't think too much of yourself, old man. Then we'll fight? Whoever has the strongest punch will speak. War resumes. Get out of the way. This is not good for the Earth Spirit Alliance. You don't even know when you have something nice to say to your brother. That's right. Brother Ning, it seems that the Earth Spirit Alliance only looks down on us. Stop this nonsense. I want the South, and you can divide the rest between you. Everyone knows that Xuantian's natural opportunities are located in the southern region. You have a good plan. Do you have an opinion? Do you want them to reap the rewards? Stupid, I have no time to waste here with you. Therefore, it's first come, first served, it all depends on your abilities. Yes. Just as you said. Wait a minute. Your Earth Spirit Alliance isn't going to move early, is it? I'm not your son, and I have no obligation to tell you everything. Lao Dongxi. You want to die? Master, please save me. Explain what happened? A group of fools in the Xuantian realm. That bunch of fools formed an alliance, and the leaders of that alliance are the two young girls who destroyed my body with the hairpin treasure. Ha ha ha, what a plan. Old Ghost Yin, it seems that the opportunities in the southern region have nothing to do with your Earth Spirit Alliance. Fool, so easily the immortal level body is destroyed, don't you understand? Could the Xuantian realm be hiding a master? Didn't you feed the chickens today? Don't even think about eating the eggs that Red has laid. Don't. Master. I'll feed him. You rest. Lu Rang, what are you doing? Why should the master worry about a small matter like feeding chickens? Master, how about Ninfeng plays a song for you? Sister Ninfeng, you want to dominate master again? Master, can you see if my painting has improved? Ziling, don't drag me. The chicken food is all spilt. Miss Wo is a great fighter. What a relief for the Xuantian realm. Yes. That group of people, each more arrogant than the other, they don't treat us as humans at all. No, it's all thanks to the wooden hairpin that Senior Li gave me. Without Senior Li, our Xuantian realm would definitely be littered with corpses. I've seen the power of this wooden hairpin before, but I didn't expect the heavenly immortals to be so vulnerable in front of this treasure. Ants of the Xuantian alliance, come out and die. They came so fast. 4 main ships? The 4 major alliances are out in full force. The people of the 4 great alliances have arrived. What should we do? Sister Linger, Yue Poshan of the Earth Spirit Alliance. Who killed the supreme protector of our alliance, Zhu Xuan? It's me, just an immortal? I thought it was more than that, but it's not. Hey, a mere ant wants to fight me? I alone am more than enough to kill you. 4 major alliances? I thought your alliances were like heroes. It turned out to be a bunch of fools who could only oppress a few with a lot of people. A quasi-saintly weapon. This person's cultivation is at the golden immortal level. The leader must not let her guard down. 3 levels higher than Sister Linger? This holy weapon is mine. Hey, you want to take the sacred weapon away from me first? I can't let that happen. I'll take it ahead of you. Here they come. Underground. They are really shameless. Why don't you come forward together? I just used 80% of my strength for that punch. This holy weapon. I like it more and more. Senior Li, how dare that little girl be so arrogant with her sacred weapon? She's mine. Don't be arrogant, ha ha ha. Goddess Linger, fall down. I'll kill you to avenge brother Yue. Revenge? I think you want to snatch the artifact. Chen Ning, don't panic. Let me help you. Destroy it. What? In the hands of ordinary cultivators, the quasi-saintly artifact can display such power. I have to get that artifact. Sister Linger, are you alright? I'm fine. We can't embarrass Senior Li, let's solve it together. We will join forces to fight the enemy. This is bad. Quickly dodge. Fail. What about Sister Linger? Shit, these 2 little girls are at their wits' end, so let's attack together. Wait a minute, death is near, what more do you have to say? For me, it is true that I killed an elder, but I have no choice but to tell the truth. I also ask you guys to give me Mu Qianning's face. Please come back. How dare you tempt us? Die. You have to give it or not give it. Is this the decree of Tao? Only legendary beings from the first heavenly realm are capable of writing the statutes of the Tao. Senior Li gave us this painting, hoping that everyone would regard peace as the most important thing, and refrain from fighting. Everyone please come back. What should we do? In the face of such an existence, we are no different from ants. You can't just be ridiculed like that and leave, right? I can't be humiliated like that. Let's explore the bottom first. Miss, I'm the one who just offended you. Fake laughter, I wonder who this Senior Li is? Senior Li lives in seclusion and does not ask questions about world affairs. You are not qualified to ask questions. Either way, you laugh so disgustingly. Really, what a disgusting laugh. You too. Oh, what a show. What a show. What do you mean? Thanks to the fact that all of you are golden immortals and heads of alliances, you were completely fooled by such a trick. Are you saying that this decree is fake? The decree is of course true. But does the person who wrote the decree still exist today? You should ask these 2 girls. It turned out to be 2 little grave robbers, and today we will do justice to the heavens. You. How dare you turn a blind eye to Senior Li's decision? It's useless to talk too much. Since they want to die, we have no choice but to fulfill it. It's not that I don't trust you, 2 girls. It's just that we really want to meet this senior. Could it be that this senior is afraid to see us? Perhaps this senior was so scared that he didn't know where to go. Sassy, how dare a pack of dogs bark at this place? This sound? Could it be? Come out if you dare, don't hide and play tricks. Miss Jiang Shui, this person's cultivation base is still above the golden immortal. I'm here, what do you want? It turned out to be Miss Jiang, whom I have long admired. You were rude to Senior Li earlier. Therefore, you are sentenced to death. A golden immortal, destroyed in the blink of an eye. It is impossible to happen, even for the Earth level interface, and this is only the Xuan level interface. Next, whose turn is it now? Open. Just now, the 5 of you golden immortals teamed up to face 2 young girls from the Xuantian realm. How domineering. Since you 4 major alliances like to bluff, now let's settle our business here. I'm willing. We are willing to honor that senior Taoist decision and will never move our swords in the Xuantian realm from now on. We want peace and will never use swords again. Is this Miss Jiang Shui's power? Since Senior Li has given the edict peace is paramount, I will spare your dog's life. May I ask, are you a student of that senior? Has the old man gone mad? Don't involve us if you want to die. Ji Yuanqing. Have you gone mad? Don't go looking for death. Disciple? I don't have such blessings. But with senior approval, I can train in his secluded place. May I ask this senior's name? I would like to say a few words of praise later. Well, I don't know. Maybe you can call him Lord of the Skies. I'm worried that this terrifying creature is really connected to the legendary First Heavenly Realm. Miss, now Mr. Huang of our Xuanzi Alliance is dead. If we are not abandoned, we are willing to follow under the banner of the Xuantian Alliance. Good, from now on, you will obey the orders of the Xuantian Alliance. Xuantian Alliance. Xuantian Alliance. Alliance. Thanks to Miss Jiang Shui, the calamity finally subsided. The 2 alliance leaders also contributed a lot. The most important person to thank is Senior Li. Chairman, there was an old man from Huang Shenzhou at the door asking to meet. Invite him in. I, Ji Yuanqing, have something important to report to the 2 leaders. Brother, you've been training all day, and you still haven't rested. I read the words that Master wrote to Miss Qianning earlier, and I felt my own incompetence even more. In my opinion, there is nothing better than farming. The situation is urgent. I won't beat around the bush. Have you heard of the First Heavenly Realm? Was it the First Heavenly Realm that Shan Yu had been at war with? Senior Ling, did you know? I have heard some legends. Millions of lower realms are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xuan and Huang. There are as many as 1 million Xuan realms and Huang realms, but very few Earth realms, and only 4 Heaven realms have been created. These 4 heavenly realms were all rumored to have the power to compete with the immortal realm. Then, a great battle took place and 3 of them all surrendered to the immortal realm, except for the First Heaven realm, which fought to the death and would not surrender. In the end, the First Heaven was destroyed, and the legendary supreme beings were all killed. However, the First Heaven realm was not actually completely destroyed. Instead, this realm was split into several smaller realms, and these small realms will all carry the word Heavenly Realm in their naming to remember their former glory. Merman, doesn't that mean the Xuantian realm is also part of the First Heaven realm? I come from the Huang Heaven realm, and my ancestors left a lot of historical information about the First Heaven realm. Today, 100 realms were swallowed up by the Xuantian realm, plus a new realm called the Heaven realm. I believe the Xuantian realm must be a very important part of the First Heaven realm. So, you want to meet the senior who made 100 realms join? The alliance leader is very smart. That senior is most likely the person my ancestors have been looking for, and I would like to ask the alliance leader to introduce him. So that's how it is. I don't know why a great person like Senior Li would live in seclusion in this small Xuantian realm. In that case, Senior Li's game is too scary. This is a timeless game. Regarding this matter, we have to ask Senior Li about this matter. If Senior Li is willing to meet you, we will let you know. The 2 alliance leaders are unaware that, according to my ancestral records, once the various fragmented small realms in the First Heaven realm merge, then the things hidden in the various fragmented realms will attract each other and will cause a huge wave. In that case, we'll leave now and let you know as soon as we have an update. Nalan Yanren, you insulted my Xiao family today, and I, Xiao Yan, will definitely make you pay it back 100-fold. This? What the hell is this? A ghost? I'm the first immortal general of the immortal realm, Yang Mikan. What are you doing? 100,000 years have passed. Why did I wake up? Could it have come out again? Son, do you want to be the protagonist in this world? If you have a destiny today, I will give you a blessing. Yang. Miss Yang, what can you do for me? Son, you're too weak. Just think of it as a small gift from me. I broke through to the Golden Core realm? Golden Core? It is like an ant in my eyes. Within a month, I will make you an immortal and become an ancestor, and dominate this world. Thank you seniors, thank you seniors. Nalan Yanren, wait for me, I Xiao Yan will make you suffer. Don't be too complacent. If you want to be immortal, you have to listen to me. Follow the river to the ancient battlefield, where the greatest treasure is buried, and if you get it, you will dominate the world. But that side, it's the buried immortal mountains. Buried immortal mountains. It is aptly named, as many immortals have been buried there. Senior didn't realize that this buried immortal mountain was a forbidden place in this Huang Shenzhou. With me here, you have nothing to fear. After obtaining what is inside, then I will teach you the method of merging the 10,000 realms, and when the time comes, Senior Yang. Huang Tian realm has merged with the other lower realms a month ago. Now this new realm is called the Heaven realm. What? It seems that someone has awakened before me. We must not let him get ahead of us and head to the buried immortals mountain range immediately. Yes, Patriarch, The evil spirits flowing out of the burying immortal mountains have become increasingly powerful these days. These subordinates speculate that there might be a high-end evil corpse born. If we can get one for refining, then our Dark Moon sect will dominate the heavenly realm soon. Quickly organize troops to explore the immortal burying mountains. The burying immortal mountains is an ancient battlefield, but according to ancient records, this place was clearly once a Tao. What exactly is inside? Follow me into the immortal burying mountains. Yes. Patriarch, is this place revived? Such a powerful evil spirit, I almost barged in. A day of training here is equivalent to a year of training outside. Ah! I have broken through to the Mahayana realm from the Void realm? Be careful because great excitement gives rise to sadness. There are many upset souls here, don't let yourself be affected. Follow me, look. What is it? This, we can't move? Only a young man with a lot of blood can take a chess piece. It's you. Do you think you can stop me by organizing a chess game? If I can't solve this game, someone else can. Rumble. The buried immortal mountains are exposed. Is the ancestral prophecy coming true? Patriarch, is the immortal king you speak of coming? Immediately send an order to the heavenly realm, inviting cultivators from the 4 directions to the buried immortal mountains to seize the opportunity. The birth of the immortal king brought blood and chaos, but also brought hope. Those who had the opportunity to obtain it. ManhwaFast.net would calm things down and establish the first realm of heaven again. News of Huang Xinzhou quickly spread throughout the skies. Congratulate Ion's big sister for breaking through to the next level. Impossible. A song that destroys the heavenly realm. Oh my god. Fortunately, I had also broken through to the true immortal realm, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get along. It's just that senior brother Lu has been trapped in the true immortal. Grow up, little grass, daddy loves you. I've heard of people who regard thieves as their father, but this is the first time I've seen someone who regards grass as his son. Is Senior Lee there? There, come in. Senior, thank you for giving the judgment. The dispute between us and the other major alliances has completely ended. That's good. No matter how chaotic your circle is, what matters is the work. By the way, Senior, there is an old man from Huang Xinzhou Prefecture who wants to come and visit you. He claims to have an important problem that only you can solve. They must have recognized me as a calligrapher and wanted me to enter a calligraphy competition. I won't participate in what he says. Right now it's still important to recruit disciples. After all, this is a system task. After completing it, I might be able to cultivate immortality. As expected, everything is in Lee's senior plan. Senior Lee, of course you don't have to go personally, it's just that the younger generation of the Alliance and major powers are already heading to Huang Xinzhou. What do you think? True, it depends on the age group. Master, let me go. Master, I want to go too, so we can take care of each other on the way. I was just about to call you too. Quickly pack up and leave. Yes. Master, didn't he want to bring the grass pot? Master, I want to bring a pen, but I really can't control this pen. It's true, I feel that this pen is a bit heavy, and not very suitable for a calligraphy competition. Just wait a minute. Aha, cat, hair, pen. You. How dare you pull out my glorious hair? Yu Qing, take this pen. This cat pen is much lighter than teachers. This was no cat pen, it was definitely a white tiger immortal pen, which could even be included in the immortal armaments list. One brushstroke has its own wind and thunder, and lasts for centuries, and it is the Tao of the world. Thank you, Master. No need to say thank you. Just go to the study room and take the sunset painting painted by me with you. Although Yu Qing's calligraphy was quite proficient, it was still not enough to meet an expert. Yes. Thank you, Master. Master, for this trip he gave his treasure to escort us. If you meet someone who wants to seek this path, you should bring them back here, as I still have a few minor skills that lack a successor. The most important thing is to have a special hobby like you. I'm afraid the little skill the Master mentioned is some kind of scary path. Master has taught each of us how to play music, paint, calligraphy, farming, etc. and all sorts of skills. He still needs to pass it on to others. He really knows everything. Don't worry, teacher, I'll definitely bring back some candidates that are to your liking. Gong, yes, even though you're just a servant, you have to learn some things, like the tea ceremony. You're very lacking in skills. I also asked Li Qian to give me a hint. Next to the teleportation formation in Taiyan Holy Land, the 2 senior disciples Li will come out on their own. Wait a moment, we will open the teleportation array immediately. Thank you, Senior. Did Mr. Lu bring a grass pot? It wasn't ordinary grass, I felt a terrifying sword aura on it. Damn. This teleportation magic circle is giving me a headache. Blarg, throw up. You. Don't you throw up. I'm warning you, this is the sacred drink of the Duanmu family. Why don't you 2 drink to relieve fatigue? No merit, no reward. My sister and I would like to thank your Lord Duan. Mr. Duanmu, someone vomited in front of you and can you still drink? Turn, stay away from those 2 hobos. Ugh, please forgive me, brother, can you give us a lift? Forget those 2, let's go. Who are those 2? They look so poor. Wait a minute, those 2 people don't seem like ordinary people. How about giving them a lift? Since Miss Quanglin said so, how could Duanmu refuse to comply? Thank you. Where are you guys from? Are you going to Burial Immortal Mountain? We're members of the Earth Wind Alliance. So of course we're going to Burial Immortal Mountains. Good, we can form a team and explore Burial Immortal Mountain together. Form a team? I don't know where you guys are from. Where did you study? We're from the village. Sorry, everyone on my ship is a leader of the Earth Wind Alliance's younger generation, so I don't need to work with you two. You two take a seat in the corner. Good, thank you very much. That boy is annoying. Master asked us to go to Burial Immortal Mountain, and it's not too late to beat him up until the place is cleared. I can't believe your mind is that evil. Learn more from your brothers. This is my Duanmu family ship, not a place for cats and dogs to defecate in the open. How dare vomit here? Don't blame me for kicking you out. Damn it, Dugu, don't hold me back. I'll tell him what your mouth is your beast means. Hey, you Hicks, you dare to show off in front of your brother Duan? If it wasn't for the lady who asked to let you on board, you'd be corpses by now. In a ship this big, are 2 more people not enough? Treat others with humility. Is it too rude to treat them like this? Don't you know the common sense of these 2 villagers? Just let them stay here. If it wasn't for your Lord Duan, I'd have kicked these 2 Hicks out already. Forget it, brother, what the master explained is more important. When I get to that place, I will definitely kill that donkey. How many immortals have been buried in this Burial Immortal Mountain? The evil spirit is so strong. As your Lord Duan, it looks like we'll have a great opportunity this time. How about we enjoy a drink together? Wait. I advise these 2 ladies not to drink the wine. What are you looking for? That person is really rash. Maybe they got greedy after seeing your master Duan. Why is that? The reason why this wine should not be drunk, I think your Lord Duan must know clearly in his heart. Come whenever you want, and leave as you please. Do you think our family is easy to bully? Come on. Kill them. Attack together. Turn them into mush. This person's cultivation was extraordinary, and even the Supreme was not his opponent when he raised his hand. I thought they were pseudo-immortal? This age could be called the pride of heaven. Little brother, you are too serious. Why are you attacking so hard? Isn't this the same as slapping your master Duan's face? The 2 people who hurt our Duan's family over there, don't you think that's too domineering? It's a fairy. After all, your Duan family is a big family in the Earth Wind Alliance. Remember, in your next life, in this world, aptitude isn't the most important thing, but background is important too. Regarding the matter of taking your Duanmu family boat, I honestly regretted it the whole time. If I had known beforehand that this boat was full of these despicable and shameless people, I would have rather walked into the Burial Immortal Mountain range. Damn it, what kind of grass is this? Why do you have such terrifying killing intent? I think his value is still higher than the fairy. This kid has a lot of background. Compared to his background, your entire Earth Wind Alliance is not qualified enough NXX. Neither of us have eyes as big as a mountain, so please blame me. Your Duan family immortal actually apologized to those 2 country bumpkins? I don't mean to offend. 2 Hyans please. Forget it, brother, let's go. My little brother is generous, and I will forgive you guys this time next time. Don't get involved in such recklessness, you little rascal. Tone Duanmu, we also say goodbye. Fatty, let's wait and see. When my brother from the Earth Wind Alliance arrives, I will have you die without a body intact. Uncle, could it be that these 2 are masters? That fat man has an indescribable magic weapon. Once he uses it, we will all die. Thank you. If it wasn't for you 2, perhaps our sister would have received a letter from your Duan Yang. No need to thank. Miss Lian John, Miss Xia Yao, you don't have to be polite. I want to ask, do you have any special hobbies? What do you think we are? If not, then just say no. Why must shout? Brother, the mountains of eternal burial are ahead. Who are you? Anyone who is not the leader of the younger generation should not enter here. Earth Wind Alliance, Xuan Sect, Qinglan. Xiao Yao, enter. What about you 2? We are with them. Do you think I'm stupid? The Xuan Sect only accepts female disciples. You wild mountains and villages also have the audacity to come here to humiliate yourselves. They are both our retainers. It is said that the women of the Xuan Sect are all pure and flawless, but it seems that is not the case. Saintess Qinglan, Xiao Yao, you guys are here by the way. Where is your second brother? Brother Ning, I'm here. Isn't your Duan brother together with the 2 saints? Brother Ning doesn't know. Those 2 people are scammers of those 2 saints and made a misunderstanding between us. Your Duan, the villain here is you. How dare you slander us? What family do you come from? We came from our village. Why? In front of so many people, you 2 insulted your second brother. Could it be that you guys are looking down on me, Alliance Earthwind? Did I insult him? He poured dope to harass the 2 girls. You slanderer, my Duan's family is well known. How could you insult me to your heart's content? But you are such a lecherous bastard. You have truly disgraced your Duan's family. If I remember correctly, the main alliance has already sealed off this place, and those who doubt are not allowed to enter. And who are you 2? Quickly get out of here. I doubt? Isn't he the one who doubts? Let's finish outside. Do you want to violate that decree and cause bloodshed? You 2 country people have no right to enter this contest. Get out yourself. Don't make me do it. I don't qualify? Then do you qualify? You still don't know who I am. Looks like this kid really is a villager. Even Master Ning didn't know about it. Hey, do you know who my grandfather is? I don't care who your grandfather is, I just don't know you. Ning Naoran is the #1 genius in the alliance. I heard he has broken through to the immortal realm. What's the point? That person will definitely die. Ning Naoran's grandfather is Ning Tianhao, the leader of the Earth Wind Alliance. Your Highness is no longer the younger generation. Why did you come here to bully the younger generation? That is an old monster. Hey, what a shameless old monster to come here to bully the little one. I'm said to be old. Son, why am I an old monster? Since you all think that I am old, then I will teach this kid how to behave. Why are you not sure? It doesn't matter, just pretend you don't care. This place is jointly guarded by the Great Alliance. If you use the big ones to bully the small ones to attack the younger generation, you will be responsible for all the consequences. Don't compare, try it if you have the ability, and walk away if you don't. God damn it, don't blame this old man for not reminding you. This, and you, son, since you have started it, let's start to the end. This is very easy. You. What do you want to do? I'm from your family. If you dare to attack me, the gods in my family will never let you go. Your second house? Old angel? The golden fairy is here, and your grandpa is fearless. His Highness took action against your Duan's family. We will keep that in mind. Are you really two seniors? Miss Xia Yao, don't get me wrong, we are not old masters. We are all young descendants of Yushu Linfeng. Yeah, don't listen to their bullshit. Senior Huang Shinzhouji has arrived. Is everything here? Elder Qi reported to me that they were all here. However, someone in the field creates a problem. This person's cultivation level has entered the immortal realm, but he pretended to be of the younger generation and made trouble here, beat Ning Naoran and Duan Mu and made him kneel down. What do you mean, sir? As the older generation, do you want to take action against my second family's descendant and bully the younger ones? Don't be so bloody. This year I am 21 years old, and I plan to find a wife. Old monsters one after another. Older generations, how will I mess around in the future? How can you compensate me for ruining my reputation? No shame. Really disgusting. So arrogant. You think there is no one in my Duanmu family? Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget the Xuantian prefecture's decree that peace is the most important thing. It was this kid who first broke the rules, so I can't blame me. However, disputes should not be raised here. Do we just tolerate this kid and let him hang around here? How about this? Since he considers himself the younger generation, let him step forward and sit on the bone chair in front of him. If the old one sits on it, he will definitely die. Senior G's way is good. If you want to pretend to be young generation, bear the consequences. As long as His Highness can get out of the bone chair alive, I won't blame the past. What chair is this? Is it so evil? Whatever. Show me everything. He must die. And already. A few moments later. How? Is this chair scary? Why don't you let me, an old man, have no more bones? Is this child really under the age of 40? What? Real fairies under 40 years old? Is it against the sky? Impossible. Looking at the 4 great alliances, no one can do this move. Being able to break through to the immortal realms under the age of 40 is rare in 10,000 years, isn't it? Strong cultivation. Gee, even in the immortal realm, those below 40 years of age are called true immortals, and they are rare geniuses. In this world, you have enemies. I'm the real protagonist, not Mr. You will help me get rid of it. Don't worry, put everything in. Moreover, he is even the strongest genius in the immortal realm. Can't do anything to you. You are really under 40 years old. Right, to be honest, in our village, I'm the most trash. Nani? This is too awesome. They are surprised. This is what I want. The sons and daughters and saints of the Great Alliance. Do you have any special hobbies? Miss, I think you are beautiful. How about you come back to the village with me and be a cook? Missing children. It's okay if you don't go. Our village is currently recruiting people, and we will bring them back to the village to raise pigs, graze cows, etc. Is anyone ready? Register and don't wait until late at night. Fraudster. What do you think we are? Offend at will? Enough. Let's start destroying the formation. Destroy it formation? Don't you know yet? There are 9 terrifying chess games in it, which can only be solved by the younger generation of predestined people. So terrible. This game of chess is like 2 terrifying armies fighting each other, life and death hanging on a fine line. Even Lu Xing, the chess genius of the Dayuan Alliance, said so. Then we. This is not a chess game at all. It contains hundreds of scary formations. Look. Lu Xing began to break through. This guy's got something. This chess game is so bad. Is it so difficult even for Lu Xing? Lu Xing managed to break the formation. He was worthy of being the little chess master of the Wind Mountain. Someone in the Earth Spirit Alliance had also ruined this game. It was Mu Chenxi, the saint of the Xuanzan sect. Heavenly Demon Sand Table of Xuanzan sect? It is said that it is the result of the painstaking efforts of the successive sect leaders of the Zhuanzan sect, and it can destroy all formations in the world. As expected of Mu Chenxi, follow the teacher's teachings. I can't wait to break through. It seems that our Earth Wind Alliance can only do this. Ning Naoran, do it. All I have to do is ask you to take action. Lin Qisheng, please. Easy to say. It is my old wish to be able to reach the late stage of this world. This is Tianyan Chess Saint Lin Ju. This guy uses chess to play the right way. It can be called Taishan Beidou in today's chess world. Earth Wind and Cunning Wind Alliance. My Earth Wind Alliance will never lose. Lu Xing broke the 2nd game of chess. Saint Mu of the Xuanzan sect has cracked the 3rd game of chess. His Xuanzan sect treasure was wasted. Without this thing, it would be difficult for Yi Chenxi to continue breaking the formation. Ning Naoren broke the second. Although there was Lin Qisheng who could help, but judging from his appearance, he had already reached his limit. This kid has been working on it for a long time, but there hasn't been any progress at all. I don't think this old man can do it at all. Since your highness looks down on our Earth-Wind alliance, why should you follow us? Impossible. Let's go. This kid can't do it. He has no future with them. Lu Xing also broke into the third game. Is this Lu Xing? I'm sure that's Lu Xing's great-grandmother. Okay, I think this Lu Xing is probably dying. Let's go over there and take a look. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of it? I don't know. He seems to be a native of Huangshanzhou. Who's this? I am the protagonist of this world. Lord Hu, hurry up. Teach me how to break the second chair. Do you think I don't need to think? This chess game is very scary. Do you think it's easy? Sir, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry, sir. Straightforward fighter. He actually finished 3 games in a row by himself? Even better than little chess player Saint Lu Xing. Brother, you were born in Huangshan province. I feel very guilty. Our Yue family is a golden immortal. We invite you to join us. As long as you let us follow, we will give you anything you want. How about this you and you? Come over there, good people. Is this person here to choose a concubine? This person is still young, and he has already broken 3 chess games in a row, and the big sect will definitely win. And you too. Who wants to be with you? Even though the kid next to you has a good cultivation level, he can't enter here at all. Just by following me you can get a chance here. Look at his triumphant appearance. You should stop this 4th game of chess first and then talk about it. Easy, not only 4th but 9th. What? He wanted to retire all 9 games consecutive. Who is this person? 9 vertically, 17 horizontally. Heaven, the 4th, is broken? Peerless wizard. He was definitely a predestined person, and he would most likely obtain the inheritance of the first heaven. I am willing to follow his son. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm giving you one last chance. Lu Rang? As long as you give both to me, I will give you the honor of being my first follower. If you stay with me, even if you are a dog, you will have a bright future in the future. Well, you are indeed very good. I have a place to introduce to you. How about raising pigs in our village? God damn it. Don't regret it. When I get the inheritance of the first heaven, you won't even have the chance to be a dog to me. Master Xiao Yan, don't pay attention to these mountain villagers. Quickly break through. Master Xiao Yan, quickly take us in. Yes, Master Xiao, as long as the formation is broken, the slave family will be yours from now on. Calm. Na. You all come with me to solve the 5th chess game. Sir Yang, quickly help me. Wow, I've broken through 4 great formations in a row, and my soul has been drained too much. This 5th chess game is scary and not limited to just looking at it. It almost makes my soul lose my mind. I ask permission. I want to rest. Xiao Gongxi, come on. After destroying the formation, the servants will immediately come to serve you. Mr. Xiao, I know you can do it. Han Nian man. Can't say no. Even without Master Yang, I am still the protagonist of his world. I seem to see an invincible being rising. Being able to follow him and being blessed by him might not be a good thing. You guys move aside. I'm the first to follow. I'm young. Master Xiao's favorite. I am the most suitable Taoist companion for Lord Xiao. Haha, now we are just followers, wanting to compete for it. Help? Ask Mr. Xiao first. Master Xiao. Vomiting blood. Mr. Xiao Yan. Failed? No, how is this possible? Young Master Xiao Yan just broke 4 sets in a row as if nothing was wrong. I thought he was truly the pride of heaven, but it turned out he was the rusty tip of the spear. Better go, there is no future following him. Don't. Young man, I take back what I said before. You are not even qualified to feed pigs in our village. Read first at what makes you arrogant? I broke through 4 formations in a row and became the #1 prodigy in the world. Who are you? Even for a while, you can't solve it. Who says I can't solve it? I just haven't moved. Everything is done. I will destroy the formation. Teacher, there is news from your young brother. Teacher, if I encounter a small problem here, can you help me? This chessboard. Yes, there are some end games that I want you to solve. Go. I haven't logged in for a long time, and I'm often tormented by the system. 10 vertically and 9 horizontally. Tin Mun guards the palace, and the dragon head comes out of the horse's path. You can win. Okay, feel free to move. Complicated changes. No need to think about dangerous games of chess. Rather than using complicated changes to fight, he used simple moves to complete it. Such a chess game is easy to understand. The simpler the way to solve a chess game, the more thorough the understanding of the chess game. This guy's chess skills are far superior to mine. Again? Come on, quickly. I will teach your older sister how to practice calligraphy and play the piano later. Right now. Teacher, don't worry. 11 vertically and 7 horizontally. The decapitated black dragon connected the top and bottom, surrounded and attacked them, and took Huanglong directly, abandoning the boys and fighting for first place. How could this be explained? It seems that Xiao Yan, the strongest at the moment, has not come this far. Xiao Yan? That's still far from enough. When Xiao Yan faced the chess game, he thought hard. How could he be like Lu Rang, who casually moved and secured victory with just a few pieces. Oh, this formation is starting to suck. He could force the formation leader to change the game. Who is this person? Let alone the difficulty of this chess game. Isn't that too much? Oh? This guy stopped attacking and started defending. Vertical 1 and horizontal 4, the stars and moon sing together, forcing the beetle to retreat. The 2 chi interconnect and lead the blue dragon out of the cave. 1 and 4 can split a field and cut off its head. Oki, forcing the opponent to change chess, and resisting the retreat, the 10 pieces were broken. How far did this piece's chess skill reach? Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. This person was truly a peerless genius. I didn't expect young Master Dugu's older brother to be so strong. I think young Master Dugu and the others must come from famous families. Miss Quanglin is full of praise. We are really from the village, and senior brother Lu Rang is really a farmer in the village. What's that? Why did the skeleton explode? Could it be that the spirits in this array are not dead yet? This is so scary. Is this spirit still alive in the immortal burial mountains? Amazing. The breath of immortality thrives in this spirit. Being able to play the next game with an opponent is already a great opportunity. If I could see this play, maybe I could go further. Such a familiar aroma. I remember, it was him. The general later standing next to me. Sir, you are finally awake. These are called old monsters. Don't be distracted, the other party has been deceived. It fortifies in the northwest, slaying the dragon across the road, transversely. 10 and 17 cover the sky and the sun. 19 and 21. It was too scary for this boy to have been inherited by a big man in fairyland. I broke through to Xuangshan level 6. Even his body was reshaped. Extraordinary opportunity. This child was clearly the seed of immortality. Very good, very good. All the opportunities I get now will be mine in the future. Why didn't I meet this guy? Instead, I met a loser who only loves women. It seems that in the end we will have to rely on Master Lu. Master Lu is so handsome even looking at his back. Great, last round. Men, this final chess match. It's about to start. The final chess match. Doubles game? The person across from him wasn't good at basics. Was he planning on using his computing power? It's very scary. He could actually fight immortals and fight back and forth. The eternal momentum has risen again. This chess formation would most likely be destroyed if the sect leader stepped into it. Don't worry, this room feels comfortable. Teacher, I feel like I'm starting to understand the tricks I used to learn from you. Check out mine next. The right solution is here. That's great, bro. Your ranking has increased again. Our world actually out of position, Lord Immortal. Master Lu's slave family, I want to be your personal mate if you order. I will immediately destroy Duanmu Yang, the traitor. On the road now? When I recruited people to return to the village to raise pigs, no one paid attention to me. Mr. Lu Rang, my favorite thing is raising pigs. I was born in the year of the pig, and I have a good relationship with the pig. Unlucky. No one can help me, my ancestors had wild boar blood. I use special pig dung for my training, and I really love piss. You can choose me. My master is an expert from the outside world. Those of you who want to be my master should come to the Kangli Mountains in the southern region of Xuantian Prefecture. Your fate is in my master's hands. Master, please accept me as your disciple elder. Sir. Master, I'm not actually a ruler of heaven or a teacher, I'm just an ordinary